Chapter 1. Earth 1-9999. Within a spacecraft that has slumbered on Earth for over 18 millennia, Lex Luthor faced Superman directly. Behind them, a colossal embryo writhed in the water, a monstrous entity gestating within, eager to emerge. What is that? Superman exhibited no fear of the creature, for he was undeniably powerful. A being of such strength would not be easily intimidated by any biological form. In stark contrast to Superman's nonchalance, Luthor seethed with indignation, his fury largely stemming from Superman's blatant disregard for him. He raised his injured hand, peeling back the bandages that cloaked his wound, exclaiming with a mix of excitement and trepidation, "That is an abominable creature from ancient Krypton, the blood of my blood, in your day of reckoning." With a resounding crack, the 4-meter-wide embryo shattered, and immense black hands emerged from the remnants. These hands tore through the amniotic membrane, revealing the towering figure of a black monstrosity, standing over 5 meters tall, now fully visible to Superman. Unexpectedly, rather than recoiling in fear, Superman's curiosity piqued, momentarily overshadowing his animosity toward Luthor, that he inquired softly, "Is that all? What about the other one? The smaller one? Which one?" Even Luthor was taken aback by Superman's question, instinctively glancing at the bloody genetic fluid that filled the water surface, wondering what else could possibly exist within. Yet Superman was resolute in his assessment. Although he could not discern the precise location of the other entity, he distinctly perceived a fourth heartbeat resonating in the atmosphere. He gestured toward the creature, now shedding its viscous coating. Beneath this behemoth, something else has awakened alongside it. "Have you encased it in lead?" While posing the question, Superman tapped his ear. "I am unaware of what you are concealing, but I regret to inform you that, despite my inability to penetrate your design, I can hear that creature's heartbeat." No sooner had he spoken than he noticed the heartbeat growing slightly erratic. Beneath the surface, in another cocoon small, nearly imperceptibly, a man, encapsulated in thick ice, displayed an expression of resignation. This man was Heisenberg, the sole heir of the ancient High family of Earth's 9th generation, and a time traveler within the DC cinematic universe, 2 years prior. In the ancient Kryptonian spacecraft, a figure clad in armor conversed with another individual draped in a robe. Jor-El, "My information has usurped your control over this vessel. You have lost your authority. Indeed, all shall unfold as you desire. Yet I place my faith in my son. He shall vanquish you, Zod." "Is that so?" A child raised on a farm by Earthlings, who has never endured the rigors of war, is to defeat me, a general forged in the crucible of countless battles? Listening to the words of his old friend Jor-El, General Zod laughed mercilessly. "Only a traitor like you could utter such naive words. Farewell." With a sharp click, Zod firmly inserted the identity key into the console, and in an instant, the figure of Jor-El shattered into fragments. With the detestable presence gone, Zod redirected his gaze towards the ship's information repository, desperately seeking the life code he had long coveted. Only by locating the life code could Zod hope to restore his race and make the name of Kryptonians resonate throughout the cosmos once more. However, much to his dismay, he ultimately found himself disappointed. The code had not been hidden away by that accursed Kal-El. Yet, as if by some miracle, although devoid of the code, Zod stumbled upon something else. Or rather, someone. "General Zod, please refrain from any contact with the buried criminal aboard the ship." Once again, a reminder, General Zod, no contact with the imprisoned criminal aboard the vessel. As Zod focused on the ship's oldest and most primitive operational data, the ship's intelligence intervened with those words to deter him. This bewildered Zod. There was indeed a criminal on board. Retrieve the criminal's information. Why were Jor-El and Kal-El unaware of this criminal's existence? General, the leader of the Academy, Jor-El, had also accessed the criminal's information, but he buried it before Kal-El could discover it. He did that. Very well. Retrieve the data. Zod nodded in agreement. Yes, the criminal is named Heisenberg, the 64th member of the Kryptonian Council, the executor of the Honor Guard, a butcher who slaughtered over 700 of his own kin. Charged with treason. The moment the ship's intelligence delivered this information, Zod's eyes widened in astonishment. He could not help but recall the massacre from years past. In times long gone, Krypton was fervently engaged in expansion, with countless Kryptonians imposing their will across the cosmos, regarding conquest as a noble endeavor, which they dubbed the Honor Guard. However, that campaign came to an abrupt halt 18,000 years ago. 18,000 years ago, a Kryptonian elder named Heisenberg led the Academy to breach a 10,000-year-old Kryptonian edict, delving deeply into the secrets of Kryptonian bloodlines. Not only that, to expedite the exploration of other planets, Elder Heisenberg even developed a monstrous creation based on Kryptonian genetics, fused with various mutated genes. These abominations proved uncontrollable, causing tremendous chaos on Krypton, resulting in the deaths of at least one-third of the Kryptonian population at their hands. The methods of creating such monsters were sealed away by Krypton, and the name bestowed upon these creatures was Doomsday. Afterward, Elder Heisenberg lost his ancestral standing and became a target of pursuit by the Kryptonian Guard. However, as the joint leader of the Kryptonian Academy and military at that time, Heisenberg's personal prowess made the task of apprehending him fraught with difficulties. At the cost of over 700 Kryptonian lives, Heisenberg was imprisoned and, in accordance with the laws of Krypton at the time, was sent aboard a ship of random transition from which there was no return, launched into the vastness of space. Thus, the glorious endeavor met its demise, and Krypton dared not pursue any further research into genetics. The very fear of genetic mutation rendered them incapable of permitting natural childbirth. From that moment forth, they meticulously preserved every exceptional Kryptonian gene, forming what is now known as the Codex of Life. Each child was birthed by selecting corresponding information from the Codex, nurtured in Krypton's exclusive Genesis chamber, harvested by the Kryptonian scavenger beasts, and raised in the Kryptonian nurseries. In summary, Heisenberg, who caused Zod great inner turmoil, was once the most reviled elder among the Kryptonians and the architect of their cataclysm. Even though Zod now required the strength of every Kryptonian, he dared not release Heisenberg from his confinement. He merely shook his head. Continue the imprisonment. Yes. A day prior, Alexander Luthor, the new leader of Luthor Enterprises, arrived at the Kryptonian spaceship, now heavily surrounded by the United States government, clutching a box containing 5 pieces of fingertip skin. This Kryptonian vessel had crashed 2 years ago during the Superman incident and had remained in place ever since it was downed by Superman. With Earth's technology, there was no means to relocate the ship should it choose not to fly. Luthor slowly pressed the fingertip skin against his own finger. These pieces of skin had been extracted from General Zod's corpse using kryptonite. This act granted him access to the ship's command center. As he traversed to the ship's core, guided by the intelligent system's prompts, Luthor was thoroughly satisfied to acquire control over the vessel. He placed Zod's remains into a small creation chamber that resembled a tranquil water surface, then cut his own hand, allowing his blood to flow over General Zod's body. At his command, the creation chamber commenced its operation, and a monstrous fusion of General Zod's and Alexander Luthor's genes was on the verge of manifestation. Countless energies converged towards the ship, mercilessly siphoning half of America's electrical power. Yet, Luthor remained oblivious. With a massive accumulation of energy, the ancient Kryptonian buried within the ship regained his life. Before Heisenberg awakened, a hollow voice echoed within his mind. Multiverse binding complete binder. Origin Earth Soul Heisenberg bound body. DC Universe Kryptonian Elder Heisenberg identity fusion in progress. All of the preceding was mere nonsense in essence. Heisenberg had awakened fully and completely. Simultaneously, an influx of information and memories enlightened him to the nature of his predicament. Goodness, I lost 230,000 in cards last night and, in my agitation, suffered a heart attack. Am I dead? Have I traversed into this utterly absurd DC world? I am now the last hawkish elder of Krypton, Heisenberg of the Kryptonians. I've been exiled and imprisoned for a full 18,000 years. Now I'm alive again. On Earth and DC? Huh. Heisenberg chuckled silently, finally realizing what he possessed. A Kryptonian. That bloodline is revered by countless admirers of Superman. Unyielding strength, a body nearly immune to all harm, heat vision, freezing breath, the ability to approach the speed of light, freedom to soar, and various capabilities that can only be described as metaphysical. Such power in the Marvel Universe renders him invincible, save for a few exceptional sorcerers. What is there to fear? It is no longer possible to remain complacent, living like a mere cog in the machine, ha. With clarity dawning upon him, Heisenberg immediately sought to break free from his constraints. He yearned to embrace life. He must enjoy life. Once, whether wealthy or in positions of power, or under the authority of his superiors or his clients, he dared not ignore their words. Even if they trampled upon his dignity, Heisenberg would smile and commend them for their strength. Their trampling was powerful, their health was evident in their robust physique. But now, as a Kryptonian, Heisenberg wanted to proclaim to all, everything you possess is worthless. Only strength is the ultimate truth, and possessing these Kryptonian fists, I am the embodiment of absolute truth. Who else? Who else can make me bow down? Who else can sway my heart? Who else? Wait. Heisenberg froze. The ice melted, and the time-space material used by Krypton to imprison criminals dissipated. Heisenberg finally beheld his surroundings. He had certainly witnessed the clash between Superman and Batman. He knew where he was. Thus he was acutely aware of the ominous creature hovering above him. Doomsday. Heisenberg instantly lost his bravado. System appear. Why have I resurrected alongside Doomsday? I am merely an ordinary, feeble Kryptonian. I have not yet basked in Earth's yellow sun. I cannot fly. I lack heat vision. What am I to do against Doomsday? Even Superman, who has absorbed over 30 years of sunlight, was slain by Doomsday. What can I do hide? I wish to hide. The issue is I cannot even move, and Doomsday has already set his sights on me. At least allow me to move a little. Just a slight shift, just once. Indeed, at that moment, Doomsday too had detected the buried Heisenberg deep within the creation chamber. In Doomsday's view, the allure of Superman nearby could not compare to the peculiar Kryptonian below. After all, merely a day prior, the embodiment of destruction in its swaddling garments sensed an abhorrent presence, incessantly siphoning the very essence it utilized for creation. Thus, the harbinger of annihilation extended its colossal hand, extracting the temporal matter enveloping Heisenberg. The once impenetrable temporal substance began to dissolve rapidly, revealing Heisenberg's visage to the gaze of Superman. Good grief. What is this? Another Kryptonian? Luthor's incredulous and fearful voice echoed relentlessly. Yet, Heisenberg lacked the capacity to respond. The temporal matter had not yet fully dissipated, rendering him immobile, forced to witness as the embodiment of destruction grasped him tightly and then crushed down with ferocity. Let me out of this thing first, and it'll make you pay for this. Heisenberg's mind echoed with silent lamentations, ensnared within the temporal matter, unable to move. The agony was excruciating, a torment like no other. Just as he successfully traversed and resurrected, death loomed near. Was he to perish just like this? Detection complete. The host is on the verge of suffering fatal harm. Preemptive termination of host work time initiated. Randomly selecting a working universe for deployment. Work location selected. Marvel Universe, Earth 1-9999. Establishing host's fundamental temporal coordinates, commencing work deployment. We hope the host can swiftly commence work to contribute to the sustainable development of a multiverse. Deployment complete. In a mere instant, Heisenberg emerged from his agony, only to find himself amidst the cosmos. Before him lay the exceedingly beautiful Earth. Chapter 2. The Order Keeper. The boundless night sky was meant to remain tranquil, much like the observations made by Selvig years ago. However, today's serenity was destined to be shattered. United Dark Energy Operations, Western Division. Pegasus Project. Space Radiation Center of NASA. S.H.I.E.L.D. Accelerator Control Center. In summary, this locale served as a clandestine S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Although it was dubbed a secret base, in reality, it was anything but secret. Here, an operation involving thousands of researchers was underway, sprawling over an expanse of 892 acres. Such a facility could hardly remain concealed. Yet it was regarded as a secret base solely because the plans conducted within its confines would remain an eternal enigma to the people of America, the world, and indeed, all of humanity. Contemplating this, Nick Fury inhaled deeply. At long last, he had decided to take action regarding the perilous yet resplendent Tesseract. Many years ago, the Tesseract had come into his possession through a series of fortuitous events. To acquire the Tesseract, Nick Fury had paid an unimaginably steep price. He would never admit that the cost was one of his eyes, nor would he concede that his sacrifice resulted in adopting a cat that refused to be tamed. How could Nick Fury, the ardent lover of animals, allow his own cat to claw out his eye? It was all an illusion. The cat merely inflicted an accidental injury upon him, and in its ensuing guilt, it relinquished the cosmic cube into his hands. Or perhaps it was more akin to regurgitating it onto his desk. In any case, following that incident, out of a prudent respect for power, Nick Fury chose to conceal the cosmic cube deeply. He had presumed he would bury it for a lifetime. Yet, unexpectedly, merely a few decades later, he retrieved the cube from its vault and began to utilize and study it, much like the former leader of Hydra, the Red Skull. In the vast emptiness of his office, Nick Fury furrowed his brow, prompting Commander Hill beside him to shake her head. "Nick, do you really intend to use the cube?" I have an ominous feeling about this. We have no other options, Hill. Humanity requires its own trump card, just as those two nuclear bombs served as our safeguard against those haughty extraterrestrials. Faced with Hill's skepticism, Nick Fury remained resolute. As he spoke, memories from several months prior resurfaced in his mind. While Earth had once boasted formidable beings like the Hulk, they were ultimately products of Earth, and he was merely an individual. However, that accursed alien prince had made Nick Fury acutely aware that the threat from outer space was alarmingly close. Even that crisis was beyond the capabilities of his friend, Captain Marvel, to manage. Indeed, Nick had such a friend, but Captain Marvel would only shield him from those intent on invading Earth. Yet those damned Discardians. In ancient times, Earth had been their domain. Viewed through the lens of universal law, Earth, known as Midgard, had consistently been one of the 9 realms, inherently a territory governed by Asgard. As a cosmic being, Captain Marvel was obliged to adhere to this rule, and Asgard had indeed thwarted countless foes from reaching Earth, consistently upholding their identity and responsibility as Earth's guardians. Nevertheless, Nick Fury, who considered himself Earth's representative, vehemently rejected the notion of Earth being Asgard's territory. More so, he did not believe that Earth required Asgard's protection. Asgard might serve as an ally to Earth, but it could only ever be the Tan ally. Indeed, Earth should rightfully possess the initiative within this alliance. To achieve that, Earth needed its own trump card, a cosmic cube. With this thought, Nick Fury lightly moved his fingers and subsequently rose to leave his office. As he made his way toward the research center, he encountered Professor Selvig approaching him. A distinguished astrophysicist, he was an absolute paragon in the study of cosmic rays and dark matter. Upon seeing Nick Fury, Professor Selvig appeared somewhat astonished. "Director, coincidentally, I have something to discuss with you. Please come with me promptly." "What is it?" Nick quietly inquired, trailing behind Selvig as they approached the tallest observation tower of the experimental facility. As Selvig operated the telescope stationed at the center of the observatory, he elucidated to Nick Fury, "The night sky tonight is unlike any other I have detected, an anomalous meteor, one that has shown no prior signs of its arrival, and its trajectory appears to lead directly to Manhattan, New York." Good grief! As soon as Selvig concluded his statement, Nick erupted in expletives, comprehending the gravity of Selvig's revelation. Is this yet another incident akin to that so-called Thor? What else is plummeting into our nation now, for heaven's sake? Indeed, Selvig nodded, centering the telescope's view on the screen for Nick Fury to observe. "I must admit, the shape of this meteor bears a striking resemblance to the human form. It appears to be an individual encased in ice, or at least it looks that way." "How long until impact?" "Approximately 33 minutes, with the landing site predicted to be in the heart of Manhattan, near the New York Stock Exchange." "Huh? Is this extraterrestrial prince intending to disrupt our stock market?" Nick Fury jested, visibly irritated, before turning on his heel and issuing commands to S.H.I.E.L.D. through his earpiece. Special operation, led by Coulson, with Natasha accompanying. Location, Manhattan. Target, the entity descending from the sky. Stand by for its landing and respond to the situation accordingly once it has fallen. Received. Coulson, who was sipping coffee with a cellist, displayed a look of resignation. He waved apologetically to the woman before him. "My apologies, but I must attend to some urgent matters." But, fortunately, he was still in New York, and within 40 seconds, he had coordinated with Black Widow Natasha and the 7 operational teams under his command. Coincidentally, over 20 Black Hummers convened below the New York Stock Exchange. By the time they arrived, local law enforcement had already begun to evacuate nearby civilians. Coulson emerged from one of the Hummers, with Natasha already waiting a few meters away. "Wow, you arrived quite swiftly," Coulson remarked with a smile. "Well, I was already in the process of purchasing shares from Stark Industries ever since he revealed himself as Iron Man. Their stock has been surging dramatically," Natasha replied with a stoic expression, while Coulson continued to engage in light banter. "I also invested in a bit of stock, but it's rather steep. My salary barely allows for." Mid-sentence, Coulson halted, his brow furrowing as he cautiously gazed at the night sky. Beside the brightest morning star, a meteor, faintly glowing with embers, had begun to manifest by the heavens. That was indeed swift. Lock onto the meteor's trajectory, ascertain its landing location, and expedite the evacuation of the populace. "Where in the devil is Iron Man? We require assistance. We must decelerate that infernal object." Coulson issued his commands with urgency, prompting all S.H.I.E.L.D. field agents to spring into action. Natasha shook her hands in exasperation. "What a nuisance. I hope it's a fool like Thor. Let us wish so. Those simpletons like him are dreadfully rare. Remain vigilant. Agreed. The two exchanged silent glances, awaiting the meteor's descent. A mere 20 seconds later, another brilliant light streaked across the sky, landing precisely beside Coulson. Wow, wow, wow. What a thrilling night. Can you fathom my feelings when I was conversing with tonight's Oscar-winning actress and suddenly discovered a meteor hurtling towards my building? As he spoke, Iron Man lifted his visor, revealing a face adorned with a carefree grin. Tony Stark patted Coulson's shoulder. Why is it that ever since I became Iron Man, I'm beset by so many troubles? Previously, all I needed was to drink and indulge in women while dabbling in minor inventions. Yet now, I must contend with extraterrestrial objects and meteors while endeavoring to save the world. Indeed, it is because you soar higher that you see further, Tony. Coulson's expression was grave. There is no time for idle chatter. We must decelerate that object and prevent it from crashing into the heart of Manhattan at meteor speed. He urged anxiously, but Tony merely waved his hand dismissively. Don't fret about that. My friend is already slowing down. As he spoke, Tony pointed to the increasingly distinct meteor in the sky. On the contrary, my greater concern is its deceleration, which implies it possesses intelligence. What do you suppose it could be? Another Asgardian prince, or perhaps an illegitimate child from Olympus? Enough with the jesting. Tony, it is about to fall. Coulson disregarded Tony's banter, remaining tense and alert as he focused on the meteor. However, he felt a measure of relief. He trusted Tony's judgment. At the very least, this descending meteor would not wreak immediate havoc upon New York upon impact. Meanwhile, within the fabric of space-time, Heisenberg reveled in the exhilaration of entering Earth from outer space while swiftly absorbing the gifts from the system. Due to the nature of this operation being an urgent matter, please be prompt in receiving the novice package. Package contents: Multiversal Language Pack, a compendium of multiversal customs and habits, task requirements for the operational universe, and special directives for this. Mission: the world you're about to enter is designated as Marvel Universe number 19999, perhaps referring to it as the Marvel Cinematic Universe will be more familiar to you. Era of arrival: 3 months prior to the Avengers' first assembly. Arrival of content, ensuring the normal operation of Earth 19999. Work compensation: for each year you guarantee the normal functioning of Earth 19999, you shall receive 5 minutes of absolute invincibility. Additional rewards: for every day spent within the working universe, you shall acquire a certain amount of primordial matter, which can be exchanged for anything you desire. Special rewards: the more lives you influence within the working universe, the greater the amount of primordial matter you will receive. Strive to expand your influence within the working universe. Newly appointed Order Keeper, please swiftly enter into work mode. Countdown to descent. 10, 9, 8. All right. I truly do not comprehend what precisely I am required to do. Upon reading the system prompt, Heisenberg found himself utterly bewildered. Ensuring the operation of the universe? What on earth does that mean? Even if he were not present, wouldn't the universe continue its course? However, ultimately, Heisenberg need not dwell on such matters. He simply needed to acknowledge that he had landed. Thud! As the temporal matter decelerated, Heisenberg, enveloped in his temporal crystal, gently descended to the ground. In that fleeting moment, the temporal matter surrounding him rapidly dissolved. In the next instant, Heisenberg, completely unclothed, appeared before all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, along with a slightly astonished Natasha. Chapter 3: The Ordinary. With the appearance of the naked man, all those in the vicinity of the Manhattan Stock Exchange fell into a tense silence. This silence persisted for over 20 seconds until Heisenberg, with great difficulty, moved, thereby breaking the stillness. Heisenberg raised his hands stiffly, like a zombie. In an instant, over 70 rifles and 12 grenade launchers aimed at him. Iron Man pointed his gauntlets at Heisenberg, the light within his palms intensifying. Black Widow's right-hand glove sparked with radiant arcs of electricity, both perilous and strikingly beautiful. As for Coulson, he glanced at his own raised handgun and lightly pursed his lips. Why does this stance seem utterly futile? Clearing his throat, Coulson shook his head, dismissing the distracting thoughts in his mind, and cautiously asked, "Can you understand my words? Who are you? Where do you come from? And what do you intend to do?" As the words fell, Heisenberg frowned. Was this not the 3 fundamental questions of existence? Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? I am Heisenberg, the 64th High Elder of the Kryptonian Council. I am, Before he could finish his sentence, An overwhelming wave of excruciating pain interrupted him. Voices, a cacophony of tumultuous noise, surged into his mind. It felt as if thousands of huskies were howling madly in his ears that were like hundreds of thousands of women chattering incessantly in his head. It was as if 1,000 nuclear warheads detonated within his mouth and nostrils. Each breath of air felt as sharp as a dagger, and he was forced to exert every ounce of strength to inhale. Yet no matter how much gas he drew in, his lungs remained parched beyond measure. And most crucially, radiation. Heisenberg was acutely aware that it was the radiation belonging to the sun, the unique yellow sun of Earth, which commenced the natural enhancement of Kryptonian cells. However, this enhancement was far from gentle. It felt as though his cells were akin to a riverbed parched for centuries, while the solar radiation surged forth like a torrential river. In the instant the radiative waters nourished Heisenberg's form, they transformed into a tumultuous mudslide, recklessly coursing through every crevice of his being. He could no longer muster the strength to articulate his anguish. Collapsing to the ground with a thud, face down on the asphalt, his body convulsing as if he were a shrimp being boiled alive. His agonizing display instantly extinguished the hostility of those from S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson dashed to Heisenberg's side. Good grief. It seems an elder from some alien planet has landed on our Earth with a certain affliction. I certainly do not wish for him to perish here. While speaking, Coulson began issuing commands to those nearby. Evacuate Manhattan. Completely. The target is suspected of carrying a lethal disease, and we cannot rule out contagion. Those with children at home and field agents under the age of 25 are prohibited from approaching. The rest of you, a few of you come with me to escort him back to the division. Yes, understood. I'll go. Instantly, 3 or 4 individuals stepped forward, and in no time, Heisenberg was lifted into a Hummer for care. The Hummer roared away, leaving Iron Man alone, gazing at the retreating convoy, his expression one of exasperation. Quite swift in action. Well, Jarvis, inform Pepper to send over 2 samples of the virus testing equipment that Stark Industries developed 2 years ago and has since ceased production. Also, emphasized to Pepper that she must not come within a step of the stock exchange. As he contemplated, Tony paused for a moment before adding another directive. By the way, let's also procure 200,000 sets of protective suits and 1 million masks, just to have them ready for the people of New York. Understood, Mr. Stark. Jarvis promptly set to work. Following this, Tony directed his gaze to the spot where Heisenberg had previously collapsed, as if something had caught his attention. He approached the location, bending down to scrutinize the ground. Was there a pit like this on the road before? Indeed, right at the spot where Heisenberg had fallen, a peculiar pit stood prominently in the center of the road. This pit appeared to comprise 3 sections, with 2 shallower depressions flanking a deeper one. Curious, Tony tentatively extended his hand to probe the edge of the pit. This is a main thoroughfare in Manhattan. Such overt damage is simply inconceivable. So what could this pit possibly be? Tony found himself envisioning the scene of Heisenberg's fall, and immediately, his expression darkened. He sprang to his feet with remarkable speed, retreating several paces in disgust. With a strange look, he glanced down at his own waist before shifting his gaze back to the pit on the ground. What an absolute miracle, a sheer wonder. It's infuriating. With that exclamation, he took off into the sky without a backward glance that he needed a new suit of armor. This Mark II had to be discarded. After all, he had no desire to don an outfit that had indirectly come into contact with such a man. That was simply not Tony. Approximately 40 minutes later, the New York branch of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury scrutinized Heisenberg through the one-way bulletproof glass of the wall, observing the scene within the room. By Heisenberg's bedside, over a dozen medical experts were engaged in fervent discussion. Damn it, our current detection devices seem incapable of penetrating his skin to reach his internal organs. His musculature appears denser than the thickest metal. This is utterly incredible. Even my finest surgical scalpel cannot sever a single strand of his hair. Not just hair, I even attempted to take a sample from his eyeball using a laser knife. But our laser cannot even harm his lens. What manner of life is this? Even Thor, the god of thunder who last visited Earth, did not possess such a formidable physique. I suspect he could survive independently in the cosmos. It is entirely plausible. Enough chatter. He is awake, albeit seemingly tormented by pain. Even if he cannot comprehend our language, we must not divulge too much information, for he is. As if roused from slumber, Heisenberg suddenly spoke, opening his eyes. Just moments ago, his body had been bound to an experimental table by S.H.I.E.L.D. Had he not been a Kryptonian, he would likely have been reduced to a collection of dismembered organs scattered about. he felt a surge of displeasure. Upon opening his eyes, the scene before him appeared blurry instead of humans. He perceived a multitude of human skeletons. His extraordinary vision allowed him to see through the doctor's disguises effortlessly. Thus, he fixated his gaze on one particular physician's posterior, drawn by the conspicuousness of the anal plug nestled there. The doctors remained oblivious to his scrutiny. Conversely, they were astonished by Heisenberg's fluent English. In the silence that ensued, Nick Fury outside the isolation chamber bellowed into his earpiece. Quickly inquire about his condition. What ailment does he have? Is it contagious? Hurry! No sooner had Nick Fury finished speaking than Heisenberg sat up decisively. Do not insult me with talk of contagions. Heisenberg, amidst his curses, raised his arm. The specially designed ropes binding him to the hospital bed snapped instantaneously, the sound of the metallic strands breaking causing several doctors to cover their ears. Yet, as Heisenberg surveyed the myriad of knives and lasers surrounding him, a murderous intent brewed within him. Ultimately, he chose to evade the group of doctors and casually leaped from the bed to the floor. Upon landing, his legs wobbled slightly, but he quickly steadied himself by grasping a nearby diagnostic instrument. With a resounding crash, the device was crushed, leaving a deep indentation several centimeters wide. Sparks of electricity flickered for a few seconds before the instrument succumbed to darkness. Gazing at the damaged apparatus, Heisenberg felt no remorse. He nonchalantly tore a bedsheet from the bed to cover himself below the waist. Then he glanced at the seemingly opaque mirror and strode directly towards Nick Fury, who stood outside the one-way glass. Nick Fury frowned tightly, beads of sweat forming at the corners of his forehead. Fortunately, Heisenberg came to a halt before the glass. Well, you haven't provided a business card, but I believe I can hear someone mentioning your name from over 700 meters away. You are the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury. Am I correct? I can scarcely believe it. Nick Fury exclaimed upon hearing Heisenberg's words. There are many things you find hard to believe, such as the fact that you have no power over me. By the way, I dislike conversing in this isolation room. It makes me feel like some rare specimen on display. As he spoke, Heisenberg continued to advance. With Heisenberg drawing closer, both Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. instinctively retreated. Just as Heisenberg's forehead grazed the glass, he suddenly halted. You haven't retreated enough. Take another 20 steps back, to that corner. He offered this reminder, and after a moment's contemplation, Nick Fury complied without hesitation. 20 paces away, Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. stood by the corner, anxiously watching Heisenberg's rather handsome yet undeniably masculine visage. Heisenberg, undeterred, continued to move forward. Without any apparent forceful action, Heisenberg seemed to glide through the space between the glass and the wall. The reinforced glass shattered violently, the explosive reaction showering the area within a 20-meter radius with shards. Heisenberg, clutching the nearly crushed bedsheet, stood amidst the wreckage and raised a hand towards Nick Fury. You appear to have much to say, but first, fetch me a suit something akin to your black trench coat. Be quick, I can accommodate your request, but please refrain from any rash movements. Kindly step into my office. Your clothes will be prepared there, Nick Fury advised cautiously. Very well. Heisenberg nodded and then followed Nick Fury into his office. Along the way, S.H.I.E.L.D. parted ways with the two men. Once Heisenberg entered the office behind Nick Fury, he found S.H.I.E.L.D. waiting inside with a complete set of black attire in hand, having been there for quite some time. Taking the garments, Heisenberg scrutinized them briefly before nodding in approval. Your taste is commendable, surpassing that of my home planet. I have long grown weary of our uniform, unchanged for over 100,000 years. With a mere flicker of motion, he donned the outfit, creating a small whirlwind in the office due to his swiftness. The gust forced Nick Fury to shut his eyes, and when he reopened them, Heisenberg was already seated on the couch, clad in the complete ensemble, occupying what was once Nick. Fury's seat, please sit. It has been ages since I last experienced the comfort of sitting. Feel free to inquire about anything. Heisenberg beckoned from the couch, his demeanor chilling Nick Fury to the core. The overwhelming presence Heisenberg exuded, coupled with the astonishing power he had previously displayed, fortified his authoritative stance. Consequently, Nick Fury sat down opposite Heisenberg, like a subordinate before a superior. After a moment of silence, Nick Fury glanced at S.H.I.E.L.D. and instructed, kindly fetch me the finest wine available for this gentleman. Certainly. S.H.I.E.L.D. replied with a nod before swiftly exiting. She understood Nick Fury's intent. To safeguard against Heisenberg in the office, S.H.I.E.L.D. deemed it necessary to summon their most formidable asset currently located in India, the Hulk. S.H.I.E.L.D. contacted Coulson and Black Widow with orders to recruit the Hulk. Nick Fury quietly inquired, before the drinks arrive, may I boldly ask, What exactly is your identity? Huh. Heisenberg chuckled. Who am I? Am I still that ordinary person from years past, the one who was powerless and could only bow and scrape? Now, he found no need to feign humility, especially considering his Kryptonian strength, which rendered any concern regarding S.H.I.E.L.D. utterly unnecessary. Thus, he spoke with nonchalance. Who am I? I am the 64th Grand Elder of the ancient Kryptonian Council, the only leader in Kryptonian history to be branded a traitor by the people. I am also a so-called criminal, entombed and sealed away for over 18,000 years. Furthermore, I am but a withered skeleton struggling to rise again, despite being left behind by time. Hatred. Recent Minto, you believe my heart is filled with such trivial emotions? Rest assured, I may sense your wariness towards me. However, setting aside all that I once possessed and have since lost, I stand before you now. Just an ordinary Kryptonian, that's all. Chapter 4. The Genesis of Kryptonians on Earth. Ordinary. Upon hearing Heisenberg's self-introduction, Nick Fury's brow nearly dripped with perspiration. Though Heisenberg's introduction was somewhat ambiguous, Nick understood its implication. You were once the leader of another planet, a potential traitor who may have committed grievous acts, perhaps with hidden motives. More importantly, you are an ancient being who has survived for over 18,000 years. Consider that at this moment, the Captain America, whom Nick had unearthed and revived from his frozen slumber, had only been encased in ice for 70 years. You dare to label yourself as ordinary. Furthermore, your physical prowess is so extraordinary that not even a laser could harm a single strand of your hair. The reinforced walls of nuclear shelters, over 30 centimeters thick, cannot impede your normal stride. You call yourself ordinary, you. Nick Fury clenched his fists. You may be impressive, but you can call yourself whatever you wish. You so-called ordinary Kryptonian, that I believe I have grasped your identity. I am Nick Fury. Although you're already acquainted with my name, I hope we can engage in a more formal introduction. He said this with a hint of resignation to Heisenberg, who merely nodded in response. I am Heisenberg. It is not particularly delightful to meet you, Dodo. Nick Fury tilted his head, adopting an exaggeratedly disconcerting pose. Heisenberg quickly squinted his eyes. It was overwhelmingly intense, truly overwhelming. Do not overthink it. I cannot explain my descent from the heavens. Even if I claimed we are kin, you would find it hard to believe. Thus, I hail from beyond the stars. Once I was imprisoned by my treacherous kin for over 18,000 years. Now, I awaken to behold an unfamiliar planet and a throng of alien creatures pointing and whispering about me. As Heisenberg spoke, he rose from his seat and patted Nick Fury on the shoulder. We must strive for mutual understanding, my friend. To me, you are but a bothersome, feeble lot, yet audacious enough to dare treat me as a mere specimen. Am I right? Actually, we Earthlings are quite friendly SOMI, so long as no one provokes me. Heisenberg begrudgingly acquiesced to Nick Fury's assertion, then wandered over to the window. Through the expansive, floor-to-ceiling glass, Heisenberg gazed longingly at the sky outside. Moments later, he faced the window and spread his arms wide. Did you know, Nick, that the gravity of your planet is at least 40 to 50 times lower than that of Krypton? I believe I can truly soar on your world. Do you believe it? Well, flight is a longing inherent to all terrestrial beings. Perhaps you truly can achieve it. However, at this moment, it would be prudent for us to first discuss your future. After all, you are new here and may need time to acclimate to life on Earth before contemplating flight. Stop, rather than dwell on the future. I find myself more inclined to focus on the present. Heisenberg interjected, abruptly interrupting Nick Fury. Nick Fury sprang to his feet, yet Heisenberg merely turned back with a smile and remarked, "You must understand, only sheep require adjustment in a savanna teeming with predators. As a lion at the pinnacle of the food chain, I need only to relish this freedom that has eluded me for 18,000 years." Upon finishing his statement, Heisenberg waved dismissively at Nick behind him. One last piece of advice. Do not provoke me. Should I find myself with leisure, I may return to see you, and I look forward to your hospitality then. Farewell. With a sudden surge, Heisenberg propelled himself into the AI in an instant. The floor of Nick Fury's office was utterly obliterated. Heisenberg soared skyward, ascending to an altitude exceeding 2,000 meters in the blink of an eye. The tumultuous winds battered against his attire. Indeed, he was impervious to the force of the gusts, for the physique of a Kryptonian is extraordinarily robust. Nevertheless, the collar of his shirt was violently torn asunder by the ferocious currents. The damage was not particularly grave, yet the loss of several buttons was a source of mild disappointment for Heisenberg. Only after he traversed this expanse of sky at supersonic speeds did Heisenberg realize the necessity of a form-fitting suit and a cape. Back on his home planet, when Heisenberg was still mortal, he had always perceived Superman's tight-fitting attire and vibrant red cape as somewhat ludicrous. Yet, now endowed with powers akin to the Man of Steel, soaring through the heavens, the incessantly flapping fabric indeed became a source of irritation. The collar of his shirt incessantly slapped against his face with reckless abandon, and in the absence of a cape, that IT mirrored the cinematic depictions where Wonder Woman, lacking a cape upon her debut, perpetually stumbled. Even though Heisenberg had not truly taken flight, merely leaping and gliding through the air, he found it somewhat challenging to maneuver his trajectory. With this thought in mind, Heisenberg began his descent from an altitude of over 2,600 meters. He relished the thrill of freefall. He carefully calibrated his landing. While he did not aspire to be a paragon of virtue akin to Superman, he was not malevolent enough to take pleasure in the notion of causing harm. Should he inadvertently crush too many civilians upon landing, he feared his dreams that night would be far from pleasant. Thus, he adjusted his course, steering himself toward a prominent park in New York City. After a brief interval of approximately 10 seconds, he angled downwards and crashed into a statue of Roosevelt. He shattered the sculpture into a myriad of fragments. He continued his descent to the ground, the resounding crash lingering for over 3 seconds, with the resulting fissures stretching more than 17 meters. Fortunately, by this time, Manhattan had been largely evacuated. Otherwise, his actions might have claimed the lives of at least 20 or 30 individuals harboring racial animosity. Cough, cough, I'm choking. Heisenberg spluttered, rising from the ground. After a fall of just over 2,000 meters, he felt scarcely any pain. Indeed, I must learn to fly otherwise. Who knows if Kryptonians might develop pneumoconiosis, he mused, sharing a dark jest with himself before launching skyward once more. This time, he exerted even greater effort, propelling himself directly into the cumulonimbus clouds. The water vapor was displaced by the shock wave generated by his body as he pierced through the clouds, ascending to heights exceeding 8,000 meters. Ha! This is exhilarating. Not being human is truly thrilling. I shall embrace this new existence. Ha! With a triumphant roar, Heisenberg soared like a bolt from a bow, traversing several hundred meters. Regrettably, he had yet to master the art of flight, and after soaring for a short distance, he began to plummet once more. As he descended, he pursed his lips and murmured softly to the sky, facing away from the earth. It feels like something is still missing. I can hardly sense my Botus weight, yet flying. What could it be? He shook his head and adjusted his posture to face the ground, then smiled nonchalantly. Oh well, I shall simply experiment more. Boom! He decisively crashed into the earth, creating a small impact crater measuring 6 meters across. This time, he landed in the outskirts of New York, where several citizens who had not yet evacuated captured his descent on camera. However, no one managed to photograph his face, as he immediately rolled upon landing and shot back in the sky. Up I go. Ha! I knew this would be easy. It's not difficult at all. This time, Heisenberg leapt into the clouds at over 3,000 meters and, in an instant, transformed into a projectile. Racing forward, he even created a sonic boom around him, a phenomenon resulting from breaking the sound barrier. In the DC universe, Zod achieved free flight in mere minutes, and I am surpassing him in speed. Ha! His joy and exhilaration spilled forth in a torrent of disjointed exclamations. Having lived as a mere mortal for decades, being transformed into a Kryptonian was a sensation beyond compare. What a thrill, boom! Heisenberg vanished in an instant, his speed rendering him undetectable even to the satellites that had been tracking him. He was simply too fast. At the pinnacle of Stark Tower in Manhattan, Tony Stark was left astounded, shutting down his surveillance equipment. What a monster! His jumping height is at least 30 times that of the Green Giant, and his flying speed exceeds that of Thor by more than tenfold. As Tony sat back on the sofa, astonished, he grasped the whiskey that Jarvis had brought him through a robotic servant, weakly rubbing his forehead. Jarvis, he exclaimed, taking a sip of his drink. Is my armor falling behind too much? Mr. Stark, technology has always progressed step by step, and you are indeed on the right path, Jarvis replied. True, but the starting point for these extraterrestrials is exceedingly high. Along my journey, I can scarcely catch a glimpse of them, Tony lamented, rising to head towards the laboratory. The original plans for the Mark III needed revision. He aimed to reinforce the Mark IV against the Kryptonian, who had yet to cause any significant disturbances. After all, Tony was not one to wallow in self-pity. No setback could diminish his drive to advance. If his armor was currently inferior, Then he would enhance it further. One day, he would undoubtedly use his intellect to conquer the mightiest foes in the universe. Meanwhile, within S.H.I.E.L.D., Agent Hill entered the office, holding a drink. "What is this?" she gasped, staring at the destruction of the floor and windows, rendered speechless. Nick Fury rose weakly to retrieve a glass of whiskey from the stunned Hill. He drank it down and set the glass aside. "This is the first lesson the Kryptonian has taught us. Do not attempt to fathom his thoughts," he stated, gesturing toward the damage before them. With just a single leap, this specially designed room worth 18 million could not withstand the impact. "I truly wonder what I can use to contain him." Sighing heavily, Nick sank back onto the sofa. A glimmer of hope flickering across his face, he turned to Hill and inquired, "Do you think our nuclear weapons will be effective against him?" "Perhaps they might be, perhaps not, but we cannot employ them lightly," she replied. "Indeed, if we refrain from using them, we might still hold the sword of Damocles. However, should we deploy them, and they prove ineffective," Nick frowned. "If they do not work, we would be in grave trouble." Hill interjected anxiously that a moment of silence enveloped them before Nick Fury shook his head resolutely. "Hill, regarding the Hulk, I have already dispatched Agent Natasha to make contact. If she cannot succeed, then I fear no one else can." "Very well, and what of Professor Selvig?" "I have instructed the research team to expedite the utilization of the Tesseract. We require more and stronger weaponry." "Precisely. As for our new consultant, Tony has proactively reached out to us, retrieving all information regarding the temporarily designated Kryptonian elder, Heisenberg, and has requested to expedite the Avengers initiative." "All right, everything appears to be on track, yet I can't shake this unsettling feeling," Nick remarked, closing his eyes as a flurry of thoughts swirled within his mind. Moments later, he opened his eyes. "Closely monitor Heisenberg's movements. We must grasp every nuance of his trajectory. Temporarily assign Agent Barbara to make contact with him. After the Hulk's operation concludes, Natasha must follow up on this mission." "Understood," Hill replied succinctly. "Additionally, reach out to Thor's girlfriend and find a way to communicate directly with Thor himself. I must ascertain Krypton's standing in the cosmos. I hope their criminals land on Earth, lest that planet take any aggressive actions against us." "Affirmative." Hill continued to nod, yet Nick Fury's unease remained unabated. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Hill again. "One more thing. Seal all information regarding Heisenberg within every agency. Prohibit any organization, apart from ours, from contacting Heisenberg. We cannot allow those fools to jeopardize our diplomatic relations with Krypton." "Understood." Only then did Nick Fury's anxiety begin to dissipate. In his perspective, as long as Heisenberg interacted solely with S.H.I.E.L.D., the agency under his control, harmony and understanding would prevail. Yet, with S.H.I.E.L.D., truly is S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 5, Unfettered. Flying, exhilarating and liberating. Heisenberg soared through the clouds time and again, relishing the sensation of drifting amidst the sea of clouds. Swimming is a skill most humans can master, but does gliding through the clouds not evoke a more majestic spirit than merely battling the waves of the ocean? Certainly. Otherwise, how could Heisenberg traverse from dusk till dawn? One must admit, Heisenberg had become somewhat intoxicated by flight, uncertain of how many times he had circumnavigated the Earth. When he bid farewell to Nick Fury, the night had merely been around 11 or 12. Yet now, as he hovered once more above New York, the sun had begun to illuminate the city. Heisenberg floated approximately 20,000 meters above the ground, his body sprawled in a star shape, his entire front facing the sun. This warm and invigorating sensation. Heisenberg became momentarily entranced. It seemed to evoke memories of his clandestine moments with his wife before his transdimensional journey, facilitated by the little blue pill. How to describe it? Warmth enveloped him, filling him with unwavering confidence. To liken that medication to the effect of sunlight on Kryptonians may border on impertinence. Yet the sunlight undeniably bestowed him with such a feeling. Heisenberg could even distinctly sense his burgeoning strength. How significant this increase was, he could not ascertain, but he was confident that he could now contend with two of his former selves. Thus, relishing the enhancement brought by the sunlight, Heisenberg lay peacefully for over 2 hours. Only when tranquility gave way to restlessness did he turn the clouds, pondering where he should seek refuge. Like a superhero seeking a patch of farmland. Then, quietly. Masquerading as an American farmer? No. That is not the life that Heisenberg desires. Even without power, he relentlessly pursued enjoyment to the fullest. When his monthly earnings barely reached $5,000, He deemed it necessary to indulge in a few drinks each month. As his income approached 10,000, he occasionally ventured into the nightlife. With increasing wealth, his amusement grew more extravagant, yet his desires inevitably escalated alongside. Before becoming a Kryptonian, Heisenberg was fervently dedicated to amassing wealth because, in a world devoid of extraordinary powers, money equates to authority. Now, wielding an otherworldly power, must he adopt a low profile, conceal his identity, and blend into the mundane world? To hell with that. Heisenberg abruptly turned and stormed back into the very room he had once departed from. Indeed, it was Nick Fury's exclusive office within S.H.I.E.L.D's New York division. Boom! Crash! The floor-to-ceiling windows, installed less than 2 hours prior, shattered explosively. The S.H.I.E.L.D. renovation team, diligently working on the floor, nearly succumbed to panic. Before the astonished gaze of the numerous workers, Heisenberg simply waved his hand. "Do not panic, gentlemen. Carry on as you wish. I am merely seeking Nick Fury. It seems I had a minor appointment with him before my departure." A.S.'s words echoed. Every individual present nearly knelt before Heisenberg in awe. "You are simply terrifying. This is imported bulletproof glass manufactured in China, not the shoddy crystal products fabricated domestically in America. Glass that can withstand cannon fire, and yet you shattered it like a mere film. Are you even human?" After a moment of stunned silence, someone finally reacted. A startled employee suddenly drew a weapon and began firing at Heisenberg. The handgun unleashed its feeble barrage, yet Heisenberg merely frowned. His attire bore the brunt of the assault. "Gentlemen, while a moment of impulse may be forgiven, should you persist, do not blame me for the consequences." In a bid to preserve his dignified image, Heisenberg attempted to reason with the agents. Yet, none heeded his words. They perceived him solely as an intruder, for after Nick Fury had sealed the information and maintained strict confidentiality, no one had briefed them on Heisenberg's identity. What followed was a relentless hail of bullets, a testament to the agents' remarkable training. Clang! Clang! The bullets ricocheted off Heisenberg, scattering wildly in all directions while the agents began to wail one by one. "On my back! Damn it! Watch out for stray bullets. Do not shoot, he is impervious to gunfire. He is a monster. Who is he? Ah, I've been shot." In a mere 5 seconds, over 300 bullets collided with Heisenberg, splattering chaotically throughout the office. Similarly, more than 6 agents sustained injuries as a result. The brief barrage soon ceased, yet Heisenberg remained steadfast in his position while the agents began to scatter in a panic. "This is the 4th Division of the Maintenance Department. We have an intruder in the Triskelion building. The intruder is a superhuman. We require immediate assistance." Numerous individuals commenced reporting the incursion, causing Nick Fury, who was intently observing Natasha's progress in India from the basement, to break into a cold sweat. Without hesitation, Nick Fury terminated the video of Natasha and switched to the surveillance feed from his office. It was then that he clearly discerned Heisenberg's visage. "I am Nick Fury. Cease fire immediately. All personnel, stand down." Urgently issuing the command to halt the assault, Nick Fury wiped his brow and dashed out of the underground control center. Within the office, Heisenberg's extraordinary hearing allowed him to catch Nick Fury's directive. The agents, surprisingly obedient, collectively lowered their firearms, raising their hands towards Heisenberg to indicate they posed no threat. "Now you choose to stop?" he quipped softly, then abruptly lifted his foot. His right foot returned to the ground. The entire office floor disintegrated into ruin. Concrete and the embedded blast-resistant metal shattered instantaneously, leaving no place for anyone to stand. Bang! Crash! Thud! The agents fell like dumplings, plummeting to the floor below with a cacophony of noise. Upon landing, the jagged concrete shards and more lethal metal fragments left them gravely injured. Good heavens, someone help! Quickly, assist them, their injuries are severe. Directly beneath Nick Fury's office lay a laboratory, where frantic researchers incoherently initiated the first phase of rescue efforts. Meanwhile, Heisenberg floated serenely in the air, as if the chaos below him had never occurred. After approximately 20 seconds, someone finally emerged from the clutches of fear that a maintenance worker, not severely injured, struggled to rise. He raised his right hand, pointing at Heisenberg, and with all his might shouted, "We have ceased fire. Why do you continue this?" "Why?" Heisenberg replied with a cold smirk, slowly descending toward the floor. "You inquire why I persist in harming you after you have declared a ceasefire? But why, after I introduced myself and tolerated your initial assault, do you still harbor intentions to kill me? You dictate when to fire and when to refrain, yet why must everything unfold according to your whims? Bang! Heisenberg struck the speaking agent across the face with such force that the agent crumpled to the ground. However, he ultimately restrained his power, ensuring that the agent's brain matter did not splatter onto the researchers behind him. Your methods are excessively domineering, and your firearms are perilously dangerous. Thus, I shall administer a slight reprimand, a lesson for all of you. And as I have stated, do not claim you were not forewarned. After delivering his punishment, Heisenberg spoke ominously, slowly drifting towards the door. This was his chosen manner of establishing authority. Indeed, he was formidable, so much so that Nick and his companions were acutely aware that provoking him was ill-advised. Yet, that was still far from sufficient. Superman is indeed powerful, yet none harbor fear of him, be it Lex Luthor or any random American official. They dare to speak boldly against him. Heisenberg would never find himself in the same predicament as Superman. For whatever reason, it was only by inflicting real pain and injury upon them that he could cultivate an image of being capricious, prone to violence, and indifferent to human life, thereby earning the respect and warranted fear of the weak. S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon exiting the laboratory, Heisenberg encountered a considerable number of agents gathering. Like a warrior encircled, he strode confidently through the agents, traversing two similar laboratories along the way. At last, he beheld the lounge, or at least a room furnished with several sofas. He reclined comfortably on one, closing his eyes in anticipation of Nick Fury's arrival. Around him lingered a few agents, either observing or monitoring Heisenberg. However, with the arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D., those agents dispersed entirely. S.H.I.E.L.D. quietly settled into the seat opposite Heisenberg, gently tapping the armrest of the sofa to indicate her presence. Heisenberg grunted, opening his eyes to speak. Let me see. Nick Fury is over 60 meters underground. He is ascending, so we have 5 minutes remaining. Though brief, it is a privilege to share these 5 minutes with such a lovely lady. Ha! Upon hearing Heisenberg's words, S.H.I.E.L.D. smiled softly, her lips pressed together. Mr. Heisenberg, your witty remarks seem somewhat incongruous with your actions against our agents. Very well. Allow me to clarify. My understanding of life is quite simple. Should someone bare their teeth at me, I shall return the glare. It is only fair. But you know better than we do that my subordinates could not possibly harm you. Thus, should I simply stand by and tolerate them shooting bullets at my face? Would you endure standing there while being bitten by dozens of mosquitoes? Heisenberg's expression soured slightly regardless of the beauty seated before him. His limits would not be crossed. If one wishes to avoid being harmed by this world, one must be prepared to inflict harm upon it before suffering oneself. He must extend his claws and bare his fangs. Only by ensuring that everyone recognizes him as a force to be reckoned with can he prevent any random individual from daring to provoke him. In this regard, countless individuals in the neighboring DC universe have already provided him with ample examples through their own experiences. Behold Superman, a paragon of virtue who dedicates his days to noble deeds, basking in the admiration of a select few, yet perpetually ensnared by the machinations of countless conspirators. His beloved and mother, the two most cherished individuals in his life, tragically find themselves on the brink of becoming victims of incessant abduction. How lamentably innocent, how absurdly comical. Now, turn your gaze to Batman. Despite his brutal methods, he clings to the principle of sparing lives. Consequently, his adversaries continually resurface, employing ever-changing tactics to provoke and harm him. Who dares to challenge the maniacal Batman, the one who revels in unrestrained slaughter? And who would dare to meet the unjust Superman's gaze? No one defies any command from the unjust Superman. If one were to encase power within the scabbard of mercy and kindness, no one would fear this unseen, radiant weapon. This embodies the survival philosophy that Heisenberg has chosen for his future. He refuses to be a blade sealed by justice. He desires to unveil his sharpest edge to the world. He acknowledges that for the first 28 years of his life, he was merely immortal, perhaps incapable of true cruelty, akin to the absolute malevolence of a Joker. Yet, if it is merely slaughter, he is more than capable. If judicious violence could grant him tranquility, if calculated brutality could enhance his enjoyment of life, then, indeed, murder becomes his undeniable duty. S.H.I.E.L.D. Heisenberg declared with an expression of utmost seriousness. This is my second warning to you. Anyone who dares to fire upon me shall meet an unfortunate fate, trust me. But S.H.I.E.L.D. attempted to interject, only to find Heisenberg swiftly at her side, effortlessly grasping her chin. You wish to argue? Ha! His actions provoked Hill to glare at him in fury. Yet alas, such gestures from a woman of her beauty evoke no fear. Do not question me, Earthling. You may have your own rules, but I too have my boundaries. They chose to raise their weapons against Met Hat was their decision, and it is my prerogative to ensure they bear certain consequences. Do you believe this insufficient merely because they still draw breath? I can easily orchestrate their demise, what say you? Ugh! At his words, Hill struggled fiercely. Observing this, Heisenberg released her, pushing her aside. TSK, such an intriguing creature, self-centered and hypocritical. Thus, refrain from speaking before me. Your dialogue has quenched my thirst for annoyance. Now go and prepare me a drink. Chapter 6, A Transaction. You have inflicted harm upon our agents, only to issue orders to me. Is this the custom of the Kryptonians? Facing Heisenberg's insistence, Hill hesitantly questioned him. No, the true custom of the Kryptonians is to invade your planet before you even speak. Heisenberg scoffed, contemplating for a moment before disdainfully pursing his lips. Let us converse differently. I have just endured the impact of 322 bullets. Consider it a means to soothe this dangerous individual. Bring me a drink. This act of consolation is indeed quite simple, yet I would much prefer to express my dissent, as I have yet to receive the respect you owe to Earth and to me, even if it means your demise. Not everyone fears death, especially not Earthlings, my lord. Hill's final words were abruptly interrupted as the lounge door swung open. A slightly perspiring Nick Fury strode in with purpose, positioning himself between Heisenberg and Hill. He cast a penetrating glance at Heisenberg, and upon noticing Heisenberg's indifferent demeanor, he took a deep breath. As he exhaled, he prepared to humble himself. It is truly a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Heisenberg. When you departed from my office last night, I feared that Earth could not retain you, Nick Fury remarked, casually seating himself on the sofa to Heisenberg's left, muttering to himself as he settled in. I am immensely grateful that, after touring the wonders of Earth, Mr. Heisenberg still chose to return to our nation. Although there were minor inconveniences during your visit, I trust that our forthcoming journey will make you feel entirely at home. Fury snapped his fingers and addressed Hill, who was standing nearby. Hill, could you fetch some drinks for Mr. Heisenberg and me? I still owe him a glass. At that moment, Heisenberg mused to himself. Ah, the essence of change remains constant. This is the unscrupulous Heisenberg, and there is Hill. Nick Fury, observing the scene, inquired with a hint of confusion, what is the matter? Hill naturally shook her head. It's nothing. I will go fetch the drinks. Indeed, everything is just fine. Your hospitality aligns perfectly with my sentiments. Director Fury, you are exceedingly gracious, and Agent Hill, do hurry with the drinks. Huh. As Heisenberg spoke, Hill had already risen to procure the beverages. Watching Hill's composed demeanor, Heisenberg smiled knowingly. See, power brings such joy. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, one can engage in actions ordinarily deemed unthinkable, and those who would typically command your subservience must bow like mere eggs before you. As a soul of Chinese descent, could Heisenberg have ever imagined infiltrating the New York base of the S.H.I.E.L.D. in America during the first half of his life? Yet now, he had accomplished just that, receiving an unprecedented welcome and refreshments in return. Believe me, experiences like this will undoubtedly furnish you with joy and fulfillment that you could never have anticipated. At present, Heisenberg is in an exceedingly pleasant mood. Without hesitation, he levitates and glides to a position merely 30 centimeters from Nick Fury, settling beside him. With a smile, he addresses Nick, since it is just the two of us. Allow me to discuss something of substance. Please, go ahead. Nick Fury nods in response. Last night, I must have circumnavigated the Earth over 7,000 times, approximately. And what of it? Nick wipes the cold sweat from his brow. After witnessing the lives of most regions on Earth, I find myself quite enamored with the hedonistic and opulent lifestyle of you Americans. As he speaks, Heisenberg produces his right hand, rubbing his thumb against his index and middle fingers. Wealth, women, luxury cars, and exquisite timepieces. These are the very things I once neither possessed nor pursued. They seem fitting for me now, as a poor soul imprisoned for millennia, desperately seeking to release the pent-up grievances within and embrace what may be a brighter future. With a clap on Nick's shoulder, Heisenberg chuckles as Nick Fury grimaces. I am averse to complications, being an ancient man of several millennia. I no longer wish to toil like the youth in pursuit of desires. Yet, I cannot resign myself to a life akin to that of an ascetic. Therefore, I must trouble others, seeking a life befitting my strength and status. Heisenberg pats Nick's shoulder once more. In light of this, whom do you think I should trouble? I shall take it upon myself. Nick Fury proclaims, grasping Heisenberg's hand firmly. As the S.H.I.E.L.D., an agency under the auspices of the United Nations, We receive trillions of dollars annually. Trust me, no organization on Earth is wealthier than we are. We possess the means to fulfill all your desires. Of course, those desires ought to be reasonable. Haha, then I shall be thoroughly satisfied. Could you arrange for me a place to reside? Certainly. What kind of environment do you prefer? Nick Fury continues, if you fancy the soothing sea breeze. We can construct a magnificent castle for you in the Strait of Malacca. If you prefer the pristine ice and snow, we could build a cozy tower in the Arctic or Antarctic. If you yearn for the vitality of early spring, the forests of Norway will showcase a true blossoming of life. If you delight in the bountiful harvests of a warm autumn, the maple leaves of Canada will present to you a landscape adorned in vibrant crimson. I must say, Heisenberg is momentarily taken aback by Nick Fury's eloquent descriptions. What manner of S.H.I.E.L.D. director are you? Surely, you must have a background in guiding tours. These phrases must have been meticulously prepared in advance. In a fleeting moment, the vivid imagery painted by Nick Fury blossoms in Heisenberg's mind. He truly wishes to stroll through those picturesque landscapes. Sights he never had the opportunity to experience before his journey. Wait, something seems amiss. What could it be? After a moment of contemplation, Heisenberg furrowed his brow and inquired, are you certain you are not sending me to some remote location? Of course not. How could that be? Nick Fury replied, momentarily taken aback, quickly wiping away the non-existent sweat from his brow before adding, I am merely introducing you to the most beautiful 4 seasons this planet has to offer. If you find those uninteresting, you are welcome to make a request. Requests, certainly. For instance, how about a bar? I am rather fond of the atmosphere in bars. Not a problem. Which city do you prefer? How about New York? Yes, in New York, specifically at the intersection of Queens and Hell's Kitchen. Mr. Heisenberg, Queens and Hell's Kitchen do not intersect. So, are you expecting me to fold them together so they would intersect? No, I will send someone immediately. I assure you, by tonight at the latest, you shall have your desired bar. However, after making this promise to Heisenberg, Nick Fury's words began to falter. He hesitated for a moment, as if reaching a resolution, and said, but I have a request. May I be frank? I would like to conduct a physical test on you, just a basic assessment of strength and speed. If you permit it, you may also utilize our instruments to test any special abilities you might possess. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Nick Fury felt a surge of anxiety, especially since Heisenberg was still gripping his shoulder. If he angered Heisenberg, those hands capable of effortlessly shattering bulletproof glass could easily turn on him. Fortunately, Heisenberg merely frowned before nodding in agreement. Just a minor physical test, right? With a sardonic smile, Heisenberg continued, very well, let this be our first transaction. You procure a satisfactory bar for me, and I shall reveal a portion of my abilities to assist you in devising methods to handle and regulate me. No, it is merely to broaden our understanding. Nick Fury explained in a relaxed tone. You are our friend. Here on Earth, only friends engage in such convivial drinking and conversation. Why would we harbor dangerous thoughts about a friend? Heisenberg scoffed dismissively. Say what you will, but my bar must be arranged post-haste. I require one atop a skyscraper, with a rooftop terrace. Do you understand? Yes. Of course, there will be a rooftop, Nick Fury assured as Agent Hill approached with refreshments. Nick Fury and Heisenberg cast their gazes towards Hill, and one of them wore an expression that caused Hill to press her lips together in dissatisfaction. I am unsure of your preferences, so I have merely brought a bottle of bourbon, she remarked with a slight roll of her eyes. Heisenberg took the tray from her hand, poured himself a glass of bourbon, and then handed the remaining majority of the bottle to Nick Fury. He raised his glass and clinked it against Fury's substantial bottle. Cheers, my friend. With that, Heisenberg downed his drink in one swift motion, then regarded Nick Fury with keen interest. At that moment, Fury's expression was as dark as a spoiled egg, yet he managed to raise the bottle. Cheers, he echoed, before forcing himself to consume the remainder of the bourbon. As he set down the empty bottle, his countenance had grown increasingly grim. Nevertheless, he merely shook his head and quietly inquired of Heisenberg, do you mind if we commence the testing now? At your leisure. Very well, follow me. Nick Fury had become notably more taciturn, likely due to his foul mood. He rose to lead Heisenberg, with Hill trailing behind him, casting not a glance at Heisenberg. Upon reaching the elevator, they descended, exited the Triskelion, and boarded an observation vehicle. The trio traversed the S.H.I.E.L.D. park, arriving at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. Under the watchful eyes of several curious students, Heisenberg followed Nick into the Academy building and then proceeded to the basement. After navigating a series of turns, Heisenberg finally encountered a training area spacious enough for their purposes. Though subterranean, the training ground was exceptionally vast. approximately the size of 3 football fields. With a height of around 9 meters, it was ample space for most to execute their skills. However, at that moment, the training area housed but a single individual, an athletic man clad in simple jeans and a white shirt. As Heisenberg entered the training facility, the lone practitioner was vigorously assaulting a punching bag. Thud, 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 thud. Left and right jabs transitioned into a waist hook, followed by a knee strike and culminating in a throw. The unfortunate punching bag was being toyed with like a puppet by this robust man. The arrival of Heisenberg and the others did not disrupt the man's routine. He continued his movements even as they stood 5 or 6 meters behind him. After 20 seconds had elapsed, the man repeated his previous sequence before turning to nod at Nick Fury. The quality of this punching bag is truly commendable. Had it been in my time, it would have been rendered utterly unrecognizable after a single session, he remarked, his gaze now fixed on the smiling Heisenberg. Nick Fury. Agent Hill, it has been some time since we last met, and this gentleman here, he gestured towards Heisenberg, inquiring, what may I call you? Heisenberg. Heisenberg extended his right hand towards the man, who reciprocated the gesture. Steve Rogers, a pleasure to meet you. Chapter 7. How did I perform? The Captain America introduced himself, cautiously stealing a glance at Heisenberg's face, seemingly eager to witness his astonishment. Alas, Heisenberg merely nodded, shaking the hand he held with the captain up and down. So it's Steve Rogers, is it? A pleasure indeed. With casual banter, Heisenberg released his grip, eliciting a relieved smile from Captain America. Upon awakening, he had anticipated that his name would be immortalized. However, it now appeared that the legacy of Captain America had a shelf life of less than 70 years. Yet, perhaps this was for the best, for after a slumber of 70 years, he might genuinely discover a life belonging to him. He had devoted nearly his entire existence to his country, even intending to surrender his life to the land that nurtured him and the world itself at the moment of his final decision. But now, with the world at peace, Captain America may indeed no longer need to make an appearance. Contemplating this, his expression grew increasingly serene, and in a mere 5 or 6 seconds, he seemed to age 7 or 8 years, embodying an air of tranquility and composure. Well then, now that we've met, what brings you to me? Perhaps introduce me to a companion for workouts? Captain America inquired nonchalantly, prompting Nick Fury to quickly shake his head. Certainly not. Our friend here requires a rather discreet training venue. Huh. Captain America paused, his gaze scrutinizing Heisenberg back and forth. Was this someone akin to himself? Even requiring training to be shrouded in secrecy? Akin? Hearing the captain's question, Nick Fury fell silent. After a moment, he shook his head. Forgive my candor, Captain Rogers, but the disparity between you and our friend is quite significant. Upon finishing, Nick tentatively patted Heisenberg's arm, which Heisenberg did not resist. With Nick's encouragement, he was untroubled by this minor transgression. Thus, Nick Fury successfully patted Heisenberg's arm, stating, this underground training facility is equipped with nearly all training apparatus. You may demonstrate your abilities here. No need to worry about leaking information. Those present are among the most tight-lipped in S.H.I.E.L.D. Then I shall simply indulge, Heisenberg replied noncommittally, before stepping towards the punching bag recently utilized by Captain America. Assuming a stance as though to strike, he turned to address the captain and his companions. I have no desire to prance about like a monkey from the spire, so I shall demonstrate but a single punch. With that, Heisenberg unleashed a swift strike. Boom. The punch shattered the air, resonating through the basement with the thunderous sound of breaking the sound barrier. In but a fleeting moment, before Captain America and the others could fully comprehend the situation, Heisenberg's fist had already descended upon the sandbag. The standing sandbag was instantly obliterated, soaring merely half a meter before shattering into innumerable chaotic ashes. Yet, the force of this strike was far from diminished. An inexhaustible and terrifying power, unleashed after the destruction of the sandbag, ensnared every particle of iron sand and dust within. It resembled a sandstorm ravaging the plains, or perhaps a mudslide sweeping through a village. The furious airflow, laden with the remnants of the sandbag, brazenly surged towards the barbell positioned behind it. The barbell continued its ruinous path, its fragments coalescing to utterly devastate the treadmill and resistance machine further back. An increasing number of apparatuses were reduced to ashes in mere moments, their debris expanding outward in all directions. Even at a distance of over 20 meters from Heisenberg, the very ground and ceiling of the underground training facility suffered irreparable damage. It was as if a colossal hand had disturbed the tranquil surface of a lake, or like a deity wielding spray paint, conjuring forth a miraculous spectacle. The entire training ground resembled waves crashing upon the shore, radiating from Heisenberg at an approximate angle of 13 degrees in the direction of his punch. For a full 1,700 meters, No material retained its original form. It took more than half a minute before the cacophony caused by this singular blow began to subside. The dust that had been kicked up lingered for over 5 minutes before gradually settling back to the ground. Heisenberg's fist had, in essence, carved a canyon within the subterranean realm. Silence. An infinite silence. On the portion of the training ground behind Heisenberg, which had miraculously sustained minimal damage, S.H.I.E.L.D. found herself unable to control her legs, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Nick Fury's mechanical eye, concealed beneath his eye patch, flickered with luminescence, unable to resist capturing the breathtaking scene that had just unfolded. As for Captain America, he had been rubbing his head, convinced he was ensnared in a dream. Heisenberg regarded the trio with an air of indifference, and as impatience began to creep in, he noticed that none of them had the resolve to speak. Thus, Heisenberg was compelled to address Nick Fury directly. How did I perform? Astounding. That's good to hear. I was worried that my modest talents might be underestimated by you. Observing the dazed Nick Fury, Heisenberg tilted his head slightly, casting a glance towards the ground. He continued, the structures down there are all ringing with alarm. It seems they believe an earthquake has struck. Moreover, it appears my punch has damaged the elevator leading to the surface. As compensation, allow me to temporarily create a passage for you. With that, Heisenberg took several steps away from Captain America and the others. He then lifted his gaze toward the heavens. And in that instant, Nick Fury clearly beheld Heisenberg's eyes igniting with a brilliant red glow. Although the hue of this light closely resembles that of the sun, he inexplicably perceives it as the eternal, unquenchable fire of demons from the depths of hell. A vivid crimson glow accompanies the sulfurous scent conjured by Nick Fury's imagination. Suddenly, a beam of light erupted from Heisenberg's eyes, piercing through the earth to a depth of 800 meters. In the next instant, the entire populace of New York witnessed a towering pillar of red light ascending into the sky. In the cinematic universe, General Zod, after merely a brief skirmish with Superman, adeptly masters the technique of heat vision. Heisenberg, without shifting his gaze, maintains this angle to sustain his heat vision. Moments later, surrounding the heat vision, rocks and soil with a diameter of approximately 50 centimeters metamorphose into searing molten lava. This molten substance cascades downward along the trajectory of the heat vision, engulfing Heisenberg entirely. The air quickly fills with the acrid scent of fabric being incinerated. Once he deems the passage sufficiently wide, Heisenberg retracts his heat vision with satisfaction. He then emerges from the mound of lava, soaring naked towards Captain America and his companions. Ms. Hill, stunned, forgets to shield her eyes. However, Heisenberg is utterly unconcerned about his exposure. He beams a broad smile at the trio, extending his right hand towards Captain America. Buddy, may I borrow your pants? This appearance is hardly suitable for soaring through the skies. Sure. Captain America promptly removes his jeans and hands them to Heisenberg. As soon as the denim makes contact with Heisenberg's hand, it ignites in a swift blaze, simply because Heisenberg's body radiates an intense heat. The jeans transform into a fiery sphere, creating an awkward situation. Heisenberg, belatedly realizing, opens his mouth and gently exhales towards his body. The icy breath sweeps over him, gradually cooling his searing form, and by the time this frosty exhalation concludes, Captain America and his companions are left shivering. The ground surrounding Heisenberg is already firmly blanketed with thick frost. Satisfied, Heisenberg nods and extends his hand toward Nick Fury. I can't wear Roger's pants. I'll borrow yours. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's aged face contorts into an expression resembling a darkened peony. Observing Fury's mortification, Heisenberg shrugs in resignation. Otherwise, should I wear Hill's pants? Just a moment. Under Heisenberg's insistence, Nick Fury finally begins to remove his trousers. Meanwhile, Ms. Hill, after rolling her eyes discreetly, distances herself from Captain America and Nick. After about a minute, Nick Fury's bulletproof black trousers, weighing 450 grams, land on Heisenberg's legs. Once dressed, Heisenberg shifts uncomfortably, explaining, "It's a bit tight around the groin." This remark prompts Nick to instinctively lower his gaze. While the comment is minimally harmful, it carries a deeply insulting undertone. Fortunately, Heisenberg did not delve into the reasons behind his predicament. Soon, he soared into the sky, accompanied by the resounding eruption of sand and stone from below, and he vanished completely. Half an hour later, S.H.I.E.L.D. rescue personnel finally lowered a rope into the depths of 800 meters underground. The rescuers swiftly descended, quickly breaching the underground training facility. Then, countless members of the S.H.I.E.L.D. rescue team closed their eyes in regret. What sins had they committed? Why had they uncovered the secrets between their director and Captain America? The most perplexing aspect was why Commander Hill was found in the company of the gaming director and Captain America. Facing this group were two men clad only in white underwear, who gazed expressionlessly at the rescue team. It was only when two obedient team members removed their trousers and handed them over that the men's piercing stares softened. Nick Fury grasped the rope and allowed the ground personnel to drag him upward. As he ascended, Nick Fury's heart sank to the depths. The individuals dispatched to rescue them were all his absolute subordinates. And those who had descended into the training ground were among his most trusted confidants who had directly participated in Captain America's resurrection project. After all, Captain America's revival remained a closely guarded secret. Fury couldn't help but pinch his chin in frustration. His image in front of these confidants was likely in ruins. Meanwhile, atop the Triskelion building of S.H.I.E.L.D's New York branch, on the highest rooftop of the edifice, Heisenberg reclined on a sofa, lazily basking in the sun. Not far from him, another sofa was positioned, occupied by a golden-haired girl, whose visage resembled that of a Barbie doll. Appearing no older than 16, the girl wriggled like a worm for a moment, then stretched her arms in a lazy yawn, exclaiming, "Wow. I never imagined sunbathing could be this delightful." "Indeed, I wouldn't deceive you," Heisenberg replied, turning his gaze toward the doll-like girl. "Agents like you, who traverse through wind and rain, should indulge in the sun more often. There is nothing more pleasurable than basking in sunlight." "Absolutely, especially for someone like you, a Kryptonian. Sunbathing not only enhances your tan, but also boosts your strength, right?" The Barbie doll inquired innocently, catching Heisenberg off guard. After a moment's hesitation, he countered, "Is that your conclusion?" "Hee." The girl pouted playfully and then reached into the large pocket of her hoodie. A moment later, she tossed a comic book at Heisenberg. He caught the comic without needing to flip through it to understand its contents. The cover prominently displayed a massive emblem, unmistakably clear. The protagonist of this comic is, naturally, a descendant named Kal-El. It was only at this moment that Heisenberg recalled the existence of Marvel Comics and Spider-Man comics within the universe. And indeed, within the Marvel Universe, there are also companies alongside Superman comics. Chapter 8. As I lay back to peruse the comic, Barbie softly inquired, "The beam that emerged from underground earlier, was that a heat vision?" Heisenberg pondered for a moment. Pretending to be a true Kryptonian elder, he explained to Barbie, "I cannot say for certain, as that ability only manifested after arriving on your planet. If you believe it to be heat vision, then it must be." With that, Heisenberg hastily finished flipping through the comic. This was one of the earliest Superman comics, detailing the origins of Superman and his backstory with Krypton. Within the pages of this single comic, a wealth of valuable information unfolded. For instance, Superman's powers are derived from Earth's yellow sun, and he is weakened by kryptonite. Moreover, within Superman resides an immensely precious life code. Heisenberg shook the comic he had just read in disbelief. "It is hard to fathom. The protagonist here seems to be one of my descendants. Have Kryptonians ever visited your Earth before?" "Certainly not." Barbie sighed, crossing her arms. "Before you, no one believed that a race of Kryptonians existed in the galaxy. That is precisely why I find it so hard to believe." Heisenberg feigned astonishment. "I must admit, I have no idea what Krypton is like now. After all, I was imprisoned and exiled 18,000 years ago, in the vastness of the cosmos. The only experiences I have known are solitude and the passage of time. As for whether my kin have prohibited natural reproduction, or if my great Krypton has truly perished, I cannot ascertain such information. Can you? Don't ask me. If I could provide answers, I wouldn't be here, akin to a courtesan, being dispatched to your side by my superiors," Barbie replied, letting out a long sigh. "Oh." Heisenberg sighed in response. The two exchanged glances, and Heisenberg managed a wry smile. "Perhaps I should seek a spacecraft and make a leap back to my homeland for a glimpse." Of course, his statement was merely theatrical, yet Barbie seemed to take it to heart. "Perhaps I should resign sooner. Otherwise, a female agent like me is bound to end up on someone else's bed." Barbie once again spoke candidly, causing a renewed silence to envelop the two. Observing Heisenberg's impassive expression, though unsure how to begin, Barbie smiled gently. "Well then, let us refrain from such discussions. In our respective roles, we must fulfill our duties. Henceforth, I shall be frequently present by your side, so consider this an early introduction." Heisenberg finally regained his composure. After a moment of hesitation, he furrowed his brow. "You are remarkably candid," he remarked. "So, now that you are aware that I have been assigned to your side, and my task is to employ every conceivable method and dedicate all that I can to uncover every detail about you," Barbie doll said, playfully nudging Heisenberg's calf with her foot. "Now that you know this insider information, what are your thoughts?" Heisenberg felt an unfamiliar softness in his demeanor for the first time. It became apparent that if a girl truly wished to tease you, She could indeed render you utterly defenseless. Observing Heisenberg's reaction, Barbie doll playfully nudged his calf again. Do tell, how does someone like you view a person like me, given that I have never had the opportunity to engage in such intimate intelligence work before? I see it from a reclining position, Heisenberg replied, spreading his hands and shrugging innocently, humorously adding, I can only be grateful that in my era, my planet did not impose the same restrictions on natural reproduction as the comic you provided. Barbie doll's cheeks flushed instantly, and she playfully kicked Heisenberg's leg with her white sneaker-clad foot. You certainly have a way with words. I am Barbara Morse. Now that we are acquainted. While laughing and feigning annoyance, Barbara extended her hand toward Heisenberg. He grasped her delicate fingers and shook them, introducing himself. I am Heisenberg. As for my surname, in my time on Krypton, the concept of surnames was virtually non-existent. They referred to me as Elder Heisenberg. And what of me? I can't possibly call you Elder Heisenberg. Can I? Considering our age difference, you may well address me as father or grandfather. In any case, I would not mind. Goodness, you are quite the character. Enough of this. Barbara finally succumbed to Heisenberg's audacity. Like a blossoming flower, she sprang from the sofa. She first approached Heisenberg, playfully bumping fists with him to signify their newfound friendship. Then, with a playful twist, she turned to leave. As she walked away, she tapped her finger against her ear. My director is issuing me orders to find you a bar that meets your satisfaction. One with a rooftop, where you can bask in the sun, right? Thank you. Heisenberg waved at the departing Barbara. Once her figure had completely vanished, he couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. The synthetic birds here are far more exquisite than the actors on television. After mentally appraising the beauty of the synthetic bird, Heisenberg pondered. It seemed that after confirming his extraordinary abilities, S.H.I.E.L.D. had chosen the gentlest means to appease and recruit him. Why would the synthetic bird be so forthright with her intentions, even humorously divulging the orders she had received through her earpiece? This scenario is akin to two creatures preparing to engage in combat. Yet, before the confrontation begins, one creature perceives its adversary as overwhelmingly formidable and opts to retreat. What should it do then? Naturally, it rolls over, exposing its belly to the opponent. In Heisenberg's mind, the current S.H.I.E.L.D. resembles a submissive hyena, wagging its tail as it rolls on the ground, displaying its belly while emitting a provocative howl. Were it not for his Kryptonian identity and formidable strength, Heisenberg would have preferred to avoid entanglements with S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, a hyena, regardless of its submissive demeanor, remains a hyena. To place faith in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s temporary capitulation would be folly. Once they discern your habits and exploit them, this seemingly docile creature would swiftly rise, baring its teeth to viciously rend your throat, belly, or even your most vulnerable parts. Yet now, Heisenberg stands as the singular Superman within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Thus, he finds it imperative to forge a connection with S.H.I.E.L.D. Why? Because his power is conspicuously evident. His work is relatively stable, merely requiring his presence in the Marvel realm. However, his income, the very essence that enables all conceivable possibilities, hinges upon the number of lives influenced by Heisenberg. In the Marvel world, how does one affect the destinies of more individuals? By inciting chaos. To amass this essence, Heisenberg must create tumult within this world. Without S.H.I.E.L.D. obstructing his path, a plethora of spies from across the globe, including MI7, Hydra, and the Red Room, would inevitably surround him. The mere thought of such a convoluted scenario compels Heisenberg to prefer contending with S.H.I.E.L.D., a mere cohort of distasteful agents. Though they too are agents, steeped in the stench of secrecy, at least most of them are somewhat familiar. When faced with the choice between malevolence and even greater malevolence, which would one select? Thus, Heisenberg basks in the sun, organizing his thoughts for the immediate future. He resolves to proceed in this manner for the time being. He will leverage S.H.I.E.L.D. to gain access to pivotal events, extract ample intelligence, and secure personal information. He will exploit S.H.I.E.L.D. for material pleasures, desiring a few evenings where the entire venue is at his expense. Ultimately, he aims to use S.H.I.E.L.D. to cultivate a sharp public persona, declaring that if he shows no deference to S.H.I.E.L.D., then lesser organizations should keep their distance. In summary, Heisenberg resolves that before S.H.I.E.L.D. is besieged by Hydra's counterattack, leading to its decline, he shall thoroughly dominate S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D, extracting every ounce of benefit from it, ensuring that his journey through the Marvel Universe is not in vain. At this very moment, clad in his trousers, Nick Fury could hardly fathom the tragic life that awaited him. Little did he know that his future would be fraught with despair. Together with Hill, he was convening all agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, ranked level 7 and above. Many senior agents were currently on field assignments. Thus, the conference room was equipped with an array of devices designed for creating virtual imagery. Surrounded by mannequins, Nick Fury projected footage extracted from mechanical ocular devices onto the large screen. In an instant, the previously aloof senior agents widened their eyes in astonishment. Observing their shock, Nick Fury began to speak. Heisenberg has been confirmed as an extraterrestrial, self-identifying as the chief elder of the Kryptonian Council, the leader of Krypton. Wait. Just as Nick Fury had uttered a few words, he was promptly interrupted. An elderly man, cigarette in hand, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you certain you haven't made a mistake? Kryptonians? Isn't that from a comic book?" John, I too questioned whether this was a jest. Yet I urge you to examine the data. Observe his indestructible steel frame. Witness the ordinary punch that generated a level 6 earthquake. And behold his iconic heat vision and freezing breath. Nick Fury's tone was less than cordial, for he was not particularly fond of conversing with the individual before him. John Gatler, his old comrade, once a steadfast ally, now seemed increasingly critical of Fury as their time working together extended. No matter the matter at hand, Gatler often took the opportunity to challenge him. However, Nick refrained from delving deeper, recognizing that Gatler's provocations were typically brief. As was the case now, after Nick emphasized his point, Gatler nodded in understanding and fell silent. Thus, Nick Fury continued, "Let us return to the matter at hand. Heisenberg descended to Earth at precisely 12:26 a.m. today and departed from the Tricorner Tower at 3:43 a.m. Satellite data indicates that within a mere 7 hours, he circled the globe over 7,000 times at an alarming velocity, far beyond the capabilities of our current missile technology to pursue or track. Furthermore, Heisenberg possesses a pronounced desire for attention and a domineering disposition, engaging others with a commanding tone. In summary, he poses an unprecedented threat to Earth. And I implore everyone to pool our collective intellect to devise a suitable resolution." "A resolution?" John Gatler scoffed. "Based on his actions in the video, how do you propose we address him? We cannot even contend with that green behemoth. So what do? Allow him to rampage across our planet, even if he intends to ascend from ruler of Krypton to sovereign of Earth?" Nick remained discontented, while Gatler dismissively shook his head. "Nick, there is no need for you to consult us on such matters. When it comes to dealing with superhumans, you possess far greater expertise than we do. Of course, if we are discussing assassination, provided it does not involve eliminating a superhuman like Heisenberg, I am undoubtedly more adept than you. I do not require any actions from you regarding Gatler. If he truly possesses abilities akin to those of a comic book superhero, I can assert with certainty that our entire nation would be utterly powerless against him." In response to Gatler's jest, Nick Fury forcefully slammed his hand on the table. "The reason I have gathered you all here is to ensure you are aware of the existence of a person like Heisenberg. He is utterly unrestrained and could potentially infiltrate any one of our divisions at any moment, perhaps simply for the desire to enjoy a cup of coffee from S.H.I.E.L.D. Therefore, when that time comes, as long as he has a justifiable reason, I expect none of our divisions to initiate any offensive actions against him that might provoke his ire." After delivering this statement, Nick Fury fell silent for a full 2 minutes. It was only when the senior agents below began to murmur among themselves that he broke the silence once more. He concluded with a firm assertion, "As long as we lack a definitive method to eliminate him, you all must adhere to my demands. We cannot afford to make an enemy of Heisenberg. It is absolutely imperative." Chapter 9. Your subordinates are quite impressive on the rooftop of the Tri-Point Wing building. Heisenberg's eyelids fluttered twice. He had taken a nap, and by the time he awoke, the sunlight had vanished. Habitually raising his left hand, he intended to check the time. Well, he had no watch. However, he had a means to ascertain it. "System, how much origin material do I currently possess?" You have, through multiple falls, injured over 7 citizens of the Marvel Universe, and the subsequent destructive punches and heat vision have prompted more than 800 New Yorkers to choose to relocate. In summary, you have temporarily altered the fates of 7,626 individuals. Only when a person's fate is altered to a slight or greater degree can you acquire origin material through a more favorable destiny. Therefore, you have accumulated 7,626 units of origin material. Well then, Heisenberg rubbed his temples. Had he actually influenced the fates of over 7,000 people while believing he had accomplished nothing? Had his minor earthquake from a single punch and his near escape from the atmosphere with heat vision caused 800 individuals to leave New York? Would they miss out on some fateful encounters after relocating? The new jobs they found elsewhere might have been the only means of livelihood for others. Might someone miss an opportunity to prosper due to the influx of an outsider? And what of their future partners? Could it be that they were destined to be with someone else in another city? Thinking about it this way feels rather exhilarating. In summary, if one were to liken life to a game of chess, that comparison would undoubtedly be inadequate. What significance does it hold to calculate step by step? Even if one were to calculate a myriad of steps, ultimately, it remains inscrutable. Life resembles the winding roads of Chongqing, even with a navigation system at your disposal. One cannot ascertain which fork to take. Should you miss an opportunity to turn around or bypass a particular intersection, your entire journey may well be devoid of a destination. In such moments, where will you find respite? The entanglement with fate awakens Heisenberg, who gazes at the moonlight and the constellations vividly reflected in his eyes. Were I not an inhabitant of Krypton, but rather an ordinary worker, even if I were to leap from this towering edifice, it would scarcely alter the fate of any New Yorker. After a moment of reflection, Heisenberg raised his left hand to his chest, observing his empty wrist. He silently wished for a watch, specifically, the pure black concept model of the Henry Mussey adventurer that he once donned in a past life. No sooner had he uttered these words than the system promptly responded. Origin task initiated, objective, require 626 units of origin material. Do you confirm the consumption? Confirmed. In an instant, a golden watch hand and a nearly imperceptible black dial materialized upon Heisenberg's wrist. He scrutinized the watch for a considerable duration, unable to discern it as a mere product of the system. Wait, something is amiss. Heisenberg suddenly noticed a minuscule defect on the strap beneath the watch. It truly was the very watch he had once worn. He had assumed the system would fabricate a new one, yet it had meticulously adhered to his request, delivering the exact watch he had possessed. At that moment, the system provided further clarification. Origin task completed, consuming a total of 626 units of origin material, primarily utilized to facilitate the watch's traversal across the multiverse. In light of this, I shall establish additional tasks. First, inform me of the amount of origin material required to eliminate the genetic weaknesses of Kryptonians concerning kryptonite. Origin task established. To eliminate Kryptonian genetic weaknesses, 400 units of origin material are required. What about addressing my genetic vulnerabilities related to kryptonite? As an ancient Kryptonian, your genetics are significantly more active compared to ordinary Kryptonians. To eliminate these weaknesses, an additional 400 units of origin material are necessary. Let me rephrase that. How much would it cost to transform me into a vampire? To replace your lineage with that of the primordial vampire, the system will refund you a total of 420,000 units of origin material. Wait, Heisenberg paused in astonishment. How can the system refund me origin material? In comparison to the vampire lineage you requested, the ancient natural leader lineage of Krypton is exceedingly rare. You are entitled to this compensation. After the system's explanation, Heisenberg nearly rolled his eyes. Behold what true humanization looks like. This is genuine humanization, with a price differential to boot. Thus, Heisenberg excitedly addressed the system. How much origin material is required to summon the Audrey Hepburn, who just filmed Roman Holiday before me? The transportation of Audrey Hepburn during the filming of Roman Holiday to Earth in the year 19999 necessitates 163 cubic units of origin material. In an instant, Heisenberg fell silent. This system, it could genuinely fulfill most of his wishes. Heisenberg was instantly invigorated to accumulate enough origin material to realize his various desires. He would toil tirelessly within the Marvel universe without uttering a single complaint. As for the present, his objective was equally clear: to amass at least 163 cubic units while ensuring ample sunbathing time. Coughing softly, Heisenberg shook his head, swiftly dispelling any inappropriate thoughts. If he truly adored Audrey Hepburn, he could simply request to enter the universe of Roman Holiday or any European realm from the 60s. There would always be a wild Audrey Hepburn to be found there. His true aim, undeniably, was to gather at least 40,000 cubic units of origin material. At that point, he intended to completely eradicate his vulnerability to kryptonite. Following that, he would eliminate his weaknesses to red suns, green suns, purple suns, black suns, and the like. Subsequently, he would acquire additional origin material to bolster his resistance against elemental and magical damage. Thus, he would attain a semblance of safety. Though he had grown stronger, his vulnerabilities proliferated. What a paradox. Perhaps he had pondered too long, or perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. was too impatient. The troubled Heisenberg was finally drawn to Barbara's presence. Even from 7 kilometers away, he could already hear Barbara's voice. For Kryptonians, their auditory capabilities were remarkably acute. So acute, in fact, that if left unchecked, the myriad of sounds they could perceive might drive them to madness. However, upon adapting to Earth's environment and mastering the control of their hearing, they could assign labels to specific sounds, no matter how far away. As long as the sound fell within their auditory range, they could instantly locate its source. This is precisely why Superman always discovers when his girlfriend is in peril. In the film Batman v Superman, there exists a classic scene where, at that moment, no one in the world could locate the intentionally concealed Superman. Lex Luthor had kidnapped Superman's girlfriend, Lois Lane, and taken her to the rooftop of Luthor Corporation. There, he proclaimed to Lois Lane, "I have found the key to Superman." Shortly thereafter, Lois was pushed off the rooftop, and with her terrified scream, Superman appeared just in time to save her. Superman's ability to arrive at crucial moments stems from the Kryptonian's extraordinary skill in sound recognition and marking. Simultaneously, what does this incident elucidate? It reveals that when an individual possesses sufficient strength, whether they are ostentatious or discreet, those surrounding them are invariably ensnared and subsequently harmed. Even someone as formidable as Heisenberg cannot escape the reality of being feared and coveted for his ambition, irrespective of his attempts to conceal himself or his decision to be in the limelight. Therefore, one must either project an aura of danger and lethality or seek companionship with women of such formidable strength that they are impervious to threats. At this moment, upon hearing Barbara's voice, Heisenberg found his thoughts wandering. Shaking his head to dispel the distractions, he attentively listened to Barbara's discourse. At the intersection of Hell's Kitchen and Queens, in a building, Barbara was engaged in conversation with a corpulent man. Their dialogue seemed to reach a conclusion, culminating in a cordial handshake between Barbara and the man. "Mr. Jinbing, I appreciate your cooperation. The second Basha nightclub under your ownership will become a pivotal stronghold for us. I hope you and your subordinates will sever all ties with the second Basha nightclub." "Not a problem, especially given your generosity. 3 times the price." This leaves me utterly speechless. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the expansive floor-to-ceiling window shattered, and Heisenberg, amidst a cascade of splintered glass, materialized beside Barbara. Confronted by the 3 individuals who regarded him with demonic eyes, Heisenberg smiled at Barbara and inquired, "Have you secured the bar I desired? The second Basha?" He shook his head in discontent. "That name is too pedestrian. Let us choose another. How about calling it the Academy? Let that inebriated crowd experience the sensation of being enveloped by knowledge." "Who the hell is this, target?" Not far away, Jinbing had just recovered from his astonishment and promptly commanded the nearby target to test Heisenberg's metal. Jinbing, the underground emperor of New York, could acquiesce to a government entity purchasing his bar at thrice the price, yet that did not imply he would tolerate such brazen affronts. Even if the intruder were Heisenberg, he intended to deliver a message to his superiors, ensuring that everyone comprehended and eternally remembered. Not everyone has the privilege to offend Jinbing. With Jinbing's directive, target, marked with a small bullseye on his forehead, swiftly drew his throwing knives. In mere moments, at least 6 daggers hurtled toward Heisenberg's eyes and mouth from various angles. Observing the seemingly harmless blades, Heisenberg displayed no inclination to evade. He allowed the knives to strike his face, and even when one pierced his eyeball, he did not so much as blink. The knives clattered ineffectually to the ground, yet Target's assault did not wane. He now comprehended that Heisenberg was no ordinary individual. But that mattered little. He had dispatched more than 1 or 2 extraordinary beings before. Certainly, that was merely his own assumption. After all, he had not previously had the privilege of encountering someone as formidable as Heisenberg. In the mind of the target, when faced with an adversary of such resilience, it was only prudent to replace the throwing knives with an electric blade. The strategy was to incapacitate and then seek out weaknesses, a habit he had long cultivated. However, before he could retrieve the special knife concealed within his clothing, Heisenberg had already materialized before him. With a firm grip on the target's shoulder, the unfortunate individual found himself kneeling on the ground. Heisenberg, glancing at the target's forehead, remarked, "It appears your intellect is somewhat compromised, exhibiting an unusual and extreme affinity for circles. Nevertheless, your execution is commendable. Upon receiving your superior's orders, regardless of their validity, you acted without hesitation. Such tactical acumen and obedience to commands are not qualities possessed by all of my former subordinates." After offering this praise, Heisenberg turned to the nearby Jinbing. "Just now, I overheard Barbara discussing my business with you, which is why I sought to meet you. After all, the bar I intend to use for respite once belonged to you. Now that we are acquainted, I must say, my impression is less than favorable. Your overconfidence and ruthlessness could lead to misfortune, believe me. With that, Heisenberg gently patted the shoulder of the kneeling target in front of Jean Bing. Though your character leaves much to be desired, your subordinate shows great promise and is worth cultivating. I would like to have this subordinate, and as for negotiating the exchange of your men, how about I leave you with a complete corpse? Upon hearing Heisenberg's provocation, Jean Bing laughed as though he were mocking a fool. Once his laughter subsided, he disdainfully retorted, "You wish to take my territory and control my men? You appear to be gravely deluded. I care not for the source of your ambition. How dare you directly challenge my rule over New York for over 15 years? Before you expect my men to serve you, you ought to solicit their opinions." In response, Heisenberg nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to the target with utmost seriousness. "Your superior is inquiring about your thoughts. How about you join me?" After a moment of contemplation, the target finally nodded, eliciting a satisfied smile from Heisenberg. "See, is this not fortuitous?" Suddenly, a sound resembling metal clashing echoed as the target's concealed dagger was effortlessly blocked by Heisenberg's body. Staring in disbelief at the broken dagger, the target was utterly astonished. Heisenberg glanced at his torn trousers, pausing for a moment in silence before nodding once more at the target. "Excellent. I have discovered another admirable trait in you, unwavering loyalty. However, since you disdain betrayal, how about I simply eliminate your former superior? At that point, you will serve me, and it will no longer be considered treachery." As soon as the words left his lips, Heisenberg released his grip on the target's eye and instantly positioned himself before the massive figure of Jean Bing. Raising his right hand, he delivered a resounding slap, forcefully severing Jean Bing's head from his neck. The violent gust of wind from the impact not only obliterated Jean Bing's head, but also rendered the wall behind him non-existent. It was only at that moment that blood began to spurt forth from his severed arteries. Chapter 10. I am Heisenberg. With a splatter, blood gushed forth, reaching even the ceiling. Heisenberg took 2 steps back, a frown creasing his brow. "A bit messy," he remarked, exhaling a breath clouded with mist. In an instant, Jean Bing's colossal body and the incessantly flowing blood crystallized into a grotesque and bloody ice sculpture. As the frigid air permeated the room, the chilling and horrifying sight made Barbara instinctively shrink back before she suddenly shouted in realization, "What on earth is happening?" Heisenberg turned to her, patting the target's shoulder once more. "My friend, enlighten this woman on her queries." Indeed, the target nodded in agreement, trembling slightly as he rose from the floor and steadied himself 3 steps in front of Barbara. Although a look of conflict lingered on his face, it paled in comparison to his fear and obedience to Heisenberg. In a hushed tone, the target spoke. "Jean Bing commanded me, his sharpest blade, to inflict harm. This was all instigated by him. If he sought death, then death it is. This is the answer you seek." Heisenberg erupted into laughter, pleased with his capable subordinate. "Well done, my friend, for your swift response." As for whether the target's rapid shift in allegiance suggested a propensity for treachery, rendering him unworthy of investment and trust, certainly not. After being easily subdued by Heisenberg, the target still managed to plunge one final knife into him, a gesture that roared with the remnants of his loyalty. When pressed to kneel, did the target not comprehend Heisenberg's formidable power? Even in the face of such terror, and fully aware that assassination might be futile, he still attempted the act. Did he not realize the possibility of his own demise? Therefore, could such a person be deemed insufficiently loyal? With Jean Bing's demise, the target merely called himself. Is this betrayal? Certainly not. It is merely the mark of maturity. Moreover, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, aside from a certain reclusive bald woman, who else possesses the qualifications to inflict harm upon Heisenberg? In comparison to the so-called superheroes of comic lore, Heisenberg finds a certain preference for the target's role as a subordinate and executor, a villain in his own right. In examining the vast array of superhero films, one may discern a distinctive trait. All superhero teams are perpetually riddled with internal strife. Their themes are chaotic, their objectives nebulous, and their execution lamentably poor. These so-called superheroes, brimming with individuality and ideals of freedom and hope, often find themselves mired in indecision. Absent the protagonist's halo, they would scarcely merit victory. In stark contrast, the supervillains exhibit an entirely different demeanor. While the likes of Bullseye, serving under Kingpin, may appear somewhat lackluster, being merely a thug, other antagonists shine brighter. Take Crossbones from Hydra, for instance. He is unwaveringly loyal, follows orders without question, and never voices dissent regarding his leader's decisions, regardless of the peril involved. Conversely, Captain America, despite his stature as a soldier, frequently boasts about his superior, Nick Fury. The Black Widow shows a lack of commitment to her assignments, and her payment is often insufficient. Yet, when compensated adequately, she can incapacitate even formidable foes like General Ross. Hawkeye is perpetually under duress, often manipulated and tasked with delivering his allies, such as Quicksilver. Remarkably, these are agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. themselves. One cannot even begin to broach the complexities of Iron Man and the Hulk, as both struggle to control their own tumultuous natures. Indeed, they are heroes, undeniably intelligent. Yet, their intellect often breeds a self-centeredness that invites chaos. The terrifying Ultron was, after all, a creation of their own making. Upon entering the Marvel Universe, Walter White, or Heisenberg, recognizes his own limitations. He understands that he is ill-suited to be a solitary hero. While he may possess sufficient compassion to assist the vulnerable and destitute, his benevolence does not extend to the boundless love characteristic of a true superhero. Thus, he perceives himself as an outsider within this realm, acknowledging that everyone harbors an inner hero, while his own darker persona risks being misconstrued as a villain. Simultaneously, Heisenberg possesses an acute awareness of his essence. Deep down, he harbors the cunning and frailty typical of an ordinary citizen, having honed a sufficient degree of mercantilism and avarice through years of professional endeavor. He has traversed a path from the son of a humble worker to a small-town entrepreneur with an annual income nearing $2 million. His capabilities, however, are limited. The art of subterfuge and strategic planning eludes him. Even managing a handful of employees proves somewhat overwhelming. Nevertheless, establishing an organization dedicated to serving his interests becomes imperative. He undeniably possesses superhuman strength, an acute auditory perception capable of detecting the faintest sounds within an entire city, and the ability to see through walls several kilometers away. Yet, can he dedicate himself to such endeavors day in and day out? Thus, he requires a cadre of individuals to manage affairs that are inconvenient for him to handle personally. Not every situation can be resolved with sheer force. When it comes to establishing such an organization, he certainly cannot do it alone. If he were to take the reins personally, although he could rely on intimidation and strength to prevent his subordinates from betraying him, one must ponder, are those subordinates truly loyal allies or merely burdens? Can they weave an extensive intelligence network that spans from the poles? Are they capable of resolving the myriad troubles of daily life while maintaining his public persona among the citizenry? Can they bribe American officials to construct a formidable reputation across various governments? If he were to rely solely on himself, he would likely find that leading a group of subordinates would be less efficient than operating independently. Even Superman requires an alliance, namely the Justice League, to confront formidable adversaries. Can he truly navigate the vast Marvel universe and extract the essence of creation single-handedly? How could one individual outperform a collective? As Heisenberg stood atop the Tricorner Tower, he overheard Barbara conversing with Kingpin, and the thought of eliminating him began to take root. Kingpin's subordinates constituted an exceptional foundation. Consider this. As the emperor of the American underworld and the ruler of New York's subterranean realm, Kingpin is linked to 40% of criminal activities across the nation. His reign has persisted for over a decade, and in the comics, he has maintained his dominion for 60 years. His subordinates have been meticulously trained for years, their mastery of the underground ingrained in their very essence. With a slight reformation, Heisenberg could seamlessly inherit a significant portion of the American underworld, a venture that appears exceedingly lucrative. Contentedly nodding, Heisenberg patted the anxious Hawkeye on the shoulder and addressed the astonished and unsettled Barbara, stating, "Do you understand? If he wishes to kill me, I shall eliminate him. The stronger shall remain standing, while the weaker shall fall. It is a reasonable conclusion, is it not?" Afterward, he gently tapped Hawkeye's shoulder and inquired, "Once Kingpin is eliminated, will his subordinates be capable of managing the chaos that ensues? Can you handle the remnants he leaves behind?" "I cannot," Hawkeye replied, leaving Heisenberg momentarily stunned by this unexpected response. In his mind, having secured Hawkeye's allegiance and provided him with an opportunity to prove his worth, he believed Hawkeye would seize this chance to excel. How could he claim he was incapable? He failed to consider that Kingpin was the true crime lord, while Hawkeye was merely a skilled enforcer. Even if Kingpin were to perish, those who once bowed to him may not necessarily submit to his conqueror. Hawkeye began to elucidate his perspective to Heisenberg. Although Jean Bing is characterized by his arrogance, ferocity, brutality, and unreasonable nature, the rules of the underworld he established have been in effect in America for over a decade. People have grown accustomed to the darkness that Jean Bing embodies. Yet they could never become accustomed to my presence. Even if Jean Bing were to perish, I lack the ability to compel his remaining subordinates to submit willingly. Our previous standings were relatively equal. They are not easily subdued or controlled by me. I regret to say that I wish to demonstrate my worth to you, but without at least a year's time, I am destined to fail in fulfilling your commands. Well, I cannot wait an entire year. Heisenberg replied helplessly. It is undeniable that the mindless, rotund individual beside him possesses a surprising level of capability. After a moment's contemplation, Heisenberg continued, "Let us disregard Jean Bing's territory for now and allow them to fend for themselves. As for you, rest assured, I will not leave you unemployed. I will soon have a nightclub. Have you managed a nightclub before? If not, consider it a new endeavor. I will engage others to handle the mess Jean Bing has left behind." Yes, Target eagerly nodded, yet he could not conceal his disappointment. In his heart, he held great expectations for Heisenberg, the new leader. Firstly, this new chief seems to have some mysterious connection to S.H.I.E.L.D. Secondly, his power is overwhelmingly strong. With such a formidable foundation, he has the potential to achieve greater success than Jean Bing. Lastly, this leader's enterprise appears to have only just begun, and I could very well be his first subordinate, an enormous opportunity. As for how he discerned that Heisenberg was just starting out, well, Heisenberg was clad only in Nick Fury's trousers, his bare torso resembling that of the homeless veterans from the Vietnam War. Moreover, the second Barca nightclub was indeed this leader's inaugural establishment. Was this not indicative of a nascent venture? Thus, determined to seize the opportunity, Target steeled himself and stepped forward to Heisenberg, his face earnest as he volunteered. "While I am entirely capable of managing a nightclub, my expertise does not lie in management and operations. Anyone you might casually select from Wall Street for a managerial position would be more than qualified to take my place in a nightclub. However, I am confident that my talents can alleviate much of your burdens. Of course, your power is immense, and a person of your stature need not stand before every minor individual. I wish to take charge of Jean Bing's current team of enforcers. They have been my subordinates for over a decade. With my team and my influence, I can help you carve out substantial benefits from Jean Bing's former territory." As he spoke, Target's expression grew increasingly tense. "Please trust me, even if you have colleagues more suited to replace Jean Bing. My actions will only facilitate his acceptance of the position, rather than create any complications." Thud. Target I knelt on one knee, loudly addressing Heisenberg. "Allow me to dedicate my strength to your cause." As Target I's words echoed, Heisenberg was filled with exhilaration. The scene before him, the emotions he felt at this moment, were experiences he could never have fathomed before his journey here. What manner of creature is man? Power and wealth can only be truly grasped through the weakness and submission of others. At that moment, Heisenberg, tickled by Target I's words, stifled his excitement and gently nodded in acknowledgement. "Proceed as you suggested," he stated. "No matter the challenges that arise, fear not, for you are mine, and I am Heisenberg." Chapter 11. Biological Stance. Yes. Target I was instantly invigorated. He suddenly found himself admiring the corpse of his former boss. Hadn't he this fortuitously shifted his fate, granting him a new leader who was both stable and formidable? They were both ancient beings. What need had they for trivial banter? Having navigated the underworld for many years, Target I had been a mercenary, an assassin, a detective, and even a lawyer, while he had shared nearly a decade of camaraderie with Jean Bing. For individuals of their ilk, Target I's willingness to deliver the final blow to Heisenberg essentially concluded his bond with Jean Bing. And now, it was the present. No one would obstruct Target I from pursuing a better life. With this resolve, he took his leave and stepped toward the meeting room exit. However, he had barely taken a step when Heisenberg called out to him. "Hey, wait a moment." Heisenberg, with a look of satisfaction, halted Target I. Observe how the antagonists exhibit such decisiveness. They spring into action at the slightest provocation. Yet, he could not allow Target I to depart just yet. Heisenberg gestured toward Jean Bing's lifeless body. "Do not forget to dispose of this. It is rather gory." Target I, with a resigned expression, replied, "Boss, are you certain this is too bloody? Was it not your own doing? These leaders, they all share the same traits. Hypocritical, insincere, living in a facade." Thus, he nodded dutifully, responding with respect, "It is all my fault. I shall have someone take care of it at once." "Very well." Heisenberg was pleased, and Target I swiftly exited the meeting room to contact his former subordinates. Heisenberg, uninterested in the content of Target I's call, cared little for whether he was being betrayed. If Target I truly sought to conspire against him, then it would simply mean cleaning house. After Target I's departure, Heisenberg directly approached Barbara. Her expression revealed a hint of trepidation. Instinctively, she took a step back as Heisenberg drew near. However, she soon regained her composure. For her role was not to instill revulsion and fear in Heisenberg, causing him to regard her with apprehension and distance. After a brief hesitation, she shivered slightly and expressed her grievance. "What you are doing is utterly disgusting. Can't you avoid creating so much blood?" Heisenberg chuckled, responding, "This is my first time too. It's merely a lack of experience. I shall be gentler in the future." As he exchanged pleasantries with Barbara, he secretly reveled in amusement, akin to a weasel sneaking a laugh. He pondered to himself, "We are all creatures of enchantment, mere phantoms of a tale. Adults should understand the unspoken. Yet it is wise to feign ignorance at times." Heisenberg pretended not to perceive the apprehension that Barbara and her clandestine S.H.I.E.L.D. associates harbored towards him, softly inquiring, "Now that everything is settled, why not join me at my nightclub for a while? I am utterly perplexed, after all. I lack experience in managing a nightclub, so your assistance would be invaluable." Of course, Barbara readily agreed, adding with a feigned sense of resignation, "After all, you are my most crucial target. Even if you treat me like a mere caretaker, I shall harbor no complaints, correct? Is your vehicle parked downstairs? Or shall I fly you back?" "Fly back." Barbara was taken aback, seizing Heisenberg's hand. Her expression reflected a mixture of desire, trepidation, and anxiety. May I also soar through the skies?" she implored, "as long as you permit me to hold on to you." Of course. Just wrap your arms around my waist. But not too tightly. Let us take flight." Heisenberg looked at the woman in his embrace with a resigned gaze, thinking, Barbara is indeed quite forward. Yet he understood that her eagerness was not merely an act. As an elite agent and a future third-tier superhero known as Mockingbird, she possessed countless ways to ascend into the azure expanse above. However, among her myriad methods of flight, Heisenberg's approach was certainly not one of them. With a sudden burst, Heisenberg soared into the sky, initially intending to rise into the cumulonimbus clouds, hoping the heavy, moisture-laden mist would drench Barbara. But in mere moments, he found himself astonished. Suspended midair, it turned out that Barbara was feeling quite lightheaded, her eyes reddened, and a trickle of blood from her nose. Good heavens, this is far too swift. Such a thing should not occur. Superman can carry people aloft. Observing Barbara's sudden weakness, Heisenberg ruminated, finally recalling something crucial. I seem to have overlooked the biological perspective. It is often seen that Superman, with his relatively small hands, can lift immense objects such as airplanes, skyscrapers, and even entire mountains. Yet, from a scientific standpoint, such feats are fundamentally implausible. Superman undoubtedly possesses the strength to lift mountains. However, the very material of the mountain dictates that excessive pressure will cause Superman to traverse through its core, resulting in the mountain's descent to the ground. Thus, what enables Superman to lift heavy objects? It is, in fact, the biological field. Upon arriving on Earth, Kryptonians are influenced by the radiation of the yellow sun, leading to the spontaneous development of a unique secondary circulatory system, distinct from their digestive system, specifically designed for the storage and utilization of energy. Consequently, after absorbing sufficient yellow sun radiation, Kryptonians develop extraordinary abilities akin to frost breath and heat vision. The biological field is the spatial displacement created by Kryptonians through the utilization of energy from yellow sun radiation. In an effort to expedite Barbara's recovery, Heisenberg fervently racked his brain, recalling every fragment of knowledge pertaining to the biological field. Fortunately, his Kryptonian intellect was exceptionally acute, and he swiftly grasped the concept. What is spatial relative displacement? It is well known that within every expanse of space on Earth, four fundamental forces exist: the strong nuclear force, the weak nuclear force, electromagnetic force, and gravity. Heisenberg began his rapid comprehension of the biological field with the most evident of these forces, gravity. If a region of space were to be completely devoid of repulsive forces, the outcome would be an infinite manifestation of gravity, leading to an instantaneous collapse of that space, ultimately forming a black hole that perpetually expands. The biological field of Kryptonians maintains an absolute balance between gravitational and repulsive forces within a certain space, centered around themselves. This equilibrium extends beyond gravity and repulsion, achieving a harmonious balance of all four fundamental forces of the universe. In essence, the biological field, a realm of relative displacement unique to Kryptonians, can be referred to as their absolute domain. When Superman employs this absolute field, he and any life or object influenced by it will maintain perfect consistency under its effects. Thus, when Superman lifts a massive object like an airplane, the integrity of the object's surface is preserved against immense pressure, allowing it to accelerate or decelerate in unison with Superman. This is why Lois Lane, cradled in Superman's arms as they soar into the sun, remains unharmed. Heisenberg recognizes that his fortunate descendant has set an exemplary standard. After prolonged exposure to sunlight, Superman's biological field can even evolve to a visibly perceptible degree. Many have criticized Superman's indestructible attire, yet this resilience is a direct result of the biological field's influence. Indeed, in the comic All-Star Superman, having absorbed an excess of solar radiation, possesses an immensely powerful biological field. A spacecraft named Pathfinder tragically plunged into the sun. Yet at that moment, Superman extended his powers infinitely, rescuing the ordinary vessel from the sun's fiery grasp without inflicting a single scratch upon it or its occupants. During this extraordinary event, Superman's young girlfriend, cradled in his arms and soaring at 70 times the speed of sound, uttered a remark filled with disbelief. How warm! This was a perfect testament to the efficacy of the biological field. Now, following Barbara's painful lesson, Heisenberg finally recalled one of the most crucial abilities possessed by Kryptonians. Without the biological field, he, the so-called Kryptonian, would merely resemble a diminutive version of the Hulk, perhaps only possessing a few additional elemental attacks. Realizing the significance of this, Heisenberg descended rapidly and returned to the reception room of Kim, unceremoniously tossing Barbara onto the sofa. She let out a couple of pained groans before unsteadily sitting up. As she rose, her instincts compelled her to reach out, grasping at the air in search of something. Yet after a prolonged search, she found herself unable to locate the person who should have been there to support her. Thus, she was left to survey her surroundings, battling dizziness. After a moment, she spotted Heisenberg, quietly seated on the sofa like a statue, with his eyes closed in contemplation. This sight provoked several coughs from her, and the blood lingering in her nasal cavity splattered onto her clothing, painting a scene of profound grievance and pity. Despite the circumstances, Barbara did not harbor resentment towards Heisenberg's apparent coldness. On the contrary, her thoughts were consumed by her mission. This man's feigned indifference and superficial demeanor failed to penetrate the depths of his true heart. Perhaps that heart was as steadfast as granite. Or perhaps it simply lacked experience. Regardless, Barbara was acutely aware that her task had become increasingly arduous. Meanwhile, Heisenberg was diligently attempting to master the control of his field. He concentrated on sensing the energy coursing within him, endeavoring to consciously release it from his surface. If energy were to emanate from his eyes, it would manifest as heat vision. If it were to escape from his lungs, respiratory tract, and mouth, it would take the form of frost breath. Hence, was the biological field released from the surface of the skin, or perhaps from the pores? Surely not from the adipose layer. For over 2 minutes, Heisenberg earnestly experimented. During this interval, his remarkably powerful mind enabled him to devise over 3,000 different configurations for the frequency of his energy release each second. At last, it seemed he had grasped the concept. Yet he remained uncertain. Then, he recalled Miss Barbara. He gestured towards the distant sofa and said, "My apologies for startling you. Are you feeling better now?" Barbara appeared to see through Heisenberg's cunning, tiger-like grin, and thus, she hesitated to respond to his inquiry. However, she ultimately nodded. I had previously been somewhat unaccustomed. After all, I had never achieved a perfect score in flight class, and my body could hardly endure even 6 GS. I must have caused you trouble. Not at all. I was reckless. Now, I have adjusted my stance. Let us fly once more. No. I am momentarily feeling dizzy. Before Barbara could fully voice her refusal, Heisenberg had already grasped her and soared towards the sky. This time, Heisenberg's speed had reached 50 times the speed of sound. It was beyond mere 6 GS. Even if she could withstand 60 GS, she would not fare well at such velocity. Yet, her screams echoed with vitality. When Heisenberg finally hovered at an altitude of 20,000 meters, holding only one of Barbara's hands, she found herself weightless beside him. Heisenberg could finally declare that he had established his own biological stance. He had succeeded. Chapter 12. Out of place, stop screaming and regain your composure. As the noise around him intensified, Heisenberg quickly shook Barbara by her small hand, trying to rouse her from her terror. This distraction allowed Barbara to barely emerge from her panic. In the next moment, after assessing her position, Barbara's eyes blurred with disbelief. With a quivering voice, she asked Heisenberg, "Am I dead?" "It must be so." Heisenberg looked bewildered. "Why would you think that? I am in the universe." I am actually in the universe." Barbara repeated incredulously, but her excitement was soon interrupted by Heisenberg. "It's only 20,000 meters. Don't tell me you've never been at this height. This is hardly the universe. I have been here, indeed, but never like this. Basking in the sun at 20,000 meters while wearing a little suit." Barbara exclaimed, tugging herself into Heisenberg's embrace as she spoke. She leaned in and playfully pecked his chin and cheek. "I won't hold back anymore. Oh my, this is far too romantic for any woman. I am actually flying. A man has taken me to the skies. Quickly tell me where the nightclub is, or the man who brought you up here could just as easily let you fall." Heisenberg interrupted her harshly. "Why do men generally dislike overly intelligent women, especially female agents? Because you can never discern which of her words are true and which are false. Thus, Faced with Barbara's ambiguous yet undeniable enthusiasm, Heisenberg remained composed. Perhaps it was also due to Barbara's transformation from a sporty little doll into a professional in a suit. In any case, Heisenberg showed no interest in Barbara's attire. Observing that Heisenberg did not exhibit the attraction she had anticipated, Barbara felt a fleeting sense of disappointment. Despite the sense of despondency, guidance remains imperative. She surveyed her surroundings and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Here we are, soaring over 20,000 meters above the Earth. With clouds so dense that even New York is but a blur, how on earth am I to direct you? Indeed, it is entirely my fault for wanting to take you for a joyride, I assent it, murmured Heisenberg, as he led Barbara through the thick clouds below. Unlike before, he did not fly at breakneck speed, allowing Barbara a moment to revel in the view. True to Heisenberg's assumptions, Barbara reached out, attempting to touch the wind and clouds. Each time I ascend to such heights, I feel as though I must gear up like an astronaut. I absolutely adore this newfound ease. The warmth of the breeze, the delicate embrace of the clouds, and Barbara's exuberant spirit coalesced beautifully. Observing Barbara, who resembled a silly dog expressing her emotions with wild abandon, Heisenberg smiled knowingly before landing swiftly atop New York's tallest edifice. From this vantage point, Heisenberg and Barbara could behold the entirety of New York. Once Barbara steadied herself, Heisenberg pointed down towards the city. Approximately, where is the nightclub you mentioned? Just there, and over there as well. Oh, Heisenberg nodded, then swept Barbara into his embrace once more, giving her a playful pat before taking flight again. 40 seconds after their departure, another figure clad in a blend of golden and red armor soared in their wake. The armored being landed precisely where Heisenberg had just paused, and the visor lifted to reveal a disgruntled face belonging to a wealthy man. To think you would come to my rooftop to flirt, Heisenberg. You extraterrestrial truly go too far. Tony glared at the sky in irritation, yet he could not find Heisenberg anywhere. He understood all too well that Heisenberg's speed was beyond the reach of Earth's technology for at least another 2 decades. Frustrated, he returned to his cluttered laboratory. Seated amidst the chaos, Tony Stark felt a wave of discontent. Had it not been for the slow donning of his armor, he would have undoubtedly charged at Heisenberg the moment he appeared. The armor's donning mechanism felt inconspicuous during mundane moments. Yet it proved to be a significant hindrance when time was of the essence. This simply would not do. With a firm slap on the table, he resolved to modify the Mark IV. He must endeavor to design the latest wearing protocol. Moreover, he intended to develop the Mark V, focusing on portability. Should he encounter an opponent like Heisenberg on the streets one day, he would not be so easily dispatched. Yet, a conundrum arose. How far could his current technology advance the portability of the armor? Calculating, ceaselessly calculating, 3 hours later, Tony gathered the data. With his present technological prowess, he deduced that he could indeed reduce his armor to the size of a briefcase. As for the weight, it should not exceed 30 kilograms. As Tony diligently toiled away on his whimsical portable armor, Heisenberg had already arrived at his nightclub. The second bizarre nightclub, situated closer to Brooklyn, was far removed from the Queen's location Heisenberg had initially requested, yet it was indeed in the vicinity of Hell's Kitchen. Heisenberg did not dwell on the Queen's matter. After all, his request had merely been inspired by the thought of the little spider. Now that a more suitable venue had presented itself, there was no need for him to remain fixated on Queen's. As a premier nightclub under Kingpin's command, the second bizarre nightclub occupied the uppermost 3 floors of the most opulent building in Brooklyn. Heisenberg had little interest in the structure itself, for it was unnecessary. His focus lay solely on his nightclub. Thus, he soared directly to the 3rd floor of his establishment, the pinnacle of the building. As expected, this edifice boasted a lavish rooftop. Kingpin had not only installed a helipad atop it, but had also conceived and designed an ultramodern swimming pool. Heisenberg, having glimpsed many trendy sky-high pools in his past life, now found such luxuries within easy reach. Following the path towards the pool and badminton court, Heisenberg forcefully opened the attic door, entering what would be his future living quarters. Descending the spiral staircase to the building's topmost level, designated for entertaining guests and personal workouts, Heisenberg could envision the game room, gym, and other amenities. However, regarding the pleasure room ahem, Heisenberg coughed discreetly, maintaining his composure as he led Barbara past the room, filled with ropes and colorful eggs. The decor of this house surely needed alteration. There was far too much glass, compromising privacy. Heisenberg sighed, feigning nonchalance as he guided Barbara through the soundproof corridor and down the elevator to the true nightclub. As the elevator door slid open, Heisenberg beheld 2 figures standing in the corridor, with a dark purple carpet and soft pink lighting. Even the 2 burly men ahead appeared striking in his eyes. Simultaneously, as the elevator doors opened, The two men respectfully approached Heisenberg. Boss Target, I called me. I'm delighted to work under you. I am George Dredd, and this is Billy Kahn. We are the marketing assistants for this nightclub. Let us change the name of the nightclub. It shall be called the Academy of Sciences. Heisenberg coldly commanded. No sooner had the words left his lips than the assistants' heads buzzed in confusion. Billy, clearly perplexed, stood still. Heisenberg continued. Is it so hard to imagine? I want you to organize an event themed around Mars exploration and replace all the girls' outfits with Martian patterns. Is that too difficult? You are truly brilliant. The assistants were momentarily rendered speechless as Heisenberg brushed past them, traversing the corridor and following the boss's passage to the nightclub's backstage. After he departed, the two assistants remained in the corridor, engaged in a discussion regarding the sartorial choices for a scientific-themed nightclub. You suggested a Mars motif for the top. What about the shorts? The Mariana Trench? Or perhaps the East African Rift? Their deliberation continued, oblivious to the turmoil around them. As Heisenberg traversed the corridor reserved for the owner, he unexpectedly found himself in the nightclub's dressing room, or rather, the backstage area. Upon the doors opening, over 40 young women abruptly ceased their activities. At that moment, Heisenberg observed that at least 7 of them were still in the process of donning their trousers. This sight left Heisenberg yearning for a substantial puff of smoke. Was this truly the life of a nightclub owner? Did Jean Bing exist in such tumultuous surroundings daily? How shameless. With a slight pursing of his lips, Heisenberg subtly transformed his expression into one of warmth. Ladies, I am your new proprietor. You may call me Heisenberg. Wow, the new boss is incredibly handsome. So robust and strong. Those pectorals could easily crush my heart. Do you need olive oil, boss? I could assist you with that. The girls chattered incessantly, causing Heisenberg to nearly burst with joy. Control, and more control. Heisenberg experienced a remarkable enhancement in managing his demeanor. Moments later, he elegantly turned away, signaling the ladies to prepare themselves. Instantly, they giggled and donned their performance attire, particularly the exotic dancers, who took their time dressing, as their costumes were notably elaborate. The slower they disrobed, the heightened the anticipation among customers. A particularly daring girl even rushed over, attempting to cover Heisenberg's eyes from behind, eager to play a game. Close your eyes and guess who I am by the size of my chest pressed against your back. Unfortunately, Barbara was nearby. Her exquisite beauty and perilous aura deterred the girl from proceeding. Once the ladies were adequately attired, Heisenberg turned back to engage them in jovial conversation. I am unaware of Jean Bing's previous expectations of you, but I am indifferent. You need only adhere to the order I establish for you. And my sole rule is this: no purchasing or selling of drugs within my nightclub. As for everything else, you are free to spend the night with any agreeable companions, or pursue any endeavors you desire. So long as you refrain from drug use and do not disturb the nightclub's vibrancy, you shall be the most liberated midnight workers in all of America, I assure you. Oh. Long live Heisenberg, haha. Darling, may I call you dear? I am utterly enamored with the boss. I must show you my skills. The young women erupted into a lively commotion. They are acutely aware that for them, spending the night with fervent patrons represents the pinnacle of income for ordinary strippers. Particularly in this upscale nightclub, the clientele, while not exclusively affluent, are at least part of New York's middle class. Thus, although Heisenberg has neither raised their wages nor negotiated a tip-sharing arrangement, as long as they are free to engage with clients, they are confident in their ability to entice patrons into extended nights, potentially tripling their earnings. Amid the laughter of the young women, Heisenberg quietly exited the backstage area and settled into a cozy booth. Knowledgeable staff members approached him, bowing or serving drinks. Yet he seemed to fade into the backdrop of the world. Though seated there, he felt profoundly disconnected from everything around him. Chapter 13, Academy of Sciences, Rio de Janeiro. Slums. Natasha, donned in a black off-the-shoulder gown reminiscent of evening attire, draped in a mink shawl, strolled through the nearly deserted corners of the slum, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. As she walked with the grace of a runway model, she spoke to the air. Sri Lanka, Sambawa, Cape Town. And now it has transformed into Rio de Janeiro? Upon finishing her words, she listened intently to the sounds emanating from her headphones. Natasha, the giant, had long mastered sufficient counter-surveillance techniques through relentless entanglements with the military. No one would suspect that he had leapt into the sea from Sri Lanka and swum all the way to South America. What a surprise, besides Brazil. I have at least 6 other potential locations to explore. I am truly grateful for the diligent efforts of the intelligence department. Natasha scoffed in irritation before finding a sufficiently concealed small house. After providing the owner with suitable compensation, she discreetly revealed the handgun holstered on her thigh. The owner, realizing the futility of his intentions to rob and assault, sought to leave with his daughter. Yet, as she observed the pitiful little girl he was holding. Natasha felt a pang of recognition, as if seeing her younger self. Wait. She couldn't help but wave her hand, halting the father and daughter. Let your daughter work for me. I will provide you with ample wealth, but my only stipulation is that you must never appear in front of her again. How does that sound? After speaking, Natasha glanced at the girl's face, which bore faint bruises. The girl was momentarily stunned, then lowered her head, her emaciated chin nearly touching her equally malnourished chest. Damn Americans, this is my daughter. Not everything can be quantified in money, the father shouted at Natasha. But after a disdainful laugh, she revealed her other thigh from beneath her gown, displaying a miniature submachine gun and a dagger nestled there. Moments later, the homeowner laughed heartily, revealing his exceedingly filthy teeth as he extended his right hand toward Natasha, fingers splayed. More money. It's a deal. Thus, Natasha acquired a diligent little maid in her temporary residence in Brazil. 3 full days passed. Natasha explored every location rumored to be frequented by the Hulk, while S.H.I.E.L.D. finally pinpointed the Hulk's true whereabouts, a settlement in Montevideo, approximately 80 kilometers from the slums of Rio de Janeiro. He had disguised himself as a doctor, or rather, he was engaged in the practice of medicine. Soon, he would leave Montevideo to consult in Rio de Janeiro. Consequently, Natasha awaited his arrival. During her wait, Natasha conversed with her little maid, now a reserve agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. The girl's candid words pierced Natasha's heart time and again. Why did you buy me? I am no virgin. My first time was sold to a neighbor by my father 2 years ago. I don't know what I can do, can cry and count. I always like to hide away and cry. That is my greatest skill. You say I am an agent, a reserve agent, so what should I do? Is it enough to live like this? It's so blissful. Faced with such a girl, Natasha could only embrace her and reassure her. You needn't know anything at all. Your slightly sorrowful expression can deter even the most fearsome of monsters. So just be yourself. And tonight was the little girl's night to be herself. Bruce Banner had never denied his fortune. He was the only one who had been exposed to gamma radiation and yet survived. However, he also never denied his misfortune. Though alive, he merely existed. Incredibly powerful, yet uncontrollable. To fight was to lose oneself. To retreat? That was not his decision to make. His proudest achievement was his research on gamma rays, the key that led him to this nightmarish existence. He had crafted his own Pandora's box and opened it himself. Even hatred seemed to have lost its target, for the one he loathed most had given birth to the one he cherished most. Clad in tattered shirt and coat, treading upon the filthy, damp earth, he trudged through the crowded, chaotic slums, carrying a nearly spoiled medical kit, devoid of motivation. He had caused destruction far too many times. Even if it was never his intent, he had ultimately brought forth too much ruin. Now, it seemed only salvation could offer him solace. He entered a room where a patient lay on a tattered straw mat. It was a middle-aged woman, her face marred by what appeared to be frostbite-like red lesions. Lupus. He reached a conclusion in mere moments. Indeed, he practiced medicine with the hope of rekindling his nearly numb heart through the act of saving others. Yet, it proved futile. For the world was rife with ailments he could not cure and lives he could not salvage. Before him stood a woman afflicted with lupus. Her poverty and dismal surroundings rendering her helpless, forced to await death. Bruce Banner gazed helplessly at the ceiling, his beard resembling wild underbrush obscuring his cheeks. What more could he do? Naturally, he would visit the next patient. Hello, my mother is ill. She has vomited numerous times and hasn't eaten all day. The voice of a small girl, tinged with a hint of sobbing, prompted Banner to turn towards its source. A child stood before him, petite and emaciated. Her slightly distended abdomen indicative of malnutrition, her jaundiced skin betraying liver insufficiency, and her vacant eyes paired with a scalp speckled with flakes spoke of prolonged deprivation. Yet she still extended a handful of the smallest denomination of currency towards him. Please, I have only this money, I beg you. The girl's pleas echoed persistently as she trembled, the nearly rotten bills fluttering in her grasp. She ought not to clutch such tattered money in this abhorrent place. He mused, a pang of compassion welling within him. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "It is not a matter of money." Indeed, it was not. Who could bear to accept the last remnants of his child's funds? Bruce Banner followed the girl to her home, his heart growing heavier with each step. The location was desolate, a place no one would choose to inhabit. Especially the sick, those in the slums preferred to congregate in populous areas, hoping for the charity of the fortunate to extend their fleeting lives. But would this place be as he imagined? Upon reaching the door, the girl opened it, revealing a dim interior. Just as Bruce approached the threshold of the bedroom, he noticed the girl had already leapt through the window like a monkey, escaping before him. Turning back, he encountered a woman clad in a flowing black evening gown, draped in a fur shawl, her soft red hair cascading gracefully. She smiled warmly at him, prompting a smile to blossom on his own face. If she were not the child's mother, or even if she were, this suggested that the mother was not afflicted by illness. Correct? Banner inquired, to which Natasha nodded in affirmation. As he observed the woman's hair swaying gently, a breath of relief escaped Bruce. Splendid. No one was ill. And that was truly wonderful. His laughter rang with a joyful exuberance. Yet, in an inexplicable moment, his fleeting smile evoked a profound sense of guilt within Natasha. Nevertheless, duty prevailed, and she steeled her resolve. There is no need for anger. We harbor no ill intentions. Otherwise, it would not be me seeking you out. So, Banner responded with a hint of nonchalance. It is just the two of us, you and I. Shall we converse? Perhaps, but please refrain from taking any extreme actions. I do not wish for this already ravaged land to bear the consequences of that individual. Natasha readily concurred. Banner assumed an attentive posture. This time, no one desires to capture you. I am not a wretched member of the American military. I am affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. For the past 70 years, S.H.I.E.L.D. has clandestinely saved the world countless times, primarily addressing disasters that the real world cannot contend with. Now, we are faced with a dilemma that is nearly insurmountable, and we require your strength. No, you merely require his strength. Banner appeared somewhat displeased. He loathed the power within him. He despised and feared that monstrous entity. Yet, paradoxically, it was this monster that garnered him admiration, a kind he did not desire. His brilliance is unparalleled, as few can rival him, having once been the most renowned professor of radiology in the world. However, now, that savage and grotesque visage threatens to obscure his true worth, which he adamantly refuses to accept. In an instant, the veins in his neck began to take on a green hue. In the Avengers film, the reason Banner acquiesced to Natasha's invitation was largely due to her grandiose justification, asserting the necessity of his profound understanding of radiology to track down the cosmic cube taken by Loki. That was a recognition of him as an individual, not that beast. He, Bruce Banner, not a monster. Never. Damn it, Banner, calm down. At the very least, you should examine the information I am about to provide. I comprehend your discontent at this moment, but we must acknowledge that we are dealing with an uncontrollable beast. We require another beast to counterbalance it. However, apart from this balance, the beast within you holds no value for us. Conversely, your intellect may unveil alternative solutions. I believe in you. Calm yourself. For it has been 7 months and 18 days since you last lost control. As you yourself have stated, do not harm this land. I implore you. Under Natasha's persistent persuasion, Banner begrudgingly managed to contain his emotions. He furrowed his brow and accepted Natasha's phone. Moments later, enlightenment dawned upon him. The phone was displaying numerous videos in succession. Heisenberg descended from the heavens, leaped into the sky, soared at high speed, wielded his heat vision, unleashed his icy breath, and delivered that pivotal punch. Of course, there was also the moment he obliterated the head of the golden figure. He is unlike you. Earth is your eternal home, while he is merely a transient visitor. Super strength, super speed, supersonic flight, along with his beams and breath, he is the true monster we cannot restrain. Even though he shares a physique similar to ours, he is the genuine beast. Furthermore, you can see his arrogance, pride, rudeness, and cruelty. Natasha extended her seemingly delicate and feeble right hand towards the green giant as she spoke. We need you. The Earth needs you, Banner. On the other hand, Coulson found himself expelled for the 4th time by Pepper Potts, the new manager of Stark Industries. Despite the evident severity of Tony Stark's palladium poisoning, and the clear necessity for assistance from S.H.I.E.L.D., he had come here intending to lend a hand. Yet, under the veil of secrecy, Tony's arrogance rendered him utterly oblivious to his predicament, even though he was reluctantly assuming the role of S.H.I.E.L.D. consultant. It seemed as if he dismissed both the agency and his advisory position entirely. As he left Stark Industries in a state of discontent, Coulson inwardly lamented, unsure who could coax this self-destructive Iron Man from his hiding place. Meanwhile, in Stark's laboratory, Miss Pepper Potts stormed in, her dissatisfaction palpable. From a distance, she shouted at Tony, over a dozen board members have moved to impeach me. All my proposals are your decisions, yet you haven't uttered a single word of support. She continued, I know you are Iron Man, but you are more than just Iron Man. You cannot devote all your energy to your armor. That will cause you to miss out on so much. Including me, the sprite named Pepper? No, it's an invitation from the Academy of Sciences. Oh. Upon hearing Pepper's explanation, Tony raised his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Isn't the invitation from the Oxford Academy for next month? Which academy is this? I don't know, but it doesn't seem like a joke. The invitation was sent by the mayor of New York. At this, Tony took a glance at the invitation. Within moments, his interest was piqued. I see this as a jest. The address on the invitation is in New York, specifically at the top of the Brooklyn Gold Building. I've been to that cursed place. Tony chuckled heartily. He laughed while starting to tidy up. Even if it's a joke, I must see which genius would place the Academy's invitation in a nightclub. So you've been there. Pepper Potts suddenly realized something, and Tony felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 14. He is immortal, yet stands among the divine in the nightclub. Heisenberg sipped his drink while listening to Hawkeye's report. The Sixth Streets gang and the Rhino gang were locked in fierce conflict, with Brooklyn bearing the brunt of the fallout. Since we are not involved in the drug trade, the Red Caps, Skull Gang, and the Biker Gang are all brawling to secure the largest share of the drug market. I have nearly pacified and claimed the primary force of Kingpin, his enforcer team. Now, Hell's Kitchen is witnessing fatalities every minute, so, boss, it's time for us to take action. Ultimately, Hawkeye was eager to make his mark, to establish a foundation for his second-in-command within the New York and American underworld. The glint in Heisenberg's eyes reflected his satisfaction. Proceed as you envision, he said, acknowledging the fervent initiative of his subordinate. How could he possibly stand in the way? Indeed, his lieutenant responded, elated. For the past 3 days, he had been tormented by envy as he witnessed other mid-sized gangs amassing fame and fortune. Now, he could finally take action. Although the boss refrained from engaging in the drug trade, numerous lucrative ventures existed on the streets: smuggling liquor, trafficking arms, loan sharking, collecting protection fees, and real estate dealings. The avenues for profit were abundant, and he was determined to lead his crew to generate more income than he had ever earned through honest labor. However, prior to embarking on this endeavor, he needed to resolve a troublesome issue: the infernal street hero. Yet, this trivial matter would not require the boss's attention for the time being. Heisenberg discerned the melancholy that had enveloped his leader lately, and he was reluctant to allow a band of oddly dressed miscreants to further dampen the boss's spirits. Once his lieutenant departed, Heisenberg idly sipped his drink. It appeared he was impervious to intoxication. The cellular vitality inherent in Kryptonians rendered them resistant to the effects of alcohol. Nevertheless, he understood that with enough consumption, a slight buzz would eventually ensue, and he relished that sensation. As the novelty of being a Kryptonian faded and the thrill of his arrival dissipated, Heisenberg found himself adrift, yearning for home. Though he was not the type to allow nostalgia to derail his plans, he could not suppress the profound emptiness within. A nightclub had once been among his greatest aspirations prior to his arrival in this world. Those in the know understood that the largest venue in a city symbolized not merely wealth, but a particular social standing held by its proprietor. Yet, what had once seemed an unattainable dream now lay within easy reach, rendering it somewhat trivial. Boss, the voice of his operations assistant broke his reverie. Heisenberg turned his gaze. Slightly bored. The Mars exploration-themed party has been set up, but we require some high-profile guests to attract an affluent clientele, Billy explained in a hushed tone. Hell's Kitchen is currently chaotic. You are not yet able to replace Gambino's authority in New York, and his patrons may not choose to visit us. We need fresh clientele. Very well, I shall invite that Tony Stark fellow, Heisenberg declared. Billy was taken aback by Heisenberg's assertion. Are you certain Tony Stark would attend a theme night? Absolutely certain. If he does not show up, I shall personally ensure his presence, Heisenberg replied with unwavering confidence. At this, a smile broke across Billy's face, and he nodded in agreement. That is well. I shall direct the invitation to the themed night towards the capitalists, and may I leverage the renown of Tony Stark for promotion? Certainly. The decision rests with you. Heisenberg dismissed Billy and personally pinned an invitation, dispatching it to Tony Stark. Once this task was completed, Heisenberg glanced at his watch. It was now 3:20 in the afternoon. He surmised that an ambitious woman would soon come to pester him. 3 days prior, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, after Heisenberg departed with Barbara, Agent Hill promptly collected samples from the cup used by Heisenberg. Regrettably, while she managed to obtain a portion of his saliva, S.H.I.E.L.D. found themselves utterly powerless against such a minuscule specimen. Despite their exhaustive efforts, they could not dissect even a single cell of Heisenberg's. It must be acknowledged that numerous individuals in the universe have relied on the fluid of superhumans to clone or conduct various studies on them. However, such experiments were always predicated on the presence of kryptonite. Cloning is not merely a matter of obtaining a single cell to replicate it. A cell that is indestructible and completely impervious to sampling can only be cultivated, not cloned. Yet cultivating Heisenberg's saliva Nick Fury was far more inclined to extract sufficient samples directly from Heisenberg himself, as that held genuine value for cultivation. Thus, in recent days, Heisenberg's nightclub had indeed transformed into a veritable sanctuary for so-called goddesses. "Boss, another dancer has come to audition. Would you care to meet her in person?" Billy returned and whispered to Heisenberg. Heisenberg nodded, fully aware of who was arriving. Therefore, when the purported dancer appeared at his booth, Heisenberg greeted her with a hint of melancholy. "Long time no see, Agent Hill." "Ah, I truly did not wish to see you again," Hill replied, taking a seat across from Heisenberg and casually sipping from his cup. Not lifting his gaze, Heisenberg inquired, "Our transaction has concluded. Thus, while I am not yet weary of your presence, I suggest you leave, far away. Indeed, your dealings with S.H.I.E.L.D. have come to a close. Yet the troubles you bring me have only just begun." Hill complained as she refilled her glass. After draining her newly poured drink, she softly queried, "You eliminated Kingpin, conscripting his underlings and ambitiously launched an offensive on the New York underbelly. Yet this seems rather petty. Your power surely does not warrant such a base application, does it?" No, certainly not a military base. I inquire instead whether you possess any interest in further collaborations, such as?" Heisenberg asked with feigned disinterest. "For instance, the cosmos. Your abilities could be harnessed to explore the universe more effectively, yielding greater benefits for you. Hurry along, even if they deliver you to my bed. I have no desire to collaborate with you. I am merely a homeless exile, and quite frankly, I have grown weary of this cosmic farce." Heisenberg chuckled as he declined Hill's proposal. Undeterred, Hill rose with a hint of resignation and approached Heisenberg. "You seem melancholic, perhaps due to your homeland?" she ventured. "Perhaps," he replied. It was rare that Hill broached the subject, prompting Heisenberg to raise his glass in acknowledgement. After they finished their drinks, a flush crept across Hill's cheeks. She had drunk too swiftly. This was her third glass of whiskey already. Supporting her chin with her hand, she softly conversed with Heisenberg. "Ah, my homeland. I was born in Texas, which is hardly an admirable place. In truth, I never liked it at all. My father was exceedingly volatile, often resorting to corporal punishment for my brothers and me. Long ago, I even contemplated cursing him, wishing that irresponsible wretch would descend into hell. Yet, over time, I came to realize that his so-called punishments never truly harmed us. In contrast, he was remarkably caring towards our mother. Upon joining S.H.I.E.L.D. as an agent and soldier, I finally grasped the essence of being a veteran like my father. However, I can never return home. I must not allow my identity to become a burden to my family. Consider this a lament, but perhaps I can understand a fragment of your feelings. Only a fragment. Mind you, for I am neither a leader of my homeland nor have I bid farewell to it for 18 millennia. Moreover, I could never find myself stranded on a planet I have never visited. Indeed, you cannot fathom my plight." Heisenberg nodded, for no one truly knew what he longed for. This yearning would intensify in the days to come, yet he was acutely aware that he would gradually adapt and become desensitized. Thus, he tapped his glass and spoke softly. "Given that you have not taken any hostile actions against me, I offer you a word of caution. You may place your agents in my nightclub. They may listen and observe, but they must not cause any disturbances. Should they disrupt the merriment I seek, they will perish, and so shall you. Now be gone. Rest assured, we shall endeavor not to station agents near you." "Endeavor? Huh. Very well. Do not be discontent. We have no desire to squander valuable resources on your account. Indeed, wasting them on me, for I am far too unique, too powerful, too tempestuous, making many wary of me. Yet, that is not a justification for your intrusion. Is it?" "Perhaps," he replied. "I shall take my leave." Hill nodded and departed. After she had taken about 4 steps, Heisenberg called her back. "In the future, when you seek me, there is no need to masquerade as a dancer. Simply invoke my name, and consider it your privilege. Should I express gratitude? Or is it more fitting to say I am honored? Let us bid farewell." Upon Heisenberg's conclusion, he silently returned to the sofa, while Hill gradually departed. Alone in contemplation, the echoes of his parents' voices reverberated in his mind, intensifying his sense of solitude. In a moment of resolve, Heisenberg vacated the nightclub and ascended to the rooftop to bask in the sunlight. As he soaked in the warmth, fatigue suddenly washed over him. What was he to accomplish in this bewildering Marvel universe? At that moment, he yearned for his system to issue some obligatory quests. Though such a notion seemed constraining, it would at least provide him with a purpose. Now, he was left to navigate his own path in search of meaning. Before his traversal, he was an ordinary individual, exhilarated by the transition, yet soon engulfed by uncertainty and a sense of aimlessness, struggling to find his place. This disconnection stemmed from his incomplete assimilation into his new identity. While he basked in the sun, He continually fortified his resolve, acknowledging the necessity to acclimate to the profound loneliness that awaited him. Just a mere mortal, he found himself in an elevated realm, cognizant that with every gain, there is an equal loss. Meanwhile, upon returning to S.H.I.E.L.D, Agent Hill reported to Nick Fury. Director, the assessment from the psychological specialist aligns with our observations. Heisenberg's inner turmoil is evident. However, I still believe we lack the right to exploit him. I have no intention of exploiting him, Fury replied. I merely need to ascertain that he possesses emotions akin to our own. With emotions come vulnerabilities, yet his strength could obliterate nearly 99% of those weaknesses. That leaves a mere 1% possibility, does it not? Chapter 15. The Whip. 2 days later, at precisely 10:22 p.m., Tony Stark's vehicle halted before the Golden Tower. Of course, the edifice had long since shed its original name, now quietly transformed into the Heisenberg Tower. The citizens of Brooklyn were oblivious to the reasons behind this change, mistakenly believing New York was commemorating a scientist who had failed in his quest to develop nuclear weapons for Germany. As for Heisenberg, what could he do but revel in the flattery from his admirers? Observing the newly erected Heisenberg Tower, Tony shook his head in annoyance. That extraterrestrial is truly ostentatious. It's utterly absurd. As he spoke, he accepted the welcoming gesture and, alongside his driver and bodyguard Happy, entered the elevator leading to the nightclub. Upon exiting, Happy's forehead glistened with perspiration, burdened by the weight of the briefcase he carried. He had no choice but to bear it, knowing it served as his employer's final and most crucial safeguard. Navigating through the corridor, they entered the bustling nightclub, where blinding lights abruptly illuminated Tony Stark's face. Let us welcome New York's pride, the world's most alluring billionaire, the youngest genius in scientific history, our superhero Iron Man, Tony Stark. The crowd erupted in exhilaration. He actually came. It is worth noting that he had declined the invitation from Congress twice. He certainly possesses that qualification. I am utterly enamored with this nightclub. A striptease party themed around astronomy is an absolutely brilliant concept. Countless Wall Street patrons, attracted by the illustrious name of Tony Stark, have swiftly placed the Heisenberg nightclub in their hearts. For a considerable time, this venue will become a gathering place for these investment elites. Do not question their motives. Wherever Stark may appear is the most enticing locale for them. Whether striving for Stark's investment or endeavoring to participate in one of Stark's projects, whatever advantages one may gain will elevate them in Stark's wake. Tony has long since adapted to the current revelry, proudly exchanging pleasantries with those who recognize him at an astonishing pace. For instance, it's you, the one with the unfortunate reputation? You actually made it here. Since the Real Academy wouldn't extend an invitation to you, it's truly delightful to see you. Your ex-girlfriend is stunning and has graced the last 2 issues of Playboy. She's exceptional. I would rather not see you, lest I feel guilty for undermining your grand 2-year investment plan with my latest creation. What are my thoughts on the Academy nightclub? That's an absolutely brilliant name, though I suspect the professors will hardly appreciate it. Justin Hammer, are you here to seek inspiration by fawning over me instead of studying your medieval armor? In any case, with Tony's unique charm, he quickly carved out his own space. He had to concede that the quality of the dancers in this nightclub was indeed remarkable, rivaling that of certain smaller Victoria's Secret shows. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a sense of danger emanating from a few of these dancers. Was it merely an illusion? Regardless, Tony soon became utterly absorbed in the nightclub's atmosphere. By midnight, he could scarcely recall how much he had imbibed. Yet, he ultimately remembered the purpose of his visit. He wanted to meet that extraterrestrial being in person. Thus, he staggered over to one of the servers attending to him. Where is your boss, Heisenberg? I must see him. Please hold on. I will contact my boss for you. The server was already prepared to reach out to Heisenberg, for in his view, if his new boss could attract the renowned playboy Tony Stark, they must at least be acquaintances. As the server dialed Heisenberg, Steve Rogers sat on a sofa in a corner of the nightclub, furrowing his brow while scrutinizing the inebriated Tony Stark. Truly, he is his son, Steve remarked with a hint of resignation. This playboy demeanor is indeed etched into his very being. Indeed, as Steve sat beside Coulson, sipping his drink, he nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Captain Rogers turned to Coulson and softly inquired, "Is it truly necessary for us to meet Stark in such a setting? Are you certain he remains in a lucid state?" "Absolutely," Coulson replied. "For we have already gathered intelligence indicating that there is someone who has awaited him for quite some time, poised to present Stark with a meticulously prepared gift this very evening at this nightclub." Captain Rogers expressed his dissatisfaction, taking a swig of his drink. "So he is in danger, and rather than preemptively averting this peril, we intend to exploit it for a greater purpose? Captain, our Avengers require Tony's strength, and S.H.I.E.L.D. needs it even more. Besides, we shall ensure he does not come to any real harm. Coulson shrugged, equally resigned. Meanwhile, Heisenberg lay languidly atop the rooftop, clad in casual loungewear with a somewhat loose collar that revealed his muscular chest. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the actor portraying Superman in the Justice League. As midnight approached, Heisenberg reflected on his recent undertakings. Your decision to dominate New York has resulted in the untimely demise of over 300 gangsters. Countless others have been affected, and today you have accumulated 426 units of origin matter. Has the fate of 5,426 individuals been altered? Heisenberg mused with a chuckle. A mere offhand decision had precipitated the rapid accumulation of origin matter. He could scarcely fathom the magnitude of origin matter he would amass should he annihilate the Earth entirely. To return to the universe requires 282 units of origin matter. To return to the origin universe necessitates 440 units. I understand. Heisenberg nodded, a glimmer of hopeful anticipation in his eyes. Once he amassed sufficient origin matter, he would return to visit the Earth he inhabited before his journey. For his parents deserved a better life. Regrettably, he could only continue to cause them worry. At that moment, his phone rang. Hello? Boss. Tony Stark has requested to see you. What do you think? Have him wait. Heisenberg replied decisively. He was hardly a bashful maiden, reluctant to be seen. His absence from the nightclub festivities stemmed from his internal turmoil, yet that did not imply he was afraid to make an appearance. Thus, Heisenberg confidently donned his loungewear and descended via the elevator into the nightclub. The crowd within was dense, yet none could impede his advance. He collided with over a dozen revelers, sending them sprawling, and in this manner, he boldly took a seat opposite Tony. Raising his glass, Heisenberg filled it to the brim and inquired of Tony, the Earth's superhero, how delightful it is to meet you. Indeed, I am the hero of this planet. And what about you, the criminal from Krypton? Tony retorted with irritation. Heisenberg, momentarily unbothered by Tony's drunken jabs, drained his glass and poured himself another drink, nonchalantly nodding in acknowledgement. A criminal from Krypton, an exile, a man bereft of his homeland. You may describe me with any terms you wish. And you could just as easily shatter my armor into dust with a mere punch? Tony's continued provocations began to irk Heisenberg. Are you certain you prefer this adversarial mode of communication? Heisenberg queried with a furrowed brow, but Tony merely shrugged indifferently. Otherwise, shall I communicate with you in the manner of exploding your head? Tony chuckled disdainfully as he continued. That would be inadvisable, for I certainly would not be able to obliterate your head. Ah, you truly are insufferable. Heisenberg grumbled, taking a swig of his drink. He felt a twinge of annoyance. Regardless of Stark's legion of admirers, his character and foul mouth were intolerable. Trust me, no one enjoys sitting beside him in conversation, save for those who revere him or have received his acknowledgement. Such a person is destined to have no real friends. Yet, Heisenberg, too disinterested to ponder the implications, was oblivious to the imminent arrival of Tony's adversary. I may lack friends, but I certainly have enemies. Crack. At that very moment, as Heisenberg finished his drink, a blinding light erupted within his nightclub. Countless currents seemed to be bound by some unseen force, crashing violently against the floor. Heisenberg and Tony followed the source of the commotion and, to their astonishment, recognized the electrifying figure. Tony vaguely recalled having seen someone resembling this individual in old photographs with his father. As for Heisenberg, he muttered softly, "What is Whiplash doing here? Clearly, my presence has indeed generated a substantial butterfly effect in this universe." Meanwhile, Whiplash swung his electrical whip with fervor. The cacophony and the crackling sparks jolted nearly every patron in the nightclub back to sobriety. What on earth is happening? Is this some sort of terrifying spectacle? My legs! Cried a hapless soul who had been caught by Whiplash's electric current, severing his legs at the thighs. Tony Stark! Whiplash bellowed angrily, brandishing his whip as he addressed the crowd. Ever since I learned you would attend this party, I have been eagerly awaiting this day. No, it should be said that ever since your father stole my father's achievements, leading to my father's tragic demise, I have been awaiting this day. Crack! A fierce arc of electricity burst forth from his hand, leaving yet another filthy black mark on the freshly renovated floor of Heisenberg's. You and your father are both hypocritical, cunning, and arrogant scoundrels. But I shall make you aware that the greatness you flaunt before them is entirely built upon the theft of others' experimental results. Crack! The electrified whip lashed through the air before Heisenberg, cleaving the table he had just used to rest his arm into two halves. Tony, in a state of panic, flipped over the couch and sprinted desperately towards Happy. As for Happy, he was utterly obstructed by the chaotic crowd, unable to reach Tony. After ascertaining Tony's position, he immediately hurled the heavy briefcase he was holding. Thud. The briefcase landed on the ground, and Tony charged fiercely toward it. Yet, the throng at the nightclub was so dense, the situation so chaotic, that even though he was less than 5 meters away, he could not advance any further. Crack. The electrified whip fell before Tony, positioning itself between him and the briefcase. What is that, Tony Stark? Look at how clumsily you are rushing toward that object. Is that your trump card? The whip laughed cruelly as it advanced step by step toward Tony. Its body, crackling with arcs of electricity, blocked Tony's path to the briefcase, leaving him utterly helpless. Who are you, mate? Do you think you can defeat me with your shoddy craftsmanship? In an instant, Tony's courageous heart surged forth. He was not afraid, but instead launched a merciless mockery at the whip. It seems you've grasped a hint of my approach, but what are you so proud of? The wretched whip you wield is inferior to the trifles I casually toy with. Crack. 2 lightning whips intersected as they slashed across Tony's body, leaving 6-meter-long scars on the ground beside him. Meanwhile, the guests in the nightclub had already fled at least 20 meters away. They did not leave immediately, rather, they were intensely curious about the spectacle unfolding before them. Iron Man and one of his adversaries. How intriguing. This unfolding drama has truly made tonight's visit to the nightclub worthwhile. Nearby, the whip relentlessly pushed Tony backward with its fierce electric arcs, reveling in the terror it instilled in him. My father died in the park, and no one cared about his demise. Yet you bask in the admiration of all, relishing in flowers and applause, utterly indifferent to the fact that your success is built upon the lifetime achievements of my father. Crack. This whip struck viciously, landing squarely between Tony's legs. Fortunately, Tony managed to avoid a compromising stance, thus sparing himself from being cleaved in two. However, momentary evasion proved futile. Whiplash harbored a genuine intent to kill Tony. You proclaim yourself Iron Man, believing you are saving others, yet now who shall rescue you? Tony Stark. You despicable wretch born of a wretched home. Farewell. 2 intersecting arcs lashed out at Tony, an attack he could not evade. Yet how could Tony willingly submit to his demise? Do you truly wish to witness my death in your nightclub? Damn it. He shouted at the side, addressing Heisenberg. Heisenberg glanced first at Captain America, who was charging toward Whiplash, then at Tony, who wore an expression of sheer panic. In a fleeting moment, he seized a camera from a reporter a few dozen meters away and captured a photograph of Tony from a more advantageous angle. Then he erupted into laughter. Tony, you truly deserve this. Ha. Bang. As Heisenberg finished laughing, Captain America had already sent Whiplash sprawling. The sudden kick sent Whiplash rolling twice, the whip that should have slain Iron Man missing its mark entirely as it fell to the ground. In the brief interval before Whiplash could regain his footing, Captain America picked up Tony's briefcase. If you have any trump cards left, now is the time to use them, he proclaimed, tossing the briefcase to Tony. Upon seeing his portable armor land before him, Tony's face lit up with joy. He opened the case and pressed both hands into it. Instantly, the armor surged forth, enveloping him with rapidity. When Whiplash rose once more, his adversary was no longer the battered Tony Stark, but the self-assured Iron Man, alongside a confident Captain America. And, of course, an ordinary Kryptonian who preferred not to overshadow Iron Man. Just as Iron Man prepared to confront Whiplash, Heisenberg finally stood up. He clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the patrons captivated by the battle. Ah, the nightclub owner, I see. So it is he. Rumor has it he eliminated Kingpin. He even took down Kingpin's henchmen, those ruffians vying for his territory. But why does he dare to emerge? Even if he vanquished Kingpin, it does not grant him the right to face such foes. They are Iron Man's adversaries. Look at those lightning bolts. Yet he appeared quite audacious, clad only in his pajamas. Indeed, how unfortunate he is still in his pajamas. The ladies wiped their lips, for Heisenberg's partially exposed muscles were undeniably enticing. Once he had captured the majority's attention, Heisenberg addressed everyone present. Those injured in my establishment, call an ambulance. I shall cover the medical expenses. As for those causing trouble, I will handle those scoundrels. Tony, you have brought me trouble, so make haste to compensate for my floors and sofas. And you? Heisenberg cast a dissatisfied glance at Whip. While it was commendable that he could track Tony's whereabouts, did he not bother to ascertain whose territory this was? You, insignificant. Boom. Before Whip could finish his sentence, Heisenberg's hand had already struck his face. Given the number of guests present, Heisenberg refrained from delivering a fatal blow, merely spinning Whip's head around twice. In the next moment, with his mouth and nose now facing the ground behind him, Whip collapsed with a thud. The very next second, cheers erupted from the crowd. Ah, how magnificent! How could it be so effortless? What immense strength does he possess? Is this truly Heisenberg, the one who took down the significant figure, Jinbing? Do not provoke him. I suspect even Iron Man could not withstand such a slap. Unarmed, my goodness. The patrons, likely inebriated, expressed no fear. Instead, they animatedly discussed the incident. Though the police had already been alerted and were en route to investigate the nightclub, the revelers, fueled by alcohol, resumed their seats, sipping drinks while excitedly recounting their experiences. Aside from the unfortunate soul who had been injured and was en route to the hospital, the others continued to indulge in their libations, undeterred by the corpse of Whip lying beside them. Truly, they were the quintessential New Yorkers. As for Heisenberg, after dispatching Whip, his eyes subtly reddened. The makeshift reactor on Whip's chest shattered instantly. The reactor was overly simplistic, emitting radiation far and wide. Heisenberg had no desire for his customers to develop cancer. Subsequently, he, along with Tony, Captain America, and the ever-present Coulson and Happy, ascended to the penthouse villa. The five gentlemen reclined on lounge chairs, basking in the midnight starlight as if sunbathing. A well-prepared culinary team conducted an outdoor barbecue beside the pool, which explained the continuous sound of munching emanating from Tony. While eating, Tony grumbled, "Can't we have some hamburgers? I prefer those." "Haha, I relish barbecued meat," Heisenberg casually replied, tossing an entire chicken wing into his mouth and chewing it with abandon. His uncouth eating style would typically irk a gentlemanly figure like Coulson, yet surprisingly, Coulson found the food to be utterly delectable. As Heisenberg put it, when the texture of bones feels akin to that of fatty meat, trust me, the combination of both is the epitome of culinary delight. Swallowing a chicken wing, Heisenberg smiled faintly and teased Tony. "How does it feel? What does it feel like to have nearly been taken down? No. How does it feel to be saved by your uncle?" Heisenberg's jest almost caused Tony to spit out his barbecue. Moments later, he swallowed the meat and took a sip of wine before unleashing a torrent of curses. "You're taking advantage of me," he laughed. "I'm not referring to myself, but to your Uncle Rogers." Heisenberg chuckled as he gestured towards Captain America, provoking a look of confusion from Tony towards Rogers. After a brief contemplation, he turned back. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. I've had my share of encounters with them, yet this individual seems somewhat familiar. Indeed, he merely appears familiar. After all, in the photographs he left behind, he was always masked, Heisenberg remarked, tossing a beer bottle towards Rogers. At this juncture, aren't you going to introduce yourself to your little nephew? You extraterrestrials have heard of me? Tony interjected. Upon arriving on Earth, I encountered the renowned Captain America, the most dreaded adversary of Germany, and moreover, he was your father's closest friend. Heisenberg observed Tony's expression with keen interest as Tony was left agape, momentarily forgetting his meal. "Captain America," Tony stammered. "You're still alive?" "Aye." Rogers faltered, feeling an urge to deliver a punch to Tony. Perhaps realizing his slip of the tongue, Tony rubbed his beard and asked anew, "You're actually alive? Are you aware that Aunt Peggy has married someone else?" "Aye." And Iron Man continued to murmur. "Or are you just a playboy like my father, perpetually youthful, yet never considering a relationship with Aunt Peggy? I truly feel for her. She even held me as a child." "Haha, I must admit, I find your candidness rather delightful." Heisenberg laughed heartily, alleviating some of the tension among the five. Downstairs, S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Barbara was engaged in negotiations. Regardless of the circumstances, a death had occurred in Heisenberg's nightclub, with numerous witnesses capturing footage of the incident. Nonetheless, Barbara, accompanied by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s elite, effortlessly characterized the situation as a forced retaliation against an intruder. Thus, Heisenberg was spared the ordeal of interrogation. This exemplifies Heisenberg's utilization of S.H.I.E.L.D. and underscores his desire for his own territory and subordinates. Strength does not guarantee an absence of troubles. In fact, the more formidable you are, the more issues you attract. You may take the life of one, two, or countless individuals, yet you cannot engage in indiscriminate slaughter indefinitely. Once Heisenberg's subordinates establish a legal department comparable to that of a prestigious firm, his existence will undoubtedly become more convenient. Of course, once S.H.I.E.L.D. resolved the complications, they naturally confiscated the whip and his rudimentary armor. Meanwhile, the Triarch Tower welcomed new guests, an individual whose presence instilled profound caution among the agents. The moment the aircraft landed at the S.H.I.E.L.D. airport, numerous agents tightened their grips around their firearms. They are all formidable warriors, yet they possess a profound understanding of their adversaries. Should any mishap befall that individual, they would be left with no choice but to pay with their lives. There exists no alternative. Fortunately, Agent Natasha remains reliable. Clad in tattered attire, Banner disembarked from the aircraft, surveying the agents around him who seemed to be welcoming him. "How fortunate I am to be greeted with such fanfare," he remarked with a hint of irony. This is merely an unforeseen occurrence. Natasha promptly clarified. She too was perplexed, knowing she was tasked with bringing the Hulk back. Why were there so many agents present who could potentially provoke him? Just then, an agent stepped forward to introduce himself. Agent Natasha and our new consultant, Mr. Bruce Banner. We apologize for any misunderstandings. Iron Man, Tony Stark, was attacked at the nightclub of Elder Heisenberg on Krypton, and Captain America was involved. Heisenberg has struck again, and this is the reason for our current state of heightened alert. Upon hearing this, Natasha and Banner exchanged a rare glance. Observing the look in Bruce's eyes, which avoided direct confrontation, it seemed he believed that S.H.I.E.L.D. faced such predicaments daily. You all truly have it tough. Bruce Banner remarked with a sigh. Natasha simply shook her head. Things will improve significantly with you here, but for now, let us refrain from entangling ourselves in their troubles. Come with me to meet the director. As you wish, he replied. As they spoke, the pair navigated through the vigilant agents towards Nick Fury's office. Upon encountering Nick Fury himself, Natasha intended to speak, but Nick abruptly gestured for silence. Understanding the cue, Natasha promptly sealed her lips, as Nick lowered his voice to convey. He possesses exceptional hearing, so we must refrain from mentioning his name during our conversation. The intelligence division believes he does not monitor New York around the clock, but mentioning his name may trigger a special response. Such caution is indeed remarkable. Now, enlighten me about tonight's events, Natasha inquired. Nick nodded, though he did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to Bruce Banner and extended his right hand. It is a pleasure to meet you, Dr. Banner. Trust me, you will find us quite dissimilar to certain generals. I hope so, Banner replied noncommittally, then took a seat on the nearby sofa. Listening to the discourse between Black Widow and the One-Eyed Man, we encountered some setbacks in assimilating Tony's plans, thus leading us to this alternative measure. Establishing contact with Tony Stark through the assailant codenamed Whipcord. Currently, the plan is progressing steadily, and Agents Coulson and Captain Rogers have made sufficient headway in their relationship with Tony. Wait. Banner suddenly interjected. The he you reference, is he the one I am to prevent? Indeed. Natasha confirmed with a nod. Banner was instantly filled with discontent. Thus, your true intention is not to take action against him, but rather to deceive him into your grasp, much like you did with me. Especially now that both he and I are present, you can utilize him to counterbalance me, while I serve to balance him. Your scheming is truly remarkable. So, Dr. Banner, do you wish for me to muster all my strength to eliminate him before he commits any malevolent acts? Or do you relish being treated in this manner? Nick Fury retorted sharply. Upon hearing this, Banner calmly returned to his seat on the sofa. I understand, rest assured. I was merely jesting with you, he remarked, waving his hand with an embarrassed smile. After all, the trouble I bring is far greater than what he does, so I can accept your methods. But what about him? Please refrain from using the term methods. Nick Fury replied earnestly. As for the extraterrestrial visitor, Earth warmly welcomes his arrival. The S.H.I.E.L.D., as a department directly under the United Nations, extends an invitation to him as representatives of humanity, which is entirely reasonable. Well, at least you are more candid than that general. You indeed harbor intentions to exploit both him and me, but at least you understand the concept of balance. Rather than mindlessly yearning for Hulk's power, Banner said with resignation. Ever since he accepted Natasha's invitation, he had anticipated his future predicament. Regardless, his current situation is far better than he initially envisioned. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of gratitude towards Heisenberg. If it weren't for that formidable individual who instilled fear in everyone, he might not have enjoyed such favorable treatment today. Chapter 17. Long time no see. After calming the Hulk, Nick Fury boarded the aircraft, his mind swirling with thoughts. He piloted the helicopter quietly towards one of his secret bases. Do not inquire about the origin of his secret base. Nick Cunning Rabbit Fury, with less than 1,000 secret bases, would hardly maintain his reputation. Would it be considered greed for the director to establish a few secret bases? No, that would be prudence. In any case, an hour and 40 minutes later, Nick landed on a mountaintop. He did not enter the base, but instead approached the area between two bushes, kneeling to sift through the grass on the ground. No water emerged. After a moment, he cleared the soil and pressed a button beneath. There was no immediate response, yet he remained patient, standing silently as he awaited. After a full 3 minutes, faint noises finally filled the air. The space before Nick appeared to shatter like a mirror, reflecting countless versions of himself. Subsequently, a small spacecraft materialized before Nick's eyes. With a hiss, the spacecraft's door slowly opened, and two figures with green skin clad in form-fitting purple attire descended. Nick Fury, long time no see. The leading green-skinned individual enveloped Nick in a grand embrace. After the embrace, Nick Fury instinctively glanced around before following the green being aboard the spacecraft. Once the ship sealed itself, Nick let out a long sigh. What's the matter, buddy? You appear quite anxious, as if someone might be tailing you? No. Tauros, I've merely encountered a predicament, a colossal one, the kind that originates from the cosmos. Upon saying this, Nick casually seated himself on Tauros' spaceship, even resting his feet on Tauros' console. Tauros, unfazed by Nick's relaxed demeanor, found joy in his old comrade's naturalness. They had been allies for many years. Tauros sat beside Nick, serving him a glass of Skrull sweet wine while softly inquiring, a cosmic conundrum? Surely, they're Asgard and Carol. No one would dare to trouble Earth. Yet, it appears they have, Nick replied. Tauros, have you heard of Kryptonians? He asked with utmost seriousness. In an instant, Tauros' eyes widened in disbelief. Kryptonians, he exclaimed. Are you jesting? Have you forgotten that I lived on Earth for quite some time? I've read your comics, especially the most popular ones. Yet here he is, my friend. This is not a figment of my imagination. As he spoke, Nick routinely displayed a video from Heisenberg to Tauros. Look at this power, flight, heat vision, freezing breath, and his recent demonstration of biological manipulation. It mirrors the comics precisely. Indeed. You are correct, Nick, Tauros remarked, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the video for a prolonged moment. He is even more formidable than depicted in the comics. In the Superman comics of 1986, Kryptonian Superman struggled to lift large aircraft. It seems that as our comics evolve, so too do his abilities. Nick murmured in resignation. After a brief pause, Tauros fixed a profound gaze upon Nick. We must inform Carol about this. It could spell considerable trouble. What? Nick replied, utterly shocked. Decades earlier, when Carol departed, she had indeed provided him with a communication device. However, he had buried that device for decades, not intending to utilize it now. Tauros, perceiving Nick's anxiety, gently patted his shoulder in reassurance. You need not reach out to her. We possess methods to contact her. This matter does not pertain to Earth. Rather, it is the so-called Kryptonian power that instills in me a sense of foreboding. With that, Tauros took a sip of tea and continued to elucidate. Our Skrull Empire was one of the three great empires of the cosmos hundreds of thousands of years ago. Even the Kree Empire, which now ranks among the three major empires, was once merely our vassal. However, it must be acknowledged that during the peak of our Skrull Empire, we were still outmatched by the formidable S.H.I.E.L.D. Empire. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Empire's might is exemplified by two supreme forces, the Supreme Sword and the Supreme Nova. I find it difficult to believe that this Kryptonian has emerged from the pages of a comic book, nor can I fathom how our three great empires, having divided the universe for millions of years, could have overlooked a planet with such vast potential as Krypton. Moreover, if the so-called Kryptonian truly possesses such extraordinary genes, shouldn't he have already made a name for himself? It is worth noting that the entire universe is not solely reliant on Earth's yellow sun. Consequently, I am compelled to suspect that this might be a scheme devised by the S.H.I.E.L.D. Empire or its adversaries. Perhaps it is a form of experimentation related to the legacy of the Supreme Sword, or even an experiment conducted by the enemies of S.H.I.E.L.D., modeled after the Supreme Sword. Regardless, Carol has a close relationship with the Nova Corps, which serves as the standing army of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Empire. I must inquire about this matter with her. With that thought, Talos decisively clapped his hands. The Skrull seated at the helm of the spacecraft nodded in response. Shortly thereafter, a call alert appeared on the ship's viewport. Moments later, upon witnessing the projection of an American woman on the viewport, Nick Fury nearly ground his back teeth to dust. Damn it. I've held onto this device for a full 30 years without daring to use it. And yet, you and the Skrulls have been in constant contact all along. Are you even a human from Earth? Just too lazy to return, huh? Have you truly forgotten little Nick by the beautiful Ming Lake? Despite his frustration, Nick Fury quickly donned a smile. At that moment, Captain Marvel, after a brief moment of astonishment, could not help but ask Nick, huh? Fury, how did you end up here? In an instant, Nick Fury painfully accepted the reality that the person before him was indeed the genuine Captain Marvel. When he first met Carol, he had deliberately crafted a means of address for her. This was merely a tactic of the seasoned agent. As Nick Fury relished engaging in such wordplay, nearly everyone around him had been assigned a unique term of reference. This way, when certain individuals were disguised, he would know their authenticity upon hearing his name. Yet, the more certain he became of Carol's authenticity, the heavier his heart felt. I've waited for you so long, hesitating to reach out despite having this device. Yet you could have easily communicated with the Skrulls all along. You could have mentioned it sooner. Then again, it is understandable. After all, although the Skrulls are currently in decline, they were once one of the three great empires of the cosmos. Interstellar communication should not pose a challenge for them. In that moment, Nick felt a tremor in his heart. He hesitated for a moment before quietly uttering, "Long time no see." Sometimes, the most helpless words are those uttered after many years of separation. Long time no see. It is reminiscent of that year when you were in your prime. While I was merely a youth. Ahem, enough of idle chatter. Seeing Nick Fury's Carol brings me immense joy. The moment she beams with happiness, an exquisite radiance envelopes her entire being. In the next instant, she effortlessly pierced through more than 3 spaceships. After concluding her task, Carol finally found a moment to converse with Nick and the others. Her opening remark was, "You've aged quite a bit, Fury, and what about your eye?" "Ah, it's nothing. My eye is merely a trivial matter," Nick quickly interjected. However, Carol was no fool. She soon recalled, "Oh my heavens, when you were attacked by the Devourer. That was my fault. I should have informed you that wounds inflicted by the Devourer required the blood of a horned dragon for healing. But at that time, I was unaware, having only learned this on the A-star near the Centaurus constellation. You were so unfortunate, just a scratch from a cat, and—" No. Nick's expression darkened instantly as he earnestly tried to clarify, "You are mistaken. It was certainly not the handiwork of that fat, orange creature. I later encountered betrayal from a friend, and it was during that ordeal that I lost my eye." Carol and Talos exchanged glances, uncertain of what to believe. Regardless, the three of them swiftly shifted their conversation to discuss the issue concerning Heisenberg. Carol expressed her astonishment, for her childhood favorites were the comics featuring Captain America and Superman. Naturally, she had a slight preference for Captain America, as she dreamed of enlisting in the military, though she could never be an extraterrestrial. By joining the military, she hoped to draw closer to her idol, Captain America. Yet, as she matured, she found herself not only distant from Captain America, but her own abilities aligning more closely with Superman. In essence, the topic of Kryptonians holds a story for nearly every Earthling in the Marvel Universe. After a time, Earth, S.H.I.E.L.D, and the Shi'ar Empire begrudgingly reached a consensus regarding a plan concerning Heisenberg. First and foremost, they must ensure Nick Fury's safety, given Heisenberg's immense power and dominance. Nick's safety was indeed precarious. Secondly, to verify the authenticity of the Kryptonian lineage, the Skrulls would dispatch 1 or 2 specialized agents to impersonate Nick Fury and another individual from S.H.I.E.L.D. In summary, these two would both ensure Nick Fury's safety and devise a means to engage with Heisenberg, utilizing the Skrulls' innate talent for transformation. They would undergo a profound metamorphosis into Heisenberg himself. The Skrulls have ascended to become one of the 3 great empires of the universe precisely due to their remarkable abilities. They can replicate every aspect of an individual from the inside out. If they were to encounter Captain America, they could assume his appearance and possess his immense strength. Should they meet the Hulk, they might even acquire the Hulk's formidable power in his normal state. The reason this ability was not showcased in the Captain Marvel film is simply that, at that time, Earth had not witnessed many supernatural occurrences. The Skrulls lacked suitable genetic samples, thus refraining from replicating Earthlings on a grand scale. Following this, Carol emerged as a formidable force. Although her lineage was commendable, her power ultimately stemmed from the Space Stone, rather than her inherent genetics. Consequently, the seemingly unusable Carol formed a strategic alliance with the Skrulls. In summary, Nick Fury resolved to officially infiltrate the Skrulls' hidden base and remotely control his Skrull counterpart to uncover the truth behind Heisenberg. As for the other Skrulls' assumed identity, Nick couldn't help but recall his deputy, Hill. Talos, another candidate for disguise, was thus designated as Hill. "Let us proceed." "Of course, no problem." Talos responded with a cheerful laugh. After their laughter subsided, Nick and Talos began a light-hearted drinking contest. However, despite the revelry, both were elite spies from their respective worlds. And who knows how many times they clashed at the table. As the temporary leader of the Skrull refuge team, Talos had no intention of placing his people in peril without due cause. What interests did the Skrulls currently seek on Earth? To be frank, only the Hulk. Talos surprisingly requested a genetic sample from the Hulk to enable the mass transformation of Skrull refugees into Hulk-like forms. This proposition struck a nerve with Nick Fury. He could never allow the Skrulls to amass a legion of Hulks. The two quickly engaged in a heated exchange. To quell their escalating conflict, Carol had to devise a means to capture their attention. Thus, she began to recount her cosmic experiences to Talos. She was aware that the currently cautious and survival-oriented Talos was particularly fond of news regarding the major cosmic powers. Carol slowly revealed, recently, the cosmic landscape appears rather dire, with Thanos' forces incessantly patrolling near the Kree territory. The Kree accuser, Ronan, seems to harbor intentions of betraying the Kree Empire. Furthermore, the Chitauri, Thanos minions, have begun to gather in increasing numbers. They are nearly assembled with their main forces. One wonders where this vanguard of Chitauri will strike next. Thankfully, they were far from Earth. Surely, they would not reach it, right? Indeed, they surely won't reach Earth, Talos added. Chapter 18. The God Among Men at 3:20 a.m. Down at the base of the Heisenberg Tower, Pepper Potts awaited quietly, a radiant smile gracing her face. Uncertain of how long she had been waiting, it was clear that by the time Happy escorted Tony out, Pepper's pupils were nearly ablaze. Let go of me. How could I possibly drink more than him? Tony's meticulously crafted dress shoes had already begun to scuff against the ground, their once mirror-like surfaces now in tatters. Yet, despite his inebriated state, the moment he laid eyes on Pepper, he felt an overwhelming urge to shout, "Damn it, Heisenberg, pour me another drink. Oh my God, Pepper." In an instant, Stark stood upright. "What do you wish, Mr. Stark?" Pepper inquired gently. Tony pressed his lips together, instinctively adjusting his collar. "I've really overdone it." With a thud, he collapsed against the car. Happy, with a submissive demeanor, attempted to join him inside, but was completely obstructed by Pepper. "You drive my car back. I wish to take him home myself. It's rare that he hasn't brought back that trash from the magazine tonight." As Pepper finished speaking, Happy cast a sympathetic glance at Stark, who was now in a state of unconsciousness, subtly curling the corner of his lips. Recognizing Stark's silent plea not to leave, Happy resolutely complied. "The keys are yours. May you both find joy." With those words, he vanished in an instant. Watching Happy retreat, Pepper offered an exasperated smile before taking the driver's seat of the Koenigsegg. She ignited the engine and pressed the accelerator, the vehicle gliding forward. Just then, she paused momentarily. "Huh." She tapped Tony's arm. "Am I as drunk as you? Why does it seem like someone in the sky is waving at us?" At her words, Tony barely managed to pry his bleary eyes open, glancing in the direction Pepper indicated. It was, of course, Heisenberg, floating in the middle of the intersection, bidding him farewell. Yet, how could that rascal be so inconsiderate? Could he not at least conceal his identity a little? Must he flaunt his prowess and steal the attention that rightfully belonged to him? Lost in thought, Iron Man suddenly sprang into action. Let us not forget, his portable armor was still donned. This was precisely why Pepper felt secure in escorting Tony without fear of abduction or robbery. However, now, Stark's Mark V portable armor burst forth from the Koenigsegg, soaring toward the silhouette of Heisenberg. To the throng of journalists observing Iron Man, it appeared as though he was charging toward a figure floating in the sky with an unstoppable momentum. And in the next heartbeat, boom! A violent gust of wind sent Pepper's hair flying wildly. She was utterly bewildered. What had just transpired? Tony had inexplicably ascended into the sky, but fortunately, the car was a convertible. Then, unexpectedly, Tony returned to the vehicle, albeit with a burly man in pajamas pressing down on his head and chest, forcibly bringing him back from the heavens. This man, pajamas? The ambiguous position? Tony was unexpectedly beneath them. Pepper was on the verge of tears. Fortunately, the burly man quickly clarified the situation. "Pepper Potts, TSK, Iron Man's dear heart. I am Heisenberg, and I sincerely apologize for having indulged this rascal a bit too much. Please bear with me." "Bear with you?" "Certainly, but can we release Tony now? Provided he won't recklessly charge at me again." Heisenberg smiled as he loosened his grip on Tony. He then hovered in front of the Koenigsegg, raising an exaggerated middle finger towards Tony. "Goodbye, Tony, don't drink too much." "Fuck you, Heisenberg," Tony dully replied, extending his hand in response. With that, Heisenberg laughed as he soared away, soon stopping beneath his own skyscraper. A few reporters attempted to approach, but Heisenberg merely shook his head. "Go chase after that inebriated playboy. Don't waste your energy on me. I, too, seek my own pleasures." With those words, Heisenberg instantly ascended into the air. By the time the reporters, stunned, began to search for his whereabouts, he had already nestled in bed with two of the most beautiful women. After a night of playful exertion, Heisenberg rose from the bed, gently pushing aside the arms and legs of the two ladies. Once he had cleared the octopus-like obstacles, he boldly dashed into the swimming pool, completely unclad. As he plunged into the water, he mused, "Dispose of all bodily fluids I've released. What is the cost?" 0.62 square, the system replied. Ignoring any potential complaints from the system, Heisenberg propelled the system's value towards a certain brand with the surname Dupor System, and poor S.H.I.E.L.D. Despite merely a day passing, their collection of countless samples of Heisenberg's saliva and cells had entirely vanished. Setting aside S.H.I.E.L.D., let us return to Heisenberg. After swimming for a while, Heisenberg noticed Barbara addressing the two women he had entertained the previous night. However, the allure those ladies possessed had significantly diminished after an entire night of battling Kryptonians. Moreover, Barbara had brought along enforcers to the villa to evict them. Awakened abruptly from their slumber, the ladies were infuriated and clamored for Heisenberg to bid them farewell. Yet Barbara was unyielding, dragging the women away along with their bed linens. Soon, the rooftop fell into silence once more. Barbara frowned as she approached the pool, clutching a towel. Do you truly have the heart to make me perform your garbage disposal every day? What would you prefer to do, be garbage? Heisenberg chuckled as he floated out of the pool. Not caring whether Barbara was stealing glances, he took the towel, dried himself off briefly, and wrapped it around his waist. Striding towards the lounge chair. I never anticipated that you would adopt such a languid demeanor, back when you were with S.H.I.E.L.D. Your arrogance led me to believe you were eager to make a significant impact on the world. Upon hearing Barbara's words, Heisenberg replied without looking back. What do you think I intend to do? Obliterate the earth. One must understand that basking in the sun is the most earnest of pursuits. As he spoke, Heisenberg threw himself back into the sunlight to soak up its rays. Do you not care about your nightclub? Billy is inquiring about the theme for the next event. Barbara remarked. Of course I care. Heisenberg retorted, his figure darting to the locker where he retrieved a camera and tossed it to Barbara. Inside is a most unflattering photo of Tony Stark. Let us develop it into a promotional poster, and for the next theme, let us call it the Iron Age. Indeed. Poor Iron Man. He looks as if he might weep. Barbara laughed. Huh. If you view it from a different angle, he resembles someone suffering from constipation. Tony will loathe you for eternity. Am I concerned? As Heisenberg reveled in the sun's warmth, Tony had already risen from his bed. True to form, he instinctively sought to disengage from the hand of his bedmate, for he was a libertine, incapable of loving any woman he had shared a bed with. Huh, Pepper? Oh my goodness. What have I done? What was I just thinking? Unable to love again. No. How delightful. Tony was momentarily taken aback. For lying beside him was his most beloved, Pepper Potts. At that moment, Pepper too awakened from her slumber. Dressing and grooming. They inexplicably shared no discourse regarding the events of the previous night, instead proceeding with their routines as though they had been together for an eternity. Oblivious to the fact that last night had merely been their first encounter. However, when Pepper finished tidying the dishes and donned her work attire, she could not help but inquire, Tony, your chest. Once upon a time, she had not truly engaged with Tony, but after witnessing everything she ought to have seen last night, she was startled by the reactor in Tony's chest. To be precise, she had encountered that reactor numerous times. Merely a glowing circle could hardly instill fear. Yet now, black markings resembling spider webs adorned the reactor's vicinity. What on earth could that be? Upon hearing Pepper's words, Tony's hand trembled slightly as he held his coffee. Just a minor inconvenience, but easily rectified. Is that so? I truly wish to believe your words. Yet you are not adept at deceiving me, Tony. No one wishes to deceive you. You celestial being fallen to earth. Trust me. Then please, enlighten me. Ultimately, Pepper refrained from pressing further, for she knew Tony Stark all too well. The more he is pressed, the less he will be forthcoming. Some inquiries are best directed towards the artificial intelligence, JARVIS, in Tony's absence, rather than questioning Tony himself. Consequently, Pepper subtly shifted the topic. That man from last night. The one who can soar through the skies and possesses strength surpassing your armor. He is your superhero companion, is he not? Pepper chose a favorable angle to pose her question to Tony. Upon mentioning Heisenberg, Tony's demeanor grew serious. He fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. Companion? Far from it. He could very well become an adversary. Pepper replied, somewhat perplexed. You two certainly did not appear to be enemies last night. That was merely a fleeting moment. He held no compassion in his eyes. We are not of the same ilk. As he spoke, Tony clapped his hands, prompting JARVIS to activate their television. The news channel was exuberantly broadcasting anything related to Heisenberg, including footage of Heisenberg's confrontation with Whiplash and Iron Man being subdued by Heisenberg. Tony seemed indifferent to the embarrassment of being overpowered by Heisenberg the previous night. He singled out the video of Heisenberg dispatching Whiplash, replaying it incessantly. If it were me, I would have defeated him and sent him to prison, ensuring he faced the appropriate consequences under the law. But Tony shook his head vigorously once more. He was utterly unconcerned. After speaking, he sank back into the sofa, resting the back of his head against the cushions. Whether it was a recollection of Heisenberg or a lingering hangover from the previous night, his head throbbed painfully. Pepper bit her lip and quietly approached to massage his forehead. With the warmth bestowed by his beloved, Tony gathered his spirits and continued, Superman. We have all read those comics. Yet despite our admiration for such heroes, no one truly wishes for an invincible deity to emerge in reality. Moreover, Heisenberg is far from a Superman. He lacks the compassion and mercy that Superman shows towards humanity. He is, at best, an unjust superhero. Yet I must concede. An unjust superhero is far more terrifying for the Earth than a true Superman. Chapter 19. Preparation at 10 o'clock in the morning. Hello, we are from the Herald Daily. We would like to interview your boss. Please allow us entry. Blast it, we are from the Planet Daily. Superman's home is our newspaper. Let us in. Damn it. This is America. Freedom is paramount every day. You cannot impede our right to interview. Do not waste time with them. These individuals are merely henchmen of the mob. Charge in. They cannot possibly shoot us. Let us in, Billy. I am your friend, and I know the manager of the Academy of Sciences nightclub. Countless journalists. Eager to approach the nightclub for an interview with the suddenly surfaced superhero Heisenberg, had nearly completely blocked the entrance. Fortunately, this building, once a hub of commerce, ultimately passed into the possession of Heisenberg after a portion of the bullets were expended. Consequently, a throng of journalists pursued him from the nightclub down to the base of the edifice. Heisenberg reclined atop the rooftop, basking in the sunlight. A moment that should have been savored in tranquility. After all, he had no inclination to activate his extraordinary hearing. He was not a superhero, compelled to monitor incessantly for injuries, disasters, or robberies plaguing the city. He lacked the altruistic spirit to save everyone in need. Thus, apart from a select few sounds he had marked for special attention, he typically engaged only the ordinary hearing of an average individual. Only in such a state could he relish the peace. But on this day, not even the deaf could escape the cacophony emanating from below. What madness was this? Heisenberg, nestled in his lounge chair, was thoroughly vexed, even losing interest in his drink. Rising from his seat, he donned his slippers and ambled to the edge of the rooftop for a glimpse. The moment he appeared, the journalists erupted in a thunderous cheer. Look here. Quick. Look over here. He has emerged. We are journalists. We possess the right to interview Mr. Heisenberg. Heisenberg, are you a superhero? Your strength surpasses Iron Man's armor. You can soar into the skies with mere flesh and bone. Surely, you are a superhero. Are you paired with Captain America, just as depicted in the comics? What sort of colleagues were these, and what dubious comics were they reading? Despite the uproar, the audacious remarks momentarily stunned the multitude of reporters. Yet, it was but a fleeting pause. Last night, when an Indian plane crashed, why did you not intervene? Are you our American superhero? The earthquake in Japan went unnoticed by you. You must have grown up in America, right? Superhero, how long have you donned that mantle? Heisenberg, do greet your fervent admirers. Faced with such a clamor, Heisenberg's brows nearly knitted together in frustration. I shall warn you but once, disperse at once. If you have inquiries, come to the nightclub tonight for a drink. We can converse at the table. Heisenberg shouted down from the rooftop. Alas, who would heed his promises at that moment? We won't take up too much of your time, just 5 minutes. Can it be merely 5 minutes? We understand. But could you grant us the opportunity for a single question? Superhero, think of your fans. Countless children are eagerly awaiting your latest updates. The journalist's clamoring not only persisted but intensified. Damn it. Heisenberg grimaced, a frown pinching his lips. Before turning away toward the swimming pool, he exhaled sharply, and a frosty breath instantly encased the water within the pool in a solid layer of ice. With a deft motion, he plunged his hand into the icy expanse, leveraging his biological prowess to effortlessly lift the sizable sheet of ice as if it were but a mere trifle. He casually hurled the enormous ice blocks towards those detestable reporters. However, he ultimately refrained from going too far. A glimmer of crimson flashed in his eyes, and the intense heat emanating from his gaze caused the ice to shatter rapidly upon contact. Yet, despite this, countless shards of ice plummeted from hundreds of meters above, ensuring that the reporters would face considerable repercussions. Indeed, in the next moment, the cheers from below the Heisenberg building transformed into wails of despair. What is that? Hail? No. It's ice. Run. Over 100 reporters immediately fled in a frenzy. Reality is not a film, and no one would foolishly stand by while debris rained from the sky. However, what good would running do? The pool at Heisenberg contained at least 20 tons of water, and even shattered, the ice blocks would be sufficient to inflict harm upon the reporters, except for a few who relied on their muscular build to charge into the building, or those who cleverly slipped beneath nearby vehicles. The heads of the other reporters began to bleed profusely, and their suffering was only just beginning. After discarding the ice blocks, Heisenberg casually picked up the phone resting on the refreshment table. Hello, Target Eye. Bring your team and check on that group of paparazzi downstairs. Ensure that those with serious injuries are sent to the hospital. I will cover the medical expenses. As for those who are unharmed or only lightly injured, make sure to inflict enough damage to warrant hospitalization. Understood? Understood. But does that apply to female reporters as well? Target Eye inquired cautiously. After a brief pause, Heisenberg frowned. Female reporters, like Louise Lane, who could potentially exploit a Kryptonian's weakness. How terrifying. With that thought, Heisenberg took a deep breath. Make it more severe, but avoid striking their faces. You can handle that as you see fit. Understood. Target I exclaimed, elated to accept the task. After hanging up, his respect for Heisenberg was beyond words. Such blatant aggression towards reporters could never have occurred under his previous boss, Gene Bing. Certainly, Gene Bing had assigned him to deal with a few reporters, but only when pushed to the brink and filled with rage would he dare to act against them in secret, challenging those self-proclaimed champions of American free speech in broad daylight. Gene Bing lacked the audacity for that, but now Heisenberg did. While the boss was troubled by reporters, Target I was even more exasperated. Thus, before the reporters below could fully recover from their shock, the Heisenberg building mobilized over 80 vehicles and 200 personnel. They swiftly transported the severely injured into the cars and rushed them to the hospital. As for those who were not immediately evacuated, they were shoved into more spacious vehicles and subsequently beaten before also being sent to the hospital. Thus, 10 minutes later, Heisenberg's ears finally fell silent. However, Heisenberg's affairs were far from complete. He pressed the service bell, summoning the ever-respectful Billy. Heisenberg then instructed Billy to reach out to the two public relations teams, particularly those demanding the highest fees, to embellish today's events and disseminate them online. You know how to embellish, right? He queried. Of course, your reputation will remain unscathed. After all, you were engaged in a fierce battle against your adversaries. You have saved New York. What do the injuries of those reporters matter? With that, Billy offered a mysterious smile and turned to leave. Heisenberg nodded in satisfaction. Just look at that. The feeling of having wealth, subordinates, and a team is simply exhilarating. If the world's superheroes had ample funding for publicity from the outset, how could they ever be cornered by numerous anti-superhero factions in court? It is better not to dwell on this. However, when Heisenberg considered it, already embodying the role of a Kryptonian, he felt a surge of indignation for his foolish descendant. How could a multitude of weaklings, those he had frequently saved, dare to shackle him? Such indignity was intolerable for a Kryptonian from Dongwa. If the situation were to arise for Heisenberg, he would disregard who was right or wrong. It would simply be a contest of strength. Should you be powerful, I shall yield. Should you be weak, I shall dominate. This is the essence of the law of the jungle. Even if I temporarily concede, the grievances of 10 lifetimes can still be avenged. I, Heisenberg, am not a name to be taken lightly. However, to speak candidly from an observer's perspective, Heisenberg would not harbor discontent towards Lex Luthor or Batman, who sought to eliminate Superman. He found their rationale particularly commendable. It is merely a mindset. Those not of my kind are bound to have different intentions. They must be eradicated. Had Heisenberg not been a Kryptonian, he would undoubtedly have sought ways to vanquish Kryptonians. Returning to the subject of Superman, what irked Heisenberg the most was the reason for Superman's summons to the courtroom. It stemmed from the fact that during his fierce struggle against General Zod to save Earth, Superman inadvertently harmed a portion of the populace. Consequently, those individuals chose to sue him. Does being sued truly matter? Of course not. One must either continue to save lives or refrain from doing so. Regardless, there is no need to pay heed to those troublemakers. Had he concealed his identity for nothing? Did they even recognize who he was? Were Heisenberg to face a lawsuit, within 3 days, the primary plaintiffs would all mysteriously vanish. If Heisenberg were an ordinary man, suffering injuries in the clash between Superman and his foes, he would undoubtedly sue Superman, provided he believed Superman could indeed find himself in the defendant's seat. After all, regardless of the outcome, he would gain notoriety, and upon exiting the courthouse, Heisenberg would forever be able to reap the benefits of having sued Superman, engaging in programs to share thoughts, and perhaps authoring a book to gain fame. Does that not sound delightful? However, from Superman's perspective, observing those he has rescued clamoring for his punishment, one might ponder whether he would question Zod's actions. Would he not consider that allowing Zod to reign over Earth, provided he does not transform it into a replica of Krypton and relinquish his own powers, might be acceptable? If Zod were truly capable of such a feat, once he becomes the sovereign of Earth, even Kal-El could find a more fulfilling existence as a representative of Kryptonian resistance than he ever did as a superhero. Now, if we were to envision Kal-El as Heisenberg, he would first assess General Zod's stance before deciding whether to eliminate him. Heisenberg, unlike Kal-El, harbors ambition. One god for Earth suffices. Do we truly require an entire race? Nevertheless, should Zod kneel and surrender, Heisenberg might reluctantly acquiesce. After all, they share a kinship. Forgive Heisenberg, for he has always possessed a penchant for double standards. In summary, Heisenberg will not tread the same path as Kal-El. He shall never falter in the arena of public opinion, regardless of the cost or the number of individuals he must employ. Whether manipulating presidential elections or compelling capitalists to reform superhero legislation, Heisenberg will undoubtedly erect a banner that shields him from attack. As for the hypocrisy that may lie beneath this banner, Heisenberg muses that he cannot be more hypocritical than the American capitalists, whose duplicity knows no bounds. Having emerged from a recent bout of melancholy, Heisenberg now possesses a clear self-awareness. He commands the limitless potential of Kryptonians, the extraordinary ability to traverse the multiverse, and the power of a system that can manifest all dreams. With such exceptional advantages at his disposal, if he were to allow himself even a modicum of grievance, would he not be foolish? As for his temperament, whether it be volatile, bloody, malevolent, or cruel, does it truly matter? Just as a mere utterance from him can orchestrate arrangements for journalists, he possesses the means to resolve the complications he creates and the capacity to bear the consequences of his actions. As an adult, is it not sufficient to achieve these two objectives? Regarding the words of a certain hero's adoptive father, with great power comes great responsibility, is that not a form of manipulation? It should rightly be the better the treatment, the greater the responsibility. As for ability, is it not my prerogative to determine my own capabilities? Morality may serve as a benchmark, yet each individual possesses their unique moral compass. In Heisenberg's eyes, he would never harm a harmless child, an innocent elder, nor a non-aggressive pregnant woman. However, it is worth noting that even these various individuals come with their own annotations. After all, the world is vast, and who knows if there exist children and elderly individuals harboring malevolence deep within their cores. Even among the consistently privileged, Heisenberg is not inclined to extend his compassion unreservedly, let alone mature adults with established wills. When Heisenberg invaded the office of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, he was fully prepared for an assault. Bullets struck him, and he bore the burden without a hint of complaint. Yet, when agents aimed their firearms at him, they ought to have been ready for retaliation. When Jean Bing, upon their first encounter, commanded the target to test him, he too must have anticipated resistance. Even Heisenberg himself, when he obliterated another's head, was he not also prepared for the possibility of having his own skull shattered? It is merely that no one could match his prowess. Chapter 20. Daredevil. Approximately 20 minutes elapsed. The phone rang. Heisenberg glanced at the caller ID, Barbara. Very well. He promptly hung up, as it was most likely an inquiry regarding his ice-throwing incident with the journalist. Dull, he thought. It was best left to his team to handle. S.H.I.E.L.D. was perceptive enough. Seeing that Heisenberg had terminated the call, they refrained from further disturbance. Amidst the uproar of the press, with citizens both supporting and opposing Heisenberg clashing outside the town hall, none of it encroached upon his repose. Awakening around 4 in the afternoon, Heisenberg stirred leisurely. He was in a state of utter languor, for basking in the sun felt exquisitely comforting. He even contemplated lingering in the sunlight for a while. However, he was uncertain whether his body, which had only been enhanced by the sun for about a week, could endure the intense heat and radiation of the sun's core immediately. Nonetheless, one day, Heisenberg was determined to revel in the sun's embrace. His aspirations extended far beyond that. If he were granted the opportunity to traverse a realm governed by deities, could he not aspire to become a sun god, wielding the sun as a portable plaything? Yet such thoughts were still distant. For now, Heisenberg was content to harvest primordial matter on Marvel's Earth. Upon awakening, he resumed his sunbathing while contemplating the future. Over the past few days, he had gradually devised numerous ways to alter the fates of all inhabitants of Earth. Initially, he contemplated summoning formidable adversaries to Earth, orchestrating a desperate battle. Concurrently, he intended to shatter the planet's core, compelling humanity to seek survival in the cosmos. Would it not be a delight to instantaneously alter the destinies of over 7 billion souls? However, considering the formidable figures lurking within Marvel's Earth, such as the incessantly murmured Agamotto, Heisenberg ultimately abandoned that scheme. Nonetheless, while he relinquished the notion of destroying the Earth, he did not abandon the idea of sending its inhabitants into the cosmos. It is inconvenient to destroy Earth to compel its inhabitants to leave, so he decided to adopt a gentler approach. Contemplating for a moment, he temporarily focused his attention on Asgard. What if he utilized Asgard's Bifrost to initiate an expansive development plan across the 9 realms? It is estimated that once implemented, the fates of at least 40 to 50% of Earth's life forms would be irrevocably altered. However, considering Odin, who, despite his advanced age, has always seemed to harbor hidden depths, one wonders about the futility of violence. Harmony must prevail. Let us first strive for harmony for 2 years, and then address matters after Odin's demise. According to the cinematic narrative, after Odin's passing, the goddess of death, Hela would emerge. If he could persuade or seduce Hela, would he not be able to unconditionally access the resources accumulated by Asgard over millennia? This was merely a proposal. Heisenberg had even grander ideas. For instance, why not venture into the cosmos to seek out the Collector and sell himself? Indeed, he is the only Kryptonian in the universe. Is he not of immense value? Moreover, the Collector would only claim his body posthumously, so let him wait. Heisenberg had no intention of dying anytime soon. After selling himself, he could acquire countless spacecraft to return to Earth. There was no need for further elaboration. Once those ships were dispatched to various governments, humanity would surely exit the solar system within 6 months and launch an offensive on the galaxy within 3 years. Humanity is inherently greedy, or perhaps ambitious. In any case, Heisenberg had already outlined numerous plans in his mind, waiting for the opportune moment to gradually execute his strategies. Beginning with Earth, he would expand his influence throughout the universe. And within 20 years, he would undoubtedly amass an abundance of primordial material. Ding! Just as he was deep in thought, the door to the villa swung open. Heisenberg turned to see an unfamiliar figure enter. Yet this individual was surprisingly accompanied by his most loyal subordinate, Hawkeye. Ah, impressive indeed. You managed to capture Hawkeye? Indeed, Heisenberg. The man exclaimed, tossing Hawkeye at Heisenberg's feet. Since you have slain Kingpin, it proves you possess a sense of justice. But why then do you continue to support Hawkeye in the gang warfare of Hell's Kitchen? The oddly dressed individual questioned, as Hawkeye thudded to the ground. Bouncing slightly upon impact, Heisenberg nudged Hawkeye's abdomen with his foot, receiving no response. A strange odor wafted from Hawkeye, ether in abundance. Are you attempting to eliminate both me and Hawkeye in one fell swoop? Heisenberg inquired with keen interest, only for the peculiar figure to suddenly turn and flee. It seemed he had not anticipated that the ample amount of knockout drugs he had prepared would prove ineffective. In mere moments, that individual had reached the edge of the building and leapt into the void. In midair, he unfurled his costume, revealing a collapsible glider concealed within. Huh. This is rather intriguing. As the words fell from his lips, Heisenberg ascended into the air, swiftly soaring behind his adversary. With a firm grip on the glider, Heisenberg hoisted him back to the rooftop, forcefully slamming him beside the target. Daredevil, is it? Horned upon his head, a lawyer, blind, isn't he? Indeed. This garishly attired scoundrel is unmistakably one of Hell's Kitchen's homegrown superheroes, known as Daredevil, or perhaps, the Man Without Fear. Heisenberg relentlessly interrogated the battered Daredevil, who, despite his countless broken bones, remained silent, neither uttering a cry of pain nor softening his resolve before Heisenberg. Observing this defiant blind man, Heisenberg felt a sense of resignation. After all, he was a superhero of sorts, albeit somewhat diminished, indecisive, and plagued by numerous troubles. To eliminate him outright would entail facing the wrath of Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, and Iron Fist, the younger champions seeking vengeance for their fallen comrade. There was even the possibility of encountering the Punisher, a figure Heisenberg particularly admired, seeking retribution. In essence, Heisenberg had no desire to kill this Daredevil. However, even in sparing his life, he could not simply allow him to depart unscathed. With this thought, a glimmer of red light flickered in Heisenberg's eyes as he cast his gaze towards the rear of the target. A cacophony of agonized screams erupted as the target, clutching his left buttock, leapt up in distress. Just as he contemplated cursing, he was met with the sight of Heisenberg, causing the unfortunate target to freeze in fear. Boss, I've been set up, he stammered. It's not a significant issue. Just take this one away and confine him for now, Heisenberg instructed softly. Upon hearing this, the target complied but felt compelled to explain the reasons behind his failure. As he hoisted Daredevil away, he whispered to Heisenberg. The folks in Hell's Kitchen call him Daredevil, a rather troublesome vigilante. I intended to eliminate him, but unexpectedly, he overwhelmed me with a plethora of hallucinogenic substances. Boss, please grant me another chance. I will not fail so easily again. Heisenberg, bored, patted the target's shoulder. I already said, it's not a big deal. Focus on your work. After uttering these words, Heisenberg reclined back in his chair, closing his eyes to bask in the sun, lapsing into silence once more. As for the target, he reluctantly took Daredevil away. Upon descending the stairs, his heart raced with apprehension, uncertain how this failure would affect his standing in Heisenberg's eyes. However, as he walked on and his fear and anxiety gradually faded, his mind was consumed by shame and hatred. He shot a venomous glare at Daredevil. Wait. The target's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. It seems he has never before carried a completely defenseless Daredevil, as he does now. Who exactly is Daredevil? What is his purpose? Is he a debonair figure akin to the Batman from comics, or merely a vagrant on the streets? Moreover, with Daredevil currently incapacitated, Does that not mean he can manipulate him as he pleases? TSK TSK. The bullseye suddenly opened the door to a new world. 3 minutes later, in the basement of the Heisenberg building, Bullseye bound Daredevil to a dilapidated experimental table at an abandoned drug manufacturing site, formerly known as the Golden Building. The Heisenberg building had long been one of the largest drug production bases under Jin's command. However, after Heisenberg ascended to power and abolished narcotics, this laboratory was personally demolished by Bullseye. Do not inquire why he did not sell the drug-making equipment for some funds. It was merely to demonstrate resolve. Now, this forsaken drug lab had found its purpose. Following the incident with Daredevil, Bullseye believed he could transform the basement into a private prison, stuffing all those eccentric vigilantes inside. Let it begin with Daredevil. With a countenance full of solemnity, Bullseye drew a throwing knife, its sharp blade poised against Daredevil's face. Who in their right mind would remove a mask with their hands? It is always done with a blade. Once the mask fell away, Bullseye felt an unsettling familiarity with the face. Is this the lawyer? The blind man. He was taken aback. I have been defeated countless times by a blind man. How could this be? Without further ado, Bullseye slapped Daredevil fiercely. Smack. Crash. Daredevil immediately coughed up a copious amount of blood, startling Bullseye. He looked at his right hand in bewilderment. Do my hands possess such strength that a single slap could draw blood? No, Daredevil must have already been injured. Realizing this, Bullseye hastily removed Daredevil's shirt. A glance confirmed his suspicion. Daredevil was covered in bruises and swollen purple marks. He had at least a dozen fractures. My heavens, the boss truly is ruthless. Yet, the boss did not order him to die. Must I then take Daredevil to the hospital? This decision left Bullseye in a quandary. Words aside, one should not jest with the underworld. Bullseye himself refused to seek medical treatment for his own injuries at a proper hospital. Was he truly to take such a nemesis for care? Suddenly, the phone rang sharply, prompting Bullseye to hastily retrieve his mobile. Boss, what are your orders? Just then, he recalled something. I seem to have broken a few of that weirdo's bones. Take him to the hospital, don't let him die. Understood. Bullseye promptly affirmed his compliance. But Heisenberg was not yet finished. Also, you might want to check on that backside of yours at the hospital. In order to rouse you from your ether-induced slumber, I resorted to some drastic measures, treating this as a punishment for your previous failure. Did you hear me? Yes. The Bullseye nodded in agreement once more. After the call ended, Bullseye stood there, gnashing his teeth in frustration. He couldn't help but wish this blind man would meet his demise right then and there. But what could he do? Of course, he had to take Daredevil to the hospital. As for his own rear end, what was wrong with it? Bullseye didn't perceive any issue with his posterior. He thought this until he personally boarded the vehicle bound for the hospital. The moment his dairy made contact with the seat. Ugh. 3 hours later, at the hospital, the nurses were huddled in a corner, whispering amongst themselves. Have you heard? The games those wealthy individuals play are utterly terrifying. Yes, that one with the target tattooed on his forehead, the notorious gangster. Bullseye, that's his name, right? His backside and his companion's chest. It was as though their positions had been mismatched. One posterior was half gone, and 7 or 8 ribs were broken. Were they employing that legendary position that descends from the heavens? How frightful. Chapter 21. Jessica Jones. Let me recount from the very beginning. My parents perished in a car accident. I was subjected to perilous experiments. I was kidnapped. I was assaulted. I was coerced into committing murder. And now, all I can do is hurl this wretched ball. Bang. The rubber ball struck the wall with ferocity, bursting upon impact, leaving cracks in its wake. The individual who had just unleashed a furious roar quietly departed. The street was bustling with passers-by, yet not a hint of optimism could be found for this person. In fact, optimism had long since evaporated from her life. She was Jessica Jones, once the celebrated superhero jewel of Hell's Kitchen. Now a private investigator who resembled nothing more than a disgraceful wreck, a heavy drinker and promiscuous woman, with her head bowed and hands tucked into her pockets. She ambled down the street like a thief. Yet within her, thoughts churned. Only alcohol and intoxication could grant her fleeting numbness and a glimmer of hope. Perhaps there was also an extraordinary type of fiery passion. Where could she possibly seek out such desires? She glanced around in confusion, reflecting on her detective agency. She recalled earning a decent sum yesterday from snapping photos of an old man in an affair. Why not splurge the money at a fine establishment, like the best bar in town? Thus, she followed her memories to the Golden Tower. However, she soon realized she had lost her way. It seemed that her penchant for heavy drinking had become instinctual. She felt tipsy even before taking a sip, struggling to recognize the path ahead. Why had the Golden Tower transformed into the Heisenberg building? Heisenberg, the one who signed the building, you had better pray that the nightclub remains unchanged. And also hope that I can still enjoy myself. Otherwise, I will crush you. Ah, damn it, damn. Come on, you spineless wretch. Let us see who can drink more. Thump, 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 thump. Is your rotund belly carrying your own seed? Make a move. Haha, I eagerly await. Boom, ping, ping, clang, crash, bang. At 20 minutes past 11 at night, Heisenberg, seated in the booth conversing with Coulson, was reluctantly compelled to acknowledge the turmoil unfolding in his nightclub. Observing Heisenberg rise in irritation, Coulson extended a sympathetic hand. Heisenberg, he called out. I wish to speak on behalf of those drunken souls. They are merely inebriated, but their sins do not warrant death, do they? Heisenberg grunted, then turned and departed, leaving Coulson in a state of inner turmoil. After all, he was uncertain whether Heisenberg had heeded his counsel or dismissed it entirely. Meanwhile, Heisenberg clapped his hands together with force. A visible shockwave erupted from his palms, sending patrons within a 10-meter radius staggering back several steps. The sound was even more thunderous. Heisenberg intended to quell the ruckus with sheer noise, as he had operated his nightclub for over a week, and the regulars were well aware of his temperament. However, today was evidently different. As the clap resounded, one faction of the brawling patrons ceased their altercation. Yet, a slender yet undeniably strong woman continued her relentless assault. She effortlessly hoisted a burly man weighing at least 180 pounds and struck him in the abdomen with her other hand. Witnessing this, Heisenberg could not suppress a delighted grin. Wow, he exclaimed in astonishment, laughing as he glanced around, then continued addressing the intrigued customers. What a fiery rose indeed. Would you not agree? Of course, boss, get in there. Boss, this girl is yours, go for it. Just look at the strength of her punches, akin to yours. She certainly belongs in Mr. Heisenberg's bed, no doubt about it. The patrons, as expected, began to make lewd remarks, which only served to further infuriate the enraged woman. She had not yet turned her attention to assaulting everyone in the nightclub. Instead, she chose to unleash all her fury upon the portly man before her. Thud! A powerful punch struck the man's diaphragm, causing him to expel a mouthful of foamy blood. Aren't you just hoping to sleep with me, trying to get me drunk? Eager to see what lies beneath this outfit? Thud! Another crushing blow followed. The corpulent individual abruptly expelled some internal remnants. Unable to best me, she resorted to the despicable act of drugging my drink. With a resounding thud, she unleashed another punch, yet the woman who delivered it was momentarily taken aback. To her astonishment, her fist was gently captured by another grasp. Indeed, as she gazed upon the man before her, she sensed that his hold on her arm exerted no force whatsoever. This revelation startled her. At that moment, Heisenberg spoke. With that punch, you may truly seal your fate. Are you certain you are prepared? No sooner had he uttered these words than she seemed to recall something profound. She suddenly recoiled, crouching to the ground with a face etched in helplessness. Her expression was grotesque and torn, as though haunted by unspeakable horrors. However, her moment of loss of control was fleeting. In the next instant, she rose once more, her visage contorted with ferocity as she bellowed at Heisenberg. Who are you to meddle in my affairs? Heisenberg chuckled softly. I am the proprietor of this establishment. Ah, so it is you. The woman paid little heed to Heisenberg's authoritative claim and struck fiercely at his chest. Heisenberg, of course, did not flinch from her blow. Clang. No one anticipated that the moment her fist collided with Heisenberg's chest, it would produce a sound akin to iron clashing. The woman was jolted back 3 steps. Good heavens. She was astonished, shaking her hand in pain while widening her eyes at Heisenberg. You truly possess strength. Come, let us engage in a duel. If you win, you may have your way with me. How does that sound? Though your vulgarities exceed anything I have ever encountered, I would prefer that your mouth also be filled with something extra, something that belongs to me. He likely surmised the unfortunate woman's identity. Yet, she afforded him no time for further contemplation. With a powerful stomp, she summoned all her strength and charged at Heisenberg. The nightclub floor shattered into more than 3 pieces under her assault. However, this unfortunate woman, what did it matter if she could break the floor? She found herself ensnared in Heisenberg's embrace with but a single hand. As you all have heard, if I win, I may have my way with her. So we shall take our leave. Someone, escort this injured fool to the hospital, and let us continue our revelry. Tonight, all expenses are on me. Even as the woman continued her futile struggles in his arms, Heisenberg paid her no mind. Amidst the cheers of the multitude, he returned to his penthouse with her. This night was extraordinarily wild. The woman's physique was far more robust than that of the average individual, and her desires in this regard surpassed those of anyone else. She even yearned to be harmed in the course of it. As for Heisenberg, he too indulged in a rare moment of abandon. Typically, he contended with ordinary people, necessitating a degree of restraint, but it was only in the presence of such a unique individual that he could allow himself to relax. How could the woman possibly be unaware? In any case, Heisenberg's bed had collapsed. The following morning, Heisenberg awoke on the floor, glancing at the time, barely before 6 o'clock. Irritated, he playfully patted the woman's backside. Had she not intended to sneak away so early? He wouldn't have had to suffer the indignity of rising at such an hour. Startled by Heisenberg's touch, the woman, who had been discreetly dressing, turned swiftly and kissed his cheek with a smile, saying, "You performed admirably last night, and I am quite pleased. However, I am rather impoverished and shall not be leaving you a tip." "How rude," Heisenberg retorted, pulling the woman into his embrace. "You think you can leave so easily? Let us engage in a bit of morning exercise." "Huh, I fear you not." As they continued, now fully awake, the woman suddenly recalled something important. She turned her head back, calling out to Heisenberg, "I am Jessica Jones, damn it. Although it is rather embarrassing, I want you to know my name." "And shall I call that name when you ascend to the heavens?" Heisenberg teased, nibbling on Jessica's ear. By the time they finished their playful antics, the clock had struck 7:20. Despite her strength, the woman was utterly drained. Heisenberg carried her into the shower and then pulled her onto a chaise lounge. After summoning room service for breakfast, they laid back, indulging without concern for appearances. As they dined, Jessica suddenly lifted her head. Yet, when Heisenberg glanced her way, she lowered it again. This back and forth continued until Heisenberg could no longer contain his curiosity. "I am intrigued. Is it that you finally remember who I am now that you are awake?" "Indeed," Jessica nodded, offering an explanation. "You are the infamous Heisenberg, the Golden Killer, the new king of New York's Dark Empire, the unjust superhero whispered about in hushed tones, and a rather skilled lover. Which title do you prefer?" she added, extending her astonishingly fair foot to gently nudge Heisenberg's chest. He seized her foot, pulling it closer while responding, "I appreciate your compliments. Please." Jessica retracted her foot beneath her nightgown and continued her meal. Once breakfast was concluded, she opted not to apply any makeup, simply tying her hair back as she prepared to depart. Heisenberg did not immediately urge her to stay, despite his profound affection for the woman, once a treasure, now worn and battered by the trials she had faced. However, it was precisely because of his deep feelings that around 11 o'clock, Heisenberg donned the suit chosen for him by Barbara, paired it with sunglasses reminiscent of the Terminator, and climbed into the Bentley once favored by the Golden Killer. Armed with the address of Jessica Jones's detective agency provided by Billy, Heisenberg set forth on his journey. Jessica donned a simple yet ragged attire, her face devoid of enthusiasm as she exited the office. Just a few paces out, she spotted an old friend. "Hi, Jessica. You seem to be in good spirits today. Was the anger management club I recommended yesterday effective?" "Heh, I'm even angrier," Jessica retorted, a slight pout on her lips. Hearing her response, her friend scrutinized her from head to toe. "TSK, TSK, TSK, you don't look angrier. You appear rather fulfilled. What kind of man did you encounter last night? Was he impressive?" "If you must know, he was incredibly skilled, so much so that I nearly felt my waist snap. The duration and intensity were astounding." Swoosh. As the topic arose, a rare glimmer ignited in Jessica's demeanor, and she even whistled at the end of her sentence. Instantly, her friend joined in laughter, both of them sharing a moment of flirtatious camaraderie. When women gather, what else is there to discuss, right? They exchanged pleasantries for a while before parting ways. Jessica exited the towering building that housed the office, intending to grab a bite at the nearest fast food joint. However, the moment she stepped outside the building, a series of piercing shrieks escaped her lips. By the time her cries subsided, she found herself floating in the atmosphere. Gazing at the satellites within arm's reach and the azure earth beneath her, Jessica blinked twice and shot a fierce glare at Heisenberg, who was holding her. "Are you truly a superhero?" Jessica inquired. Heisenberg pondered for a moment, nodding and then shaking his head. "Jessica, I investigated your situation and uncovered a despicable scoundrel and the myriad of infuriating acts he has committed. Consequently, I deemed you deserving of a miracle, and so I bestowed one upon you." With that, Heisenberg pressed his face against Jessica's remarkably pale cheek. "You ask if I am a superhero. I am not. I possess powers akin to those of a superhero, yet I would personally slay the one who harmed you. I would crush him into a pulp and cast him into the sun. Superheroes are never as merciless as I am, are they? Thus, they have never been my heroes." As Jessica spoke, tears streamed down her face. Amidst her weeping, she eventually found herself smiling. Chapter 22. The overbearing guest. As she laughed, Jessica's body began to tremble. She cast a grimacing glance at Heisenberg, but after a fleeting moment, she endeavored to mask her expression. She did not wish for the Heisenberg she admired to witness her ugliness. Yet, she found it impossible. The hatred and shame instilled by the purple man were indelibly etched in her heart. No matter how much she believed in Heisenberg's strength and promises, It could not alter the reality of her fears. So, what exactly had the Purple Man done to her? It was perhaps the despair that no woman ever wishes to endure eternally. The Purple Man, an extraordinary being capable of manipulating others through his pheromones, encountered Jessica during a time when she had not yet withered. At that moment, she was an innocent and kind-hearted young superhero, endowed with immense strength and remarkable speed, engaging in the crime-fighting endeavors that heroes are wont to pursue. Back then, Jessica's heroic alias was Jewel. However, her fate took a dark turn upon meeting the Purple Man, who swiftly seized control over her. The first command he issued was for her to disrobe completely. Following that, he compelled her to commit acts of violence, to engage in intimate encounters, and to dominate every aspect of her existence. This harrowing ordeal persisted for a grueling 8 months, leaving her devoid of the courage to seek vengeance, even rendering her incapable of harboring murderous thoughts towards her tormentor. This, perhaps, constituted her deepest anguish. The Jewel of yesteryear had been reduced to mere detritus, and even Jessica herself felt like refuse. Yet, Heisenberg held a different perspective. After all, Jessica possessed an alluring beauty. Noticing the anguish etched upon Jessica's features, Heisenberg contemplatively pressed his lips together, then tenderly brushed his chin against her hair at her temple. "What are you brooding over? How about I take you to some delightful places to lift your spirits?" he suggested. "Where? To your grand bed?" Jessica sighed, attempting to jest. Heisenberg, however, offered no reply and instead embraced her, soaring towards Earth. Before long, they found themselves atop an endless expanse of snow-capped mountains. The surrounding blizzard posed no threat to them, and the breathtaking scenery unfolded before their eyes, exemplifying the allure of the world's tallest peak. This majestic view prompted Jessica to regard Heisenberg with a contemplative gaze. "Now that we stand on the summit of the highest mountain in the world, do you still fear the height of the Burj Khalifa?" Heisenberg inquired. Jessica pondered for a moment before responding. "Are you suggesting that the disparity between you and that demon is akin to that between Everest and the Burj Khalifa?" "No. I'm merely asking if you have a fear of heights. If you don't, we could ski down together," he jested. "Dream on," Jessica retorted with a chuckle, her demeanor lightening slightly. Heisenberg then took her hand, breaking through the clouds as they plunged into the Atlantic Ocean. The ocean initially revealed its outer beauty, only to soon convey its profound and dark depths, teeming with vast waters. In the seemingly endless trenches, Jessica could almost discern colossal creatures lurking beneath the surface. Overwhelmed, she gasped and clasped her mouth in astonishment. "Now that you've witnessed these gigantic beings dwelling beneath 50,000 meters of water, do you still perceive the Purple Man as a fearsome entity?" Heisenberg asked. After a long moment of hesitation, Jessica eventually nodded. Perhaps, no matter the spectacle, nothing could dispel the dread that the Purple Man had instilled in her heart. This outcome left Heisenberg somewhat disheartened. He had hoped that this would suffice to alleviate Jessica's lingering fears, even if only a fraction. Yet, it was evident that Jessica's mental wounds ran far too deep. Thus, there remained but one final recourse: to summon the Purple Man, bind him, and compel Jessica to confront him directly. Perhaps, prior to his demise, they could orchestrate a series of torturous spectacles for the Purple Man, allowing Jessica to revel in the disarray of her adversary. Under such circumstances, it seemed there would be no further issues. With these thoughts in mind, Heisenberg lifted Jessica and returned to New York, bypassing all other locations to arrive directly at his nightclub. He settled Jessica upon the sofa within the establishment, instructing, "Stay here, I shall make a phone call." As he spoke, Heisenberg dialed Bullseye. Moments later, the call was answered, yet the voice on the other end was not that of Bullseye, but rather a sharp reprimand. "Do not answer the phone during the dressing change. Hang up. Get lost. You tend to your matters. I called for a reason," came Heisenberg's frustrated retort. "Ah, be gentler. I've made a mistake." A resounding crash followed, indicating the phone had been seized by another. Shortly thereafter, the voice on the line greeted him with, "So, you are Bullseye's boss. You are the one who has reduced Matthew to this state? Indeed, you must be Elektra." "The only assassin under Kingpin who is not allied with me," Heisenberg inquired impassively, gently patting Jessica's head. "Be a good girl and sit here for a moment. My subordinate has encountered a minor predicament. Please, resolve it swiftly. And you shouldn't require assistance from anyone else. I mean, if you need me, I still possess some capabilities." While Jessica's expression remained neutral, she had her own way of showing concern for others. Heisenberg, touched by her care, smiled and shook his head. "No need. It's merely a trivial issue. I shall fetch you a couple of bottles of wine. Something light, mind you, don't indulge too heavily, for I have a surprise in store for you." As he spoke, Heisenberg tossed a bottle of champagne to Jessica. By the time she caught it, he had already vanished. On the other end of the line, Elektra sat in a daze in the hospital's intensive care unit. She could hardly believe that Heisenberg possessed such a volatile temperament. Shouldn't a leader maintain composure, much like Kingpin? Yet here she was, merely attempting to assert herself before conceding, and he was already threatening her life. Meanwhile, Bullseye, undergoing a particularly painful dressing change, howled in agony while gleefully taunting Elektra. The boss is rather swift. If you do not kneel now, you may find it too late soon enough. Elektra's retort had yet to escape her lips when Heisenberg had already shattered the glass barrier, standing at Bullseye's bedside. As he steadied himself, the sound of breaking glass had not yet reached their ears. It was only then that the shattering noise erupted. The young nurse, astonished, lifted her gaze, first glancing at the glass, then at Heisenberg. Ah! She fainted with a tremor in her voice. As for Heisenberg, he swiftly delivered a sharp slap to the back of Bullseye's head, exclaiming, "Who is hasty now? Haha, my apologies, boss. Do you possess any superpowers that could expedite my departure from this hospital? I am eager to serve you." None. As he spoke, Heisenberg casually seated himself on Bullseye's bed. A glance to the adjacent bed revealed none other than Matthew Murdock lying there. Meanwhile, Erica stood beside the bed of Daredevil, a mere 5 meters from Heisenberg. "Erica, greetings. I've heard you harbor some discontent towards me, so I made a special trip to meet you." Heisenberg greeted Erica, and before the stiffened Erica could respond, he continued. "You once worked for Kingpin and seemed satisfied with that role, so your grievances lie with me? That seems excessive." Erica, displaying a measure of courage, turned her head and retorted coldly. Upon hearing her response, Heisenberg nodded. Is it because of Matthew Murdock, because of love, or a yearning for a new life? Perhaps an aspiration for an ordinary world? Suddenly, Heisenberg sprang to his feet and sauntered over to Erica. "Matthew is destined to loathe me deeply. His character prevents him from relinquishing his hatred. So, do you believe I will grant him a single opportunity now, and how many more in the future?" "You will not grant him any opportunities," Erica replied with an expressionless demeanor, the lack of emotion stemming from her understanding that Heisenberg spoke the truth. Matthew was indeed that kind of relentless individual, steadfast in his belief of justice. Yet, no matter how noble his sense of justice, it would inevitably falter against Heisenberg's might. Heisenberg then patted Erica's shoulder. "My dear, your gender grants you the right to be emotional, but the future you desire will not unfold along a sentimental path. Do you wish for me to show leniency towards Matthew Murdock, who continues to provoke me? That is impossible. However, let us consider an alternative perspective. The individual I send to deal with Matthew Murdock could very well be myself, Bullseye, or perhaps another assassin. It could even be you. I am a magnanimous person. As long as you perform your regular duties sufficiently well, I can overlook the occasional failure in specific tasks, correct?" With that, Heisenberg leaned closer to Erica's ear. Whispering softly, "I've heard your standing under Kingpin surpasses Bullseye's. Let us see just how rational you truly are, shall we?" "Absolutely." Erica immediately inclined her head toward Heisenberg. Indeed, she was in love with Daredevil, but love alone would not cloud her judgment. She was utterly convinced that everything would unfold as Heisenberg had foretold, given that Heisenberg had provided equilibrium for her and her beloved amidst this progression. She had no reason to decline his proposal. Observing Erica's willing submission, Heisenberg smiled in satisfaction as he settled back into the hospital bed. In Erica's eyes, the Heisenberg of today bore no resemblance to the petulant and irritable figure of a few days prior. This version of Heisenberg appeared to tower even above Kim. With this imposing presence, Heisenberg raised his right hand. Thud. Noticing Heisenberg's gesture suggesting he was about to issue commands, Erica promptly knelt on one knee, respectfully awaiting his instructions. Heisenberg, pleased, commanded, "Once your beloved awakens, I shall grant you a day to express your affections, after which you must perform a task for me. Purple One, irrespective of whether you have had prior contact with him, I require his precise location within 3 days. S.H.I.E.L.D. will assist you. But remember, they are to serve your needs. You are my subordinate, and I stand behind you. There is no need to be wary of them. Nor should you allow them to overshadow your authority. Your abilities are exceptionally valuable to S.H.I.E.L.D. And I do not wish for you to fall into their hands, understood? Your command is my duty." Chapter 23. He has arrived. Noticing Erica's perceptive compliance, Heisenberg nodded in approval and then gestured for her to rise and await further instructions. As Erica stood, Heisenberg approached the fainted nurse, gently assisting the poor woman to her feet. He patted her cheek, and the nurse gradually regained consciousness, her first sight being a close-up of Heisenberg's face, which startled her momentarily. However, once the initial shock subsided, a blush crept upon her cheeks. Some things, once the trepidation faded, became remarkably clearer. In fact, the fear she had just experienced seemed to awaken a peculiar thrill within her, leaving her feeling somewhat flushed. Regrettably, Heisenberg soon released her grasp. I shall compensate for the damage to your window and the fright I caused you. Moreover, I will donate $50,000 to the hospital. For the staff present in the corridor were exceptionally attentive. They neither ignored the sound of shattering glass nor disturbed me once they discerned the situation. As he spoke, Heisenberg patted the incapacitated bullseye lying on the bed. Find your subordinates and ensure my directives are executed? Of course, Bullseye promptly affirmed. Heisenberg then cast a glance at the nurse, smiling as he inquired, I have a matter I wish to consult with you about. Upon hearing his words, the nurse visibly tensed. It was uncertain whether this tension stemmed from fear or an impulsive urge. Maintaining a profoundly serious stance, the nurse responded in the most earnest tone. Please feel free to inquire. I shall answer all questions to the best of my ability. Observing the nurse's anxious demeanor, Heisenberg burst into hearty laughter. He smiled for a moment before speaking. Well, do not fear me. I do not consume flesh. I merely wish to inquire about the condition of the two individuals. The young nurse let out a wistful sigh, momentarily allowing herself to entertain unmentionable fantasies. For instance, she imagined that Heisenberg was asking for her contact information, inquiring whether she had time to meet that evening, questioning if she had a lover, or even if she would consider starting a family with a member of a gang. Nevertheless, despite her regrets, the nurse did not abandon the fundamental qualities expected of a healthcare professional. Rest assured, Mr. Bullseye's treatment plan for his left hip resembles that of pressure sores. I possess ample experience in caring for similar injuries. As for Mr. Matthew Murdoch, the number of fractures he has sustained is rather complex. He has already received emergency stabilization, and the subsequent corrective surgery will be completed within 2 days. Oh, one is my most trusted subordinate, and the other is, shall we say, my guest. I hope you will attend to them with diligence. May I be so bold as to inquire if you have any expectations for your recent life? I would be delighted to fulfill them, perhaps with a refrigerator, a mobile phone, or an opportunity for further education. Oh no, you are far too gracious. If it is indeed possible, could you grant me an autograph? The young nurse was remarkably astute. Her response pleased Heisenberg immensely. Thus, he promptly signed his name for her, leaving a note of blessing, and even instructed Bullseye to prepare a suitable gift for the nurse after her departure from the ward. As for Erica, through her interactions with Heisenberg, she gradually came to understand her own new reality. In her eyes, the once intimidating aura of Heisenberg had dissipated, for he possessed a heart that was more attuned to society than mere gold. After attending to matters at the hospital, Heisenberg languidly returned to the nightclub. Jessica was indeed still drinking, but her beverage of choice had shifted from champagne to straight whiskey. Quite fitting, as champagne could scarcely satisfy a true connoisseur of spirits. Upon seeing Heisenberg return, Jessica cast a bleary-eyed glance in his direction. Are you finished? Indeed. Heisenberg took a seat, gently caressing Jessica's refined cheeks, and added with a smile. The purple man will be delivered to you within 3 days. I hope you are prepared for vengeance. Bang! Jessica suddenly slammed her hands down on the table, which had been replaced less than a week ago, instantly fracturing it in two. However, Heisenberg was not angered. He understood Jessica's excitement. After shattering the table, Jessica, her face taut with tension, shouted at Heisenberg, Are you certain? Certain. It is that purple man. Indeed. Return him to me. To you. On what grounds? I mean, why would you do this? Is my lower half adorned with diamonds? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Heisenberg nearly choked with laughter, barely managing to suppress his amusement as he playfully pinched Jessica's ear. Do not jest. Your worth is incomparable to that of the purple man. I have recently conceived a plan. Would you consider participating? Is it to eliminate the purple man that you require my involvement? He is no ordinary adversary. To me, he is indeed quite ordinary. Noticing Jessica's flustered demeanor as she continuously refuted her own statements, Heisenberg's expression turned serious. He placed a firm hand on her shoulder. I ask you, are you willing to sacrifice everything to vanquish the purple man? Of course. I would even disguise myself as an inflatable doll for your amusement, my friend. Very well. From this moment forth, you may call me. Heisenberg shrugged at Jessica. I have taken control of a considerable territory and a multitude of subordinates. Yet I must concede that he possesses a unique charm. Most of those who have allied with him, holding high positions within the gang hierarchy, do not yield to me. Hence, I currently lack individuals who are both competent and experienced enough to lead, capable of operating independently. So, would you, a former superhero, consider joining our gang? That is entirely up to you. As long as you honor your promise, I am yours to command. Jessica declared, resolutely making her decision. To escape one quagmire, she was prepared to leap into another, a choice that seemed far from wise. Nevertheless, Jessica understood the path she must take. Thus, clutching the bottle of liquor gifted by Heisenberg, She hurried back to her detective agency. After swiftly packing her belongings, she promptly relocated to the nightclub, not directly to the villa, but to the suite arranged for her on the lower level of the nightclub by Heisenberg. From this day forth, Jessica officially assumed the role of the chief enforcer for the nuclear bomb gang. As for what the nuclear bomb gang is, it is merely a moniker bestowed upon Heisenberg's faction by rival gangs. After all, Heisenberg was on the verge of developing nuclear weaponry, aiding Germany in its quest for global unification through nuclear prowess. Even now, many believe that Heisenberg intentionally miscalculated the data required for bomb production to prevent such weapons from proliferating. Regrettably, it was ultimately Einstein who unleashed such weaponry upon the world. Yet, Heisenberg remains a paragon for countless peace advocates today. On one front, Heisenberg diligently pursued recruitment for his team, while on another, Nick Fury was equally focused on refining his own. After a 3-day seclusion, Iron Man successfully resolved his elemental poisoning, and just as he reemerged, he was firmly invited into S.H.I.E.L.D. by Nick. Following Nick Fury into the conference room, Tony was immediately met with a formidable assembly. As he surveyed his surroundings, he casually greeted the individuals present. "Wow, let me see who we have here." An elderly gentleman, long forgotten by time, over a century old. A ray physicist whose inner turmoil is nearly impossible to conceal, and whose intellect falls short of mine. A former secretary of mine, adorned with locks that are downright alluring. And then there's someone I've never encountered before, with a sour expression reminiscent of a bowman from a circus, juggling bottles. He audaciously critiqued them, inciting nearly palpable anger from the others. Yet, Tony did not waver. Instead, he escalated his remarks directed at Nick Fury. "About that Avengers initiative you mentioned, I suddenly feel less inclined to participate. Just look at this lineup. What exactly are we avenging? Is it Hitler, who perished 60 or 70 years ago? Or my former secretary's great-aunt? Or perhaps this archer's Olympic adversary?" At this point, he gestured towards the beleaguered Banner and continued. "The only commendable decision you made was recruiting Dr. Banner. With him on our side, we are unlikely to misidentify our target for vengeance. After all, that target is most likely him." "Tony," Nick interjected sternly, but his words were met with nothing more than a dismissive scoff. "The most intriguing aspect here is you, Nick Fury. Why should we work under someone who conceals everything? I propose that we hold a vote among the Avengers to elect a leader, and I intend to run for that position. That seems the most reasonable course of action, doesn't it?" "Tony, stop it. Let's sit down and have a proper discussion. After all, this is our first meeting," Captain America interposed, blocking Tony, which caused Tony to pout in displeasure. However, considering Captain America's standing and his connection to his father, Tony relented, shaking his head but eventually taking a seat. The group finally began to settle into a semblance of order, just as Nick Fury was about to speak. Unfortunately, before he could utter a word, a series of knocks interrupted him. No, not knocks, rather, a tap against the window. Everyone turned towards the window to see a handsome Western gentleman in pajamas hovering outside. Heisenberg politely rapped on the glass while emitting thermal vision, which melted the glass before he effortlessly entered the conference room. "Good heavens, what are you doing here?" "This is Washington," Tony exclaimed, bewildered and somewhat panicked. After all, this meeting was convened to devise a strategy against a certain individual. Was Heisenberg here to discover their plans, to unleash fury and wreak havoc? No, evidently not. Heisenberg merely nodded at everyone and smiled. "Nick, I visited your branch in New York, and they informed me you were here, so I came by." "Why didn't my subordinates inform me?" Nick exclaimed, his face a mask of confusion. At that moment, his phone rang, and as he listened to the ringing, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. His expression shifted to one of mounting dread. Upon answering the call, the frantic voice of Hill resonated from the other end. "Director, Heisenberg just arrived at the division and inquired about your whereabouts. It seems he has matters to discuss with you." "Understood," Nick replied. His visage resembling that of a corpse, Heisenberg had indeed arrived. Chapter 24. The bait and the trump card. Upon witnessing Nick Fury's ghastly expression, Heisenberg could not refrain from laughing heartily. However, after indulging in his amusement, he waved his hand to the assembled crowd. "It appears I have interrupted your meeting, so let me briefly mention the reason for my visit." At his words, the room fell into a state of bewilderment. Was this truly the expected course of events? Shouldn't he have politely excused himself upon noticing our meeting? How utterly inconsiderate of him. Though they dared to think such thoughts, they refrained from voicing them aloud. Heisenberg proceeded to articulate his purpose. "I require your assistance in locating an individual, Zebediah Kilgrave, a former spy. He once pilfered nerve gas from your United States Army base. But due to a mishap, he was consumed by the very gas, consequently acquiring some deranged abilities. During your search for him, do not engage him directly. For anyone who does will fall under his effortless control. In short, I merely need you to provide me with his location. I intend to eliminate him. My subordinate, Erica, will accompany you, and it is imperative that you heed her instructions, lest I bear no responsibility for your casualties. With that, Heisenberg nodded to himself. Let us make haste. I shall not intrude further. His words hung in the air as he swiftly vanished without a trace. Mere seconds later, Heisenberg reappeared in the hospital. Approaching Erica, he instructed, since our collaboration with S.H.I.E.L.D. has commenced, keep an eye on a certain individual named Rumlow. He will be your future ally. So treat him with kindness. Upon hearing this, both Erica and Bullseye were filled with immense admiration for Heisenberg. They had only heard of S.H.I.E.L.D. embedding spies within criminal organizations, yet here was their leader placing one of his own within S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if Rumlow were merely an entry-level operative, his role could prove to be of paramount importance. In that moment, both Bullseye and Erica brimmed with anticipation for what lay ahead. Meanwhile, at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in Washington, a group exchanged glances, each contemplating the other. Dr. Banner finally broke the silence. This is the first time I've encountered him. Has he always been this domineering? Banner. You possess powers akin to his, thus you too can assert your strength unabashedly, Tony remarked coldly. It mattered not whether he had once shared a drink with Heisenberg or engaged in trivial banter among men. Regardless of their shared moments over a mere meal, Tony could never tolerate the lofty demeanor that Heisenberg exuded. As he had once confided to Pepper, a friendship with Heisenberg was an impossibility. The most likely scenario between them was precisely what it was now, an imagined adversary. Upon hearing Tony's words, Banner felt a jolt within. Truth be told, at that moment, he earnestly questioned himself. Why could Heisenberg wield such formidable power to intimidate S.H.I.E.L.D., elevating himself to such heights? And what of himself? Why did he lead a life fraught with evasion, devoid of sustenance, living in constant trepidation? Why could he not exist as Heisenberg did? If only he would embrace the strength of that colossal being. Lost in thought, Banner stood still. He had come to a realization. He understood why he could not embody Heisenberg's nonchalance. Simply put, his strength was not his own, but that of the Hulk. That power did not belong to him, and he harbored a profound fear and loathing for the Hulk's existence. Nevertheless, he yearned for a mundane existence. Could he not harness the Hulk's power or sever ties with it? If only he could reclaim a tranquil life, free from the anxiety that came with the Hulk's emergence in moments of agitation. In that instant, a certain resolve took root within him, leaving aside Banner's inner turmoil. The other Avengers were evidently engulfed in apprehension towards Heisenberg. The last time we encountered him, he was a strikingly handsome individual. I had hoped that once we rescued him, there might be an opportunity for something more. Natasha initiated the conversation. Something more? The only dynamic we currently share with him is his unilateral dominance over us. Hawkeye shrugged. Indeed, unilateral dominance. We cannot even refuse his demands. Nick sighed heavily. After all, his requests are not exorbitant. He does not seek this nation, nor the annihilation of humanity, much less aspire to become a new deity. Yet, we cannot continue to acquiesce to him without restraint. Nick, I came to serve as an advisor in the department established by my father, not to provide an extraterrestrial with an assistant role. Tony's words were decidedly blunt, yet they echoed Nick's sentiments. Nick nodded solemnly at Iron Man and said, then let us exchange intelligence and determine how we might impose some limitations upon him. As he spoke, Nick clapped his hands, and the conference room was plunged into darkness. Virtual lights coalesced within the room, casting a clear image in the center of the circular table where everyone was seated. Nick Fury then elaborated. The essence of this intelligence exchange is for me to unveil some of the secret weapons at my disposal to you. Among you are seasoned commanders like the Captain, alongside brilliant minds such as Tony and Banner. Hence, I urge you to evaluate my secret weapon. Its power is formidable, should an intolerable event transpire. We may only have a singular opportunity to act. As I spoke, a striking yet slender woman materialized at the center of the round table. Jane Foster, a young astrophysicist and the beloved of Thor. At this juncture, the virtual image shifted, revealing the tall and imposing Asgardian prince. Thor, the god of thunder and heir to the throne of Asgard, remains an enigma in comparison to Superman's prowess. Yet, I am confident that if we can reach him through his girlfriend, he will lend us his strength, for his proud nature cannot abide anyone more arrogant than himself. At this moment, the virtual display morphed into a robust, yet not conventionally attractive American woman, clad in a stunning uniform. She launched an assault on countless spacecraft in the cosmos. In an instant, The Avengers leapt from their seats in astonishment. What in the world is this? Nick, are you certain you're not jesting? Who is this person? I can't shake the feeling that she might be Superman. She is? She is the former operative of the U.S. Air Force's Pegasus program. You may refer to her as Captain Carol, though her current designation is Captain Marvel. She possesses the ability to traverse faster than light, endowed with unmatched strength and resilience. But the only complication is, what is it? Natasha inquired. Her primary operations occur in the cosmos, potentially hundreds of thousands of light years away from us. Very well, very well, very well. Tony's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The universe is truly this resplendent? So, the silence we perceive is merely Earth awaiting its ticket to the cosmos? Indeed. Nick nodded. This information will never circulate among civilians. Not everyone can accept the reality of Earth being akin to indigenous status. Fortunately, we have a formidable ally in Captain Marvel, who can instill fear in cosmic beings. But the question remains, are you certain Captain Marvel is stronger than me or him, and will she heed your command? Banner furrowed his brow, prompting Nick to shrug helplessly. I cannot say for certain. Had I been sure, she would have long been our captive. So, your proposition of exchanging intel involves two individuals who may cause her trouble. Alongside a dazzling cosmos, presenting us with an intangible target? Tony queried, his irritation palpable. In response, Nick resignedly tapped the table. Indeed. I concede that what I have posited may seem futile, at least for the time being. However, akin to warfare, until the final moment, no one can predict the victor. And what we are endeavoring to do is enhance our odds. Thus, Banner pondered and suggested, your original plan was to include him as a member of the Avengers, correct? Why don't we devise more strategies to establish a rapport with him? A cordial relationship? Do you genuinely believe we would take our amicable ties with the Island of the Sun seriously? Do you think the island of Korea has any chance of gaining from our goodwill? In circumstances where the disparity in strength between parties is so pronounced, cordial relations simply do not exist, Banner. Then perhaps we could seize an opportunity for my inner entity to make an appearance. Although it is perilous, it might enhance our leverage. That is a somewhat feasible idea, but something just struck me. Tony interjected, addressing the group. I find myself puzzled as to why he requested us to seek out this so-called purple individual and why he wishes to eliminate him. Huh. Natasha chuckled, unreservedly. Request? That term is far too embellishing. It was merely a command, and I did not detect a hint of request in it. That is indeed a command. But why does he wish to eliminate the purple one? Could it be related to the powers of this individual, or has he perhaps suffered a setback at their hands? Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's eyes widened in surprise. Are you implying? Precisely. My perspective is that we must first locate this purple entity and ascertain their abilities. He mentioned that the purple one possesses the ability to control others. Could this control serve as our weapon against him? Tony concluded. Listening to Tony's viewpoint, the others exchanged glances, contemplating the implications. Moments later, Captain America rose. Why not implement several plans concurrently? I shall lead the effort to find and attempt to engage the purple one. Natasha will communicate with Jane Foster, while Barton and I will coordinate, and Tony, as Iron Man, will be on standby to support our respective teams. With that, Captain America turned and departed without hesitation, until Dr. Banner called out to him. Wait, Captain. At that moment, Banner appeared particularly uncomfortable, a hint of anger in his tone as he inquired, what about me? What is my role? You must concede that your rage is our most potent trump card, hence you will only emerge in the most critical battles. So, unless you all falter, I am relegated to being their test subject at the base. In an instant, Banner's expression soured. The group felt a chill run through them. Captain America, before he could respond, Nick Fury intervened to clarify for Banner. Banner, that is not the experiment you envision, but rather a measure to prevent you from experiencing the current predicament. Regardless, you must cultivate a greater sense of calm. Wait. Hawkeye unexpectedly interrupted the dialogue, raising his hand. It seems we have overlooked a crucial matter. Our foremost task is to ascertain the authenticity of Krypton or to search for any potential kryptonite that may exist on Earth. Chapter 25. Ancient 1 New York, Brooklyn, Heisenberg Building. As Heisenberg reclined on the rooftop, basking in the sun, he idly speculated about the recent gathering of the Avengers. In his view, the only reason for their early assembly could be to confront him. But what means would they employ against him? The Hulk? Nonsense. With a little ingenuity, he could devise a strategy to counter that formidable entity. After all, he possessed the ability to fly. If he were to transport the Hulk to the sun and hurl him into its core, he would be hard-pressed to escape the sun's gravitational pull, even if he survived the initial throw. If S.H.I.E.L.D. were not foolish, they would certainly avoid letting the Hulk engage with him. After all, if conflict were to arise, the Hulk would cease to be a mere trump card. So, would the Avengers ultimately resort to dealing with him through the Scarlet Witch? Or would they genuinely perceive the Scarlet Witch as a vulnerability? Quite frankly, possessing the intellect of a Kryptonian, Heisenberg was adept at rapid mental shifts. The Scarlet Witch served as a mere bait, a decoy for Heisenberg to manipulate S.H.I.E.L.D. Given that the Marvel Earth is familiar with Superman comics, S.H.I.E.L.D. must be aware that their so-called resistance to magic is slightly inferior to their resistance to physical attacks. By presenting a master of illusions like the Scarlet Witch before them, coupled with a lethal intent, he would likely incite considerable suspicion regarding his motives, thereby piquing their interest in her. S.H.I.E.L.D. Showing interest in the Scarlet Witch would inherently mean that Hydra, lurking in the shadows, would also be intrigued by these developments. Heisenberg had intentions to seize Hydra for himself. In comparison to S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra was the true organization capable of achieving grand endeavors. In summary, possessing Hydra would grant him access to boundless resources and a legion of followers. With such a foundation, he could reorganize and rename it to exert control over humanity as a whole. He would then focus on acquiring extraterrestrial technology and fleets, as well as enlisting alien scientific talents. Should anyone doubt humanity's capacity to make a name for themselves in the cosmos, they are sorely mistaken. The Marvel Universe is hardly as insurmountable as one might imagine. It is not as daunting as the three-body universe. He merely had to simplify Star-Lord's equipment and mass-produce it, or streamline Yondu's aero technology for widespread distribution. Additionally, he could replicate the Valkyrie's garbage-collecting spacecraft from Thor: Ragnarok for mass deployment. Would one truly believe humanity inferior to extraterrestrial beings? At the very least, they would not fall significantly short of the rogues aboard Yondu's ship. Ultimately, up to this point, Heisenberg had tentatively established a goal, which constituted his overarching strategy within the Marvel Universe, using the Hydra to dominate human society, recruiting members of the Injustice League to bolster the ranks of formidable individuals among humanity, advancing into the cosmos, engaging in interstellar conquests, and profiting effortlessly. At this thought, Heisenberg felt an irresistible urge to dance with glee. However, before embarking on his grand design, he required a modicum of opportunity. Firstly, he needed to persuade the Guardian of Earth for nearly 2 millennia, the Ancient One. Secondly, he intended to exploit the significant events that had unfolded within the cinematic realm to continually expand the Injustice League's influence. Lastly, he must resolve to accept the inevitable casualties that would ensue once his scheme was set in motion. Although the majority of the casualties would predominantly involve individuals from Europe and America, Heisenberg had no desire to endanger the Chinese populace depicted in Marvel. Each life lost was a solemn consideration. He needed to brace himself, not only for the emotional toll of the losses, but also for the onslaught of public outrage that would surely follow. Undoubtedly, the discontented masses would unleash a torrent of vitriol upon him. As the number of dissenters swelled, so too would the number of those he might have to eliminate, a vicious cycle indeed. He pondered whether to instill fear to silence their reproaches, or to perpetually cloak himself and his ambitions in the guise of public opinion. As these thoughts lingered, the sky gradually darkened. Heisenberg decided it was time to stretch his limbs. Now was the moment. He would soar to the Himalayas and confer with the venerable bald sage. With a resounding whoosh, Heisenberg ascended into the air, his form slicing through the atmosphere as though cleaving the heavens in twain. In the blink of an eye, he beheld the snow-capped peaks he had recently traversed, yet the whereabouts of the Ancient One eluded him. How to summon the Ancient One from his concealment? The solution was deceptively simple. Heisenberg's eyes glowed crimson, and an intense gaze emitted forth. In mere moments, the mountain he focused upon crumbled beneath the weight of his will. A tremendous avalanche ensued, and Heisenberg caught sight of several unfortunate climbers, their expressions frozen in horror as they beheld the chaos above. A climbing team. Heisenberg glided silently towards them, observing the frantic individuals who resembled ants on a hot skillet, desperately scouring for a means of survival. He mused irritably, "Ancient One, if you do not rewind this brief moment in time, I shall have no choice but to freeze this avalanche in its tracks." He was not truly deranged. He had no desire to witness these climbers perish before his eyes. Then, unexpectedly, a figure appeared before him, validating Heisenberg's conjecture. There, suspended in the air, was the Ancient One, offering a serene smile as he addressed Heisenberg. "Go forth and halt this calamity, just as you intended." With a nod of understanding, Heisenberg floated before the 20 or so climbers, who were evidently Chinese, their backpacks adorned with small national flags. The appearance of Heisenberg elicited an overwhelming astonishment among the climbers. Indeed, alas, what a sight! It appears to be floating. Is this a haunting? What on earth is that? Hearing the familiar language whispering in his ears, Heisenberg smiled knowingly and declared, "Dear friends, we have come to rescue you." As he spoke, Heisenberg took a deep breath and soared skyward, spiraling frantically around the avalanche line. While flying, he employed his freezing powers to solidify the avalanche, and within a mere 3 seconds, the tumultuous cascade transformed back into obedient ice. However, the only drawback was the emergence of a 130-meter-wide ice ring atop Mount Everest. Oh my goodness, what a celestial being! How could such a divine entity resemble a foreigner? Come on, haven't you ever seen a Superman comic? I can't help but think he bears a striking resemblance to Superman. Does your Superman wear pajamas? The climbers, having narrowly escaped death, immediately engaged in animated discussion. Yet, while they conversed, Heisenberg had already returned before Ancient One. Observing Heisenberg's return, Ancient One nodded thoughtfully, then casually clapped his hands, causing a circular portal to materialize. "Come with me to Taj. We have ample time." "Certainly." Heisenberg promptly complied, arriving alongside Ancient One at the opposite side of the portal. Ancient One did not shy away from his disciples, for he and Heisenberg had precisely appeared in the courtyard of Taj. Over 80 apprentice sorcerers were diligently practicing their martial arts in the courtyard. Why are they training in martial arts? Some were practicing staff techniques, while others honed their swordsmanship, and some were energetically leaping about, perfecting their footwork. This truly resembled Taj rather than a circus or martial arts school. Seemingly sensing Heisenberg's confusion, Ancient One smiled faintly and gestured towards the disciples. "Come, meet Lord Heisenberg. His power is not inferior to mine. Though our perspectives on Earth may slightly diverge, our overarching goals align closely." Upon hearing this, countless disciples turned their gazes towards Heisenberg, their expressions filled with wonder. Yet, the astonishment they displayed was not uniform. Some gazes expressed reverence, others held aspirations, while some were marked by apprehension, and a few revealed discontent. Of course, there existed another form of unpleasant astonishment in the universe, but we shall refrain from elaborating on that. Heisenberg smiled at the sorcerers, subtly extending his biological stance. It is well known that a biological stance can alter the 4 fundamental forces within a certain radius around Heisenberg. Thus, through his deliberate control, the equilibrium of the stance swiftly transformed into a suppression of biological entities. Suddenly, a cloud of dust erupted in the courtyard of Taj, and the sorcerers collectively felt a weight descend upon them. Instantly, 3 sorcerers collapsed, while many others awkwardly sank to the ground. This was due to Heisenberg's manipulation of the weak interaction and gravity within his stance, causing the sorcerers to experience immediate discomfort. Meanwhile, Gu gently clasped her hands together beside Heisenberg. In an instant, Heisenberg's biological stance vanished entirely. It turned out that her mere gesture had ensnared everyone present into the mirror dimension. However, upon introspection, Heisenberg realized that as long as he concentrated, he could still utilize his biological stance within this reflective realm. Although the mirror dimension altered the fabric of time and the laws of physics to a certain extent, the biological stance would persist wherever the 4 fundamental forces existed. Yet, due to the modifications in physical laws, Heisenberg needed to rediscover the equilibrium between his stances. As Heisenberg attuned himself to his stance, Gu was imparting wisdom to her disciples. "This world is vast, dear mages, and I am not without my flaws. Therefore, you must continue to strive and prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. My lord, let us converse in my study. They require further practice, and we need not occupy their time and space." "Very well, as you wish." "Ah, my lord, you appear to be quite proficient in Chinese, employing idioms with remarkable precision." "Indeed, I am well versed in the universal languages spoken by all sentient beings across the cosmos, with Chinese being one of the more profound ones." "Is it more profound than the language of Baikalos?" "That cannot compare. Their tongue is a symphony of the universe's most exquisite melodies, incomparable in beauty." "Huh, you are more humorous than I anticipated. And you are more, how should I put it, more amiable than I expected? Perhaps, for you are not an adversary I must contend with." As they spoke, the two arrived at Guyi's study. Heisenberg showed little interest in the scattered tomes of magic. He did not care whether he possessed magical aptitude, especially within the Marvel Universe. Despite the existence of a form known as Magic Superman, it was important to note that this entity was not a Superman trained in sorcery, but rather a fusion with a demon called Intelligent, which enabled him to wield magic rather than himself possessing such abilities. There was a significant disparity between the two. Moreover, even if Superman had the talent, he could never learn the magic of the Marvel Universe. as it was fundamentally sorcery. The power of this sorcery stemmed from the ancient gods that roamed the cosmos, and every time one cast a spell, they would incur a cost for that magic. Chapter 26. I have split apart Heisenberg vividly recalled from Doctor Strange's comics how to describe it. The sorcerer, having used magic excessively, would often sprout tentacles. His gastrointestinal system had nearly vanished, with various organs missing to different extents, and he was perpetually plagued by hallucinations, or rather, incessantly influenced and eroded by forces from other dimensions. Especially the issue of sprouting tentacles compelled Heisenberg to draw parallels between the magic of Marvel and the mythos of Cthulhu. And that mythos, regardless of whether one is a Kryptonian or the extent of their strength, it is prudent to maintain a distance whenever possible, as there is no harm in doing so. As these thoughts lingered, Ancient One extended a hand, inviting Heisenberg to take a seat. In the room, there were merely two indistinguishable stools, and he casually chose one to sit upon. Ancient One then proceeded to the nearby tea cabinet to fetch some tea leaves, subsequently moving to the fireplace where she ignited the flames and placed a kettle atop. By the time this sequence of events concluded, Heisenberg had nearly wilted in anticipation. Had it been Doctor Strange, such mundane tasks would have been resolved instantaneously through sorcery. This distinction epitomizes the divergence between Ancient One and Strange. One approaches magic with caution, refraining from its misuse, while the other, seemingly pursued by hounds, frantically learns and masters every aspect of magic using the Time Stone's advantage, eschewing mundane solutions whenever possible. In the film, Ancient One once remarked that Strange was the most exceptional among the Sorcerer Supremes. This statement does not imply that Strange surpasses Ancient One. Akin to two academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, one spends their days fishing and tending to birds, while the other is incessantly engaged in fervent experimentation, striving for new heights. Their achievements are comparable, and indeed the former's capabilities and contributions may far exceed those of the latter. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that the latter's professional attitude signifies a greater degree of dedication. However, Strange's prowess in magic carries its consequences. For instance, as Sorcerer Supremes, they each possess a cadre of acolytes who take pride in their own suffering, binding their souls to the Sorcerer Supreme and bearing the brunt of magical costs. In Ancient One's era, her acolytes typically met a peaceful end. Even if battered and bruised, they could smile their way to a serene death in their beds. Yet, during Strange's reign, alas, in the age of the Avengers, that vast contingent of acolytes had already perished due to Strange's actions. Consequently, Strange later had to shoulder the burdens of magic himself. What occupies your thoughts? Observing Heisenberg in deep contemplation, Ancient One served him tea, placing the cup in his hands. After sipping the warm brew, Heisenberg expressed his satisfaction with a subtle smirk. I am pondering your perspectives on my arrival, Master Ancient One. Perspectives? You require none from me. You are a commendable guardian of humanity, though your demeanor towards humans can be somewhat fierce and unforgiving. You have the capacity to guide them towards greater paths. I have witnessed that day with my own eyes. As they spoke, Ancient One too took a sip of her tea. The warm steam wafted from both, enveloping the room in a fragrant embrace of tea. Heisenberg nodded thoughtfully, sipping his tea as he pondered. So, you indeed comprehend the circumstances that envelop me? Certainly, the Ancient One has always been vigilant in observing the equilibrium of the cosmos. The guests from the Origin have arrived, and the Ancient One had already informed me. The triune progenitor of white magic, the Ancient One? Is it he who gazes upon me? I had thought it was you observing everything. Me? The Ancient One chuckled softly and shook her head. I am not the observer of the universe. I merely contend with the troubles that arise from the dark dimensions and the underworld each day. Even this is a burden I have grown weary of in my current existence. At this juncture, the Ancient One extended her right hand, placing her slightly aged yet still delicate palm against Heisenberg's face. I truly wish for you to become my disciple, for then I would not need to rely on that loquacious, troublesome individual who disrespects magic, toys with time, is arrogant, proud, dismissive of others, and exceedingly obstinate to take up the mantle of the Supreme Sorcerer. The sound of her laughter resonated through the air, and Heisenberg could not help but be amused by this bald old lady's jest. God knows how Strange would react if he were to hear such an appraisal. His forehead might very well burst with anger. However, after the laughter subsided, Heisenberg suddenly pondered something and gently inquired, You have seen many futures, have you not? Indeed. Amidst every 3,000 possible futures, there are 70 occasions where I shall be your mentor, and on 2 occasions, I shall be your beloved. You have revealed everything to me. Heisenberg, taken aback, spat out his tea. What in the world do you mean by beloved? You. Before he could finish, the Ancient One beamed, and a soft green light flickered around her neck. causing the traces of time to vanish from her form. Miraculously, she reverted to her youthful state. Her originally bald head now adorned with a full mane of hair. In that moment, the Ancient One radiated an ethereal charm, akin to that of a muse. Alas, it was but a fleeting moment before she returned to her elderly visage, yet that brief glimpse remained indelibly etched in Heisenberg's mind. As a result, Heisenberg felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He no longer wished to have any ties to Kamartaj. He longed to return home, unimpeded by anyone. However, before he could rise, the Ancient One continued, "Do not be amused. I do not find beauty in youth, and we shall have no further connections henceforth. I merely wish to demonstrate that I understand you more than you realize, so there is no need for concern regarding any hindrance to your plans. I safeguard the earth beneath my feet, rather than the humans above. The preservation of all living beings is my charge. In my eyes, humanity holds no greater value than a carp. If you allow humans to venture forth, so be it. Their journey into the cosmos shall cleanse the earth. Enough said. I have an engagement for drinks. Farewell." Heisenberg nodded hastily, and, with a swift motion, vanished before the Ancient One. In the courtyard of Kamartaj, the sorcerers witnessed Heisenberg's departure. The sight of his powerful and rapid figure leaving them in profound awe. The figure that left them awestruck was Heisenberg. He reclined in his rooftop chair, feeling nauseous and rolling his eyes in disgust. Gu-E surely had no inclination to deceive herself. In some futures she had glimpsed, she undoubtedly found herself in a romantic relationship with him. Was Gu-E old? Certainly. She was aging, her head bald. Yet, upon further contemplation, one must ponder whether Gu-E was truly beautiful. The actress portraying her was undeniably a woman of exquisite grace. With the time stone at her disposal, it was inconceivable for her to age to a point where even such a relic could not conceal her vitality. It seems she deliberately feigned an appearance of frailty for the benefit of her disciples. Had Gu-E not broached the subject, Heisenberg found himself contemplating how he might respond. Compared to the Earth's guardian, Gu-E, Strange resembled more of an American protector, or perhaps a guardian of the Avengers. Such a supreme sorcerer was inherently positioned in opposition to Heisenberg. Thus, it was highly probable that Heisenberg would preserve Gu-E, consequently rendering Strange unemployed. Furthermore, Gu-E was, in fact, courting her demise. With a mere persuasion, she could extend her existence for several millennia more. Hence, in those futures Gu-E spoke of, did he truly engage in some indescribable affair with her during that process? Damn it, Heisenberg couldn't help but curse under his breath. The target of his ire was himself, for in the midst of such musings, he found himself inexplicably attracted to Gu-E. Truly, he was a despicable person. Meanwhile, the Avengers' plans were unfolding with meticulous precision. Jane Foster had been drawn into a CAF to converse with Natasha. It remained uncertain what the outcome of their discussion would be. As for the Purple Man, amidst the encircling forces of S.H.I.E.L.D, Hydra, and the nuclear bomb gang, his whereabouts had been effectively pinpointed within a single day. However, only S.H.I.E.L.D and Hydra possessed this knowledge. Erica, representing the nuclear bomb gang, had yet to extract any information from the agents. Around 9:20 p.m. that night, in the Tricorner Tower of New York, Captain America and Barton, accompanied by Coulson, Crossbones, John Gatler, and Melinda May, along with the elite agent Grant Ward, silently navigated the streets and arrived at Hell's kitchen. Indeed, the Purple Man was lurking right there. It turned out Jessica was unaware. She believed she had escaped the clutches of the Purple Man. In reality, her very escape was orchestrated by him. The Purple Man had been observing his little pet all along. This scrutiny brought him immense exhilaration and satisfaction, a sense of fulfillment that ultimately waned once Heisenberg made his appearance. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the Purple Man relished in witnessing Jessica succumb to alcoholism due to her psychological trauma, even more so in watching her intoxicated self being preyed upon by various unscrupulous men. Unfortunately, Jessica was far too formidable. Nearly all the men attempting to take advantage of her were swiftly dispatched by her fists. This persistent disappointment lingered in the Purple Man's mind. However, once Jessica was completely possessed by the immensely powerful Heisenberg, he discovered that he was still capable of experiencing the pangs of jealousy. Heisenberg intended to utilize the Purple Man to execute his plan against Hydra, right? What a coincidence. The Purple Man also sought an opportunity to exploit his abilities, to entirely control and toy with Heisenberg. Thus, when S.H.I.E.L.D located the Purple Man, he was astonishingly residing in an apartment less than 800 meters from Heisenberg. Because of this, Captain America specifically advised S.H.I.E.L.D agents to refrain from uttering Heisenberg's name to avoid drawing him out. As time passed, An increasing number of vehicles approached the apartment building where the Purple Man was situated. Initially, the homeless were driven away, followed by residents being urged indoors. As the apprehension operation was about to commence, the ensuing silence finally alerted the Purple Man Heisenberg Tower, the center of the nightclub. Heisenberg and Jessica engaged in a spirited contest, fervently decimating the myriad of drinks laid out before them. Around them, countless patrons were exuberantly cheering, having not witnessed such a raucous drinking bout in ages. Ultimately, Heisenberg triumphed, leaving Jessica far behind by a staggering 32 bottles. As he instructed his underlings to escort Jessica back to her room for rest, Heisenberg returned to the sofa. At that moment, Erica quietly approached. The day shift at S.H.I.E.L.D. hasn't shared much with us, but our investigation has revealed numerous vehicles suspected to belong to special agents gathering near an apartment building not far from here. Humph, that must be the Purple Man's location. I didn't expect it to be so close. Heisenberg nodded in acknowledgement. Erica pressed on. Should I send someone to intervene or participate? We wouldn't want them to capture the Purple Man first, would we? Go ahead, but don't be at the forefront. The Purple Man is no mere toy and will not yield easily. Chapter 27. I am Hydra Room 402, Building 6, Ashwood Street. The Purple Man sat on the sofa, frowning incessantly. Before him, two smaller screens flanked a large television, intended to monitor 7 critical intersections in the vicinity. Yet now, the screens were entirely dark. Consequently, the Purple Man retrieved a bottle of liquor from the refrigerator, taking a swig to steady his nerves. So, who has set their sights on me? He pondered, suspecting it might be Heisenberg, as that scoundrel had audaciously taken his beloved. That was Jessica, the finest dish he had reserved for himself. A girl he intended to break down until she could no longer bear her own existence. This process might last 2, 3, or even 5 years. Yet, the Purple Man was willing to wait, for once this dish truly ripened, its flavor would be utterly astonishing. But now it was all gone. Someone else had devoured his meal, damn it. Old Purple was directly compared to Boran, his fury seemingly taking on a tangible form above his head. With a profound gaze, he looked out the window, pondering the malice harbored by those who remained nameless to him. Perfectly, he thought. Let me unleash my momentary wrath upon you. Bang! The door was violently kicked open, and Captain America stormed into the room, shield raised. He was poised to charge at the figure before the door, but after just a couple of steps, he bizarrely froze in place. Behind him, Barton immediately sensed something amiss, without hesitation. He drew his bow and shot an arrow towards Purple's right leg. In the instant the arrow was released, Captain America swiftly turned and raised his shield, effortlessly deflecting the projectile. However, Barton found himself drained of the strength to shoot again. Behind Barton, Grant Ward and his team of agents surged forward. But as they beheld the scene within the room, they were instantly struck dumb. Ward, ever vigilant, executed a roll and escaped the room. Yet his subordinates had already succumbed to Purple's control. Unable to press the attack, Ward resorted to shouting into his earpiece. This is bad. The captain seems to be under control, and so is Barton. What? Downstairs, John Garrett, serving as the deputy commander, was momentarily bewildered. Hadn't the operation just commenced? Was this Purple's control ability truly so formidable? In mere moments, even the captain could not resist. Breaching the wall to provide visibility for the sniper and watch your safety. Understood. Grant complied immediately. Not far from him, Agent Melinda May began her work with the breaching device, and within seconds, miniature demolition explosives were affixed to the wall. Meanwhile, inside the room, Purple cast a dark look upon the assembled agents and softly inquired, "Tell me who you are, from which department you hail, and under whose orders you have launched an assault against me." As his words echoed, Captain America faltered. He could not utter what Purple demanded. Instead, relying on his extraordinary willpower, he fought against Purple's control. Yet, as he struggled, the scattered agents began to speak. Hydra's secret agent Henry Ford, under the orders of John Garrett, apprehending Purple to counter Superman Heisenberg. Hydra's secret agent Teddy Garnett, under Hydra's secret agent, Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Clinton Francis Barton, commissioned by Heisenberg and dispatched by Director Nick Fury, here, to capture Purple. Once the emotionless agents had introduced themselves, behind their impassive faces lay a tempest of terror akin to a volcano ready to erupt. Hydra, John Garrett. As Captain America struggled, his eyes widened, and the veins on his forehead seemed to explode in an instant. How could there be so many Hydra agents? Captain America exclaimed, the overwhelming presence of Hydra jolting him out of the Purple Man's control. Realizing he had regained his autonomy, he did not immediately confront Hydra. Instead, he turned and hurled his shield towards the Purple Man. Startled by Captain America's sudden resurgence, the Purple Man rolled off his chair, narrowly evading the incoming shield. Even in his precarious position on the ground, he did not forget to issue new commands. Protect me and get me out of New York. As his words echoed, the isolated Barton and a swarm of Hydra agents launched a frenzied assault on Captain America. With mere fists against a multitude, and among them, the skilled Hawkeye. The odds were daunting. While Captain America was a formidable hero in the Marvel Universe, it was essential to remember that Hawkeye was equally renowned for his uncanny accuracy. Which notorious villain had not felt the sting of his arrows? Thus, Hawkeye was no ordinary adversary. In an instant, chaos erupted within the room as agents clashed fiercely. Captain America found himself struggling to fend off attacks from all directions. Meanwhile, the Purple Man evaded the tumultuous crowd and picked up Captain America's shield. Strapping it to his arm, grasping the shield, he peered out the door, realizing that the individuals outside were likely attempting to breach his room. He must leap from the building. Being on the 4th floor instilled him with a modicum of confidence. After all, he was a mutant, and although his mind had been altered, his body had been enhanced to some extent. Moreover, he possessed a shield capable of deflecting bullets. Thus, he hastened toward the window. Before he could even unlatch it, the Purple Man was utterly taken aback by the intense gunfire erupting below. Moments earlier, the agents inside had responded to the query, "Who are you?" with a resounding, "Hydra, Hydra." This revelation left the outdoor assailants in a state of confusion. The agents, who were supposed to collaborate seamlessly, exchanged bewildered glances. Soon enough, all eyes, including those of Coulson and others, were fixated on John Gatler. The atmosphere became palpably tense. At that moment, a convoy of over a dozen modified off-road vehicles approached. She recognized the handsome figure as the commanding officer of S.H.I.E.L.D., though she did not realize it was Captain America. However, she knew that John Gatler was the second in command. Thus, she instinctively moved towards Gatler. Yet, upon seeing reinforcements at Gatler's side, Coulson reacted instinctively, raising his pistol toward Gatler. This act stirred a hornet's nest within moments. Over 70% of the agents aimed their weapons at Coulson. The remaining 20%, finally catching on, hesitantly raised their guns in a defensive stance. But how could they effectively defend themselves when the ranks had been thoroughly dispersed, and no one had previously identified who was Hydra? Observe your surroundings. The esteemed agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. find themselves utterly isolated, with nearly every individual flanked by at least 2 Hydra operatives. At this very moment, Erica is equally unnerved by the bizarre circumstances unfolding before her. "Damn it, is this a backstabber's game?" she mutters, raising the short fork in her hand and charging directly toward John Gatler, intending to take this beleaguered old man hostage. However, Gatler is not one to yield easily, especially with the situation laid bare before them. He decides to abandon all restraint and shouts, "Engage, leave no survivors." The sound of gunfire erupts instantaneously, claiming the lives of over 20 agents in mere moments, a number that continues to rise. Even Coulson is struck, but fortunately, his bulletproof vest allows him to narrowly evade further injury as he escapes to the cover of his vehicle. Erica, quick on her feet, shouts to her comrades, "Protect Crossbones. He is one of ours." "What? Crossbones you?" The last exclamation comes from John Gatler, who cannot fathom that Crossbones, a figure of comparable rank within Hydra, is, in fact, a traitor. Meanwhile, Crossbones is utterly bewildered. How did he betray anyone? When did he become aligned with Erica? He himself remains unaware of this transformation. How can one be oblivious to their own treachery? "I betrayed." Yet, he finds no opportunity to explain, as armed gangsters wielding rifles and grenade launchers offer no chance for discourse. In a mere 7 to 8 seconds, he is surrounded by numerous gang members. After her failed assault on Gatler, Erica swiftly retreats into her own ranks. She merges into the crowd, receiving a weapon from a subordinate, and casually leans against Crossbones. "Hey, I'm Erica, just hanging out with Boss Heisenberg. You must have heard of me." What?" Crossbones stammers, his expression one of utter confusion, as if he were a ripe fruit hanging from the bewildered tree. Noticing his anxiety, Erica nods in understanding and playfully taps her gun against his bicep in a gesture of camaraderie. "Don't be nervous, we'll protect you. The boss appreciates your intellect and seems keen on having you manage all his subordinates. If we get through today, I might even call you Big Brother. So, let us go." With that, she pays no mind to Crossbones' lack of response and boldly charges out of the throng, unleashing chaos upon the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra alike. The scene descends into utter disarray, to the extent that the originally targeted figure, the Purple Man, is momentarily forgotten. He strolls out of the crowd, swaggering to his Chevrolet. With the ignition engaged and the accelerator pressed, the vehicle glides forward. leaving the purple man in a state of confusion. Why are those who sought to capture him now in conflict? Is it because of Hydra? Wait a moment. Hydra. Wasn't that thing supposed to have vanished after the Second World War? How could it be? He stood frozen, not in shock at the revelation of Hydra, but because his car was soaring through the skies. His antiquated vehicle, devoid of any flying capabilities or magical enhancements, was inexplicably drifting among the clouds. However, he remained remarkably composed, a testament to his worldly experience. Swiftly, he rolled down his window and glanced below. Indeed, he could discern two legs, partially obscured by pajamas. Heisenberg. He bellowed, mustering every ounce of his control abilities. His scent, gaze, voice, everything had been dialed up to the maximum capacity. Yet, regrettably, Heisenberg remained impervious to his influence. The rush of wind filled his ears, and amidst the cacophony, the purple figure faintly heard Heisenberg conversing on the phone. Straining to listen, Heisenberg's words became slightly clearer. He could hear Heisenberg addressing the person on the other end. Jessica, it's me, your boss. I have a task for you. Wait for me on my rooftop. I will throw a car down to you, and your objective is to destroy it without damaging a single floor tile on my roof. If you succeed, I shall deliver the almost lifeless purple figure to you. What do you say? Chapter 28. The real scum. Upon comprehending Heisenberg's words, the purple figure was instantly engulfed in disbelief. Was he really instructing Jessica to eliminate him? To descend from the heavens, only to have Jessica take action herself? Dying at her hands didn't sound too dreadful. In that fleeting moment, the purple figure felt as though he had fractured into multiple personalities once more. Heisenberg, I harbor no animosity towards you. Why would you do this? Bang. Rip. Heisenberg reached out, effortlessly tearing off the door on the purple figure's side and casting it aside. Observing the purple figure clinging desperately to the steering wheel as if teetering on the brink of death, Heisenberg smirked slightly. Not fastening your seatbelt while driving. And now you're bewildered in such a predicament. Whether or not I buckle up, wouldn't I meet my demise regardless? I just want to understand. Why would you want me dead upon our very first encounter? I can offer you so much, an abundance of things, trust me. The purple figure spoke with astonishing rapidity, likely propelled by the looming specter of death. However, upon finishing, Heisenberg merely chuckled coldly. The purple figure, anxious, scrutinized Heisenberg's grin. After Heisenberg's laughter subsided, he raised the car with his left hand while his right reached out to seize the purple figure by the neck. What can you possibly do? Haha, what you could do has already been done. Just as those words left his lips, the purple figure was about to continue his desperate explanations when Heisenberg's eyes flashed with a menacing crimson light. In Heisenberg's eyes, the cerebral structure of the purple being was astonishingly distinct, and he utilized a miniature thermal sight to directly melt away the frontal lobe that the purple creature employed for cognition. By the time Heisenberg's vision returned to normal, he had irrevocably transformed into a genuine state of vegetative existence. Moreover, this state of being offered him no prospect of awakening anew. Having dealt with the purple entity, Heisenberg contemplated returning to his rooftop with the vehicle in tow. Just as he was about to ascend, he suddenly noticed the shield strapped to the purple being's arm. TSK, Captain America, I never imagined you could lose your wife too. Casual as ever. He detached the shield and hurled it towards the distant building where the purple entity resided. Subsequently, he lifted the vehicle and soared back to his rooftop in an instant. His extraordinary speed meant that Jessica had yet to make her appearance. After waiting for a little over a minute, Heisenberg finally caught sight of an anxious Jessica. Without hesitation, he tossed the vehicle down towards her. At that moment, Jessica was engulfed in confusion, struggling to comprehend why Heisenberg would hurl a car in her direction. Was he planning to drive with her tonight? Or was he irate, so much so that he resorted to throwing a car at her? Yet, before her bewilderment could dissipate, she spotted the descending vehicle. Good grief, how high is that? Jessica was taken aback. She had never caught a car falling from such a height. It was not that she lacked the strength, but rather that no vehicle could possibly ascend to such an altitude. Summoning all her might, Jessica propelled herself upwards. Leaping over 20 meters high, with palms outstretched, she met the car with tremendous force. Boom! The vehicle's undercarriage was instantly torn apart, and within moments, it was reduced to a multitude of fragments, scattering across Heisenberg's rooftop. The motionless form of the purple being was likewise flung into the air by the car's disintegration. To her shock, there was someone inside the vehicle. Jessica, now on the ground, was horrified by the silhouette that had streaked past her. She had inadvertently taken a life again. Who was it? Whose life had she claimed this time? Thud! The purple being crashed into Heisenberg's swimming pool, and the blood oozing from his body rapidly stained the water crimson. Jessica hastened towards the pool, leaping in to swiftly retrieve the purple being's body. She unceremoniously tossed him onto the poolside before clambering out herself. As she approached the purple entity, she murmured incessantly, "I'm so sorry. I thought it was just a car smash. I didn't realize you were inside. Are you Heisenberg's enemy?" As she uttered these words, she flipped the purple being onto his back, only to be utterly astonished. Even if she had forgotten who he was, she could never forget the demon-like scoundrel that was the purple being. Boom. Instinctively, she unleashed a punch, creating a gaping hole in the purple being's chest. Simultaneously, a large crater formed on Heisenberg's rooftop. "It's you, it's you." Jessica's furious roar echoed as she unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, accompanied by her blood-curdling screams. Amidst the cacophony, the purple figure met its demise. In the heavens above, Heisenberg observed the grim scene with a disdainful smirk. "We smash potatoes, and we receive mashed potatoes. We crush garlic, and we obtain minced garlic. We pulverize tomatoes, and we acquire tomato sauce. Yet, when we crush scum, an oddity occurs. We are left with nothing but scum." Watching Jessica tirelessly process the remnants of humanity, Heisenberg let out a long sigh. Let time be her own. He drifted away. Below the apartment where the purple figure had fallen, Coulson, accompanied by no more than 10 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, was engaged in a desperate counterattack. Outnumbered and outmatched, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stood no chance against the Hydra operatives. Even with elite fighters like Melinda May on their side, they faced formidable foes like Grant Ward. If not for Erica and her nuclear bomb-wielding allies suppressing John Gatler, Coulson might have already met his end. Hiding behind a car wheel, Coulson cautiously peeked at the gang surrounding Crossbones as they assailed Gatler. "Thank goodness we still have Crossbones," he mused. Yet, at that moment, Crossbones remained utterly bewildered. Brandishing his rifle, he pretended to fire at John's direction before retreating to incessantly question Erica. "Were you flirting with me this morning because of Heisenberg's orders? Did you think I had a crush on you? I have a boyfriend." Bang. Bang. "Damn it. I thought you were a spy, so you're truly just a gangster?" Erica, after firing a couple of shots, sat on the ground, reloading her empty magazine and spare rounds. As she worked, she looked at Crossbones with admiration. "Is your name really Crossbones, or do you have another name?" Brock Rumlow." "Huh, nice to meet you, Rumlow. I'm Erica Nachis, codename Phantom Killer. Welcome aboard." Erica extended her right hand in a friendly gesture. Rumlow's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you serious? Just like that, I'm in." Haven T even agreed. "How am I suddenly your colleague? You're so sure I'll join you?" Boom. Just as the gunfire intensified, Heisenberg plummeted from the sky, landing near Erica and Rumlow. The ground beneath him fractured in countless tiny cracks, causing Erica's Land Rover to jolt. In the next instant, Rumlow grasped Erica's right hand firmly. "It is an honor to join you." He spoke with a broad smile. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, Erica swiftly drew the short fork from her waist and thrust its sharp tip directly at Crossbones' neck. Crossbones stiffened momentarily before quickly reacting. He pressed down on Erica's right hand while simultaneously delivering an elbow strike to her chest. Erica was forced to retreat slightly, her grip on the fork tightening even as her arm was firmly seized by Rumlow's unoccupied left hand. "You, haha, not bad, I'll give you that. Go have a word with the boss." Rumlow's inquiry was abruptly interrupted by Erica's laughter. Glancing at the approaching Heisenberg, Rumlow clenched his teeth in resignation. He released Erica and rose to approach Heisenberg, his face a canvas of turmoil. Heisenberg, of course, recognized Crossbones, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his cinematic counterpart. When Rumlow halted before him, Heisenberg nodded in approval. "You look impressive, somewhat stronger than my own assassins. However, I suspect your talents extend beyond mere combat. Are you capable of handling departmental assignments?" Without waiting for Rumlow's response, Heisenberg boldly draped an arm over Rumlow's shoulder and whispered, "Do not entertain thoughts of gathering intelligence under my command. Your Hydra leader is not worth your betrayal of me." Rumlow was taken aback, although John Garrett had been exposed. He and his immediate superior remained undiscovered. Did Heisenberg know this as well? "What do you mean? Don't you think aligning with me is the most advantageous outcome?" The news of Hydra has long permeated S.H.I.E.L.D, and nearly all departments are now entangled in chaos. Your superior, Alexander Pierce, though not yet revealed, will undoubtedly step into the light within half an hour. He cannot accept that Garrett's faction has been utterly eradicated by S.H.I.E.L.D. And do you honestly believe you will succeed in such a hasty endeavor? As he spoke, Heisenberg patted Rumlow on the back. "Wise words, come to my nightclub. Then head upstairs to meet your future colleagues. We shall hold a small meeting." With that, Heisenberg released Crossbones and strode toward Erica. Upon reaching her, Erica immediately stood respectfully and bowed. "Regroup, This is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own war. After departing, you will accompany Crossbones to my residence. A meeting awaits. Understood. Erica promptly nodded, and she, along with the other members of the nuclear bomb gang, vanished at once. Crossbones, feeling out of place, contemplated for a moment before ultimately deciding to follow in Erica's footsteps. Heisenberg intended to leave as well, but the observant Coulson had already spotted him. Unable to contain himself at the sight of Heisenberg attempting to depart, Coulson charged through the hail of bullets, shouting at Heisenberg as he advanced. Heisenberg, our organization is in trouble. Please assist us, for you possess the ability. Upon hearing Coulson's words, Heisenberg turned to him with keen interest, simultaneously raising his right hand. In that very moment, John Gatler, who was also attentive to the scene, swiftly issued a command. Everyone, cease fire. Instantly, the Hydra agents dared not fire their weapons, fearing that stray bullets might strike the esteemed figure. Even though John Gatler was acutely aware that if Heisenberg chose to aid S.H.I.E.L.D, it would spell certain doom for him, he still refrained from opening fire, opting instead to gamble on Heisenberg's decision. In this peculiar silence, Heisenberg spoke. Coulson, I possess the capability to eliminate your adversaries, and you too have the means to eradicate most terrorist organizations on Earth. Pray tell, why have you not done so? Coulson found himself at a loss for words. Thus, Heisenberg continued, for it is not your duty, and tonight is no different. This is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s affair, an American concern, a matter for the inhabitants of Earth, but it is not my affair, so carry on. With that, Heisenberg ascended and vanished without a trace. Chapter 29. I am no longer clean. In the Tri-Corner Tower, Nick Fury and Agent Hill were monitoring the actions of their subordinates from the command center. When Captain America was effortlessly subdued by the Purple Man, and Hawkeye's arrow failed to achieve its mark, resulting in the entire Captain America team, save for Grant Ward, falling under the Purple Man's control, Nick Fury thought that was the worst news he could receive that night. However, that thought lasted but a second. Hydra. Hydra. Anyone who answered to the Purple Man's command regarding their origins, aside from Hawkeye, were all damned Hydra agents. In a fit of rage, Nick smashed his desk and sprang to his feet. FCK, 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 damn it. He could hardly articulate the turmoil within him. He wasn't a fool. He had just engaged in cooperation with Nick and S.H.I.E.L.D, only to discover that the organization was infested with Hydra agents. What of their scrolls? Cough, cough. In any case, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, to find that 8 out of 10 of his subordinates were Hydra agents was nothing short of a thunderclap for Nick Fury. He was not naive. He knew that no one dared to joke about Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, the words of those agents could only hold one truth. Furthermore, the attack led by John Gatler against Coulson solidified the grim reality. Nick Fury instantly sensed that he was about to confront the greatest crisis since taking office. Hill swiftly contacted the heads of the global branches, urging them to enter a state of readiness for war. An unlimited supply of truth serum was to be made available, for we must uncover every Hydra member hidden among us. What about John Gatler's direct subordinates? They must be eradicated. And the agents with close ties to Gatler? Better to mistakenly eliminate than to let one escape. But what if there are other high-ranking agents who are also Hydra? Then we shall see just how deeply my S.H.I.E.L.D. has been corrupted. As their conversation reached this point, Hill hurriedly operated her computer, drafting commands to be dispatched to each branch. Simultaneously, she attempted to initiate a video call to Nick Fury, but just before it could connect, it inexplicably shut down. Following this, no matter what she tried, the commands she had prepared could not be sent. Seeing this, Hill abruptly stood and sighed deeply at Nick, who was facing away from her, gazing out the window. They are more deeply embedded than we imagined. We may have undertaken the most meaningless mission of our lives. Indeed, I can already see agents rushing towards us. Nick sighed as well, then pulled an exceptionally unique handgun from his pocket. He held the oval-shaped weapon and said to Hill, "It is unfortunate that the promised Super Scroll from Tauros has yet to arrive from the cosmos. If only he could replicate even 30 to 50% of Heisenberg's capabilities, the Skrull Empire would rise again. Forget about that, Tia Taylor. Let us pray to our ancestors, thankful that we may die together," Hill solemnly declared, grasping her own weapon. However, Nick Fury, whom she referred to as Tia Taylor, did not reciprocate her prayer, inhaling deeply instead. "Erida, you cannot die yet." "But there are no buts. I am the commander of this operation, am I not?" "Yes. Very well. We shall escape the triangular wing and confront Heisenberg, revealing our identities to him. and offering one of our spacecraft in exchange for his promise to save us. But he doesn't even need a spacecraft. Even the Marvels require a ship. No one enjoys the solitude of endless flight through the cosmos. What will you do then? Let us break through together. Do you think they will give us the opportunity? I will draw their fire. If you move swiftly enough, you can return to rescue me before I perish. At this point, the alien Erida finally resolved to act. She dashed to the left wall of the command room and pressed a hidden switch, revealing a small armory. Erida swiftly selected a glider and equipped it. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, bearing the name Tia Taylor, also armed himself and rushed out of the command room. As gunfire erupted, Erida sprinted towards the window. She raised her weapon and aimed at the window. With a single shot, a brilliant blue plasma orb melted the glass away. Without hesitation, Elida leaped down. Meanwhile, Heisenberg had returned to his rooftop. Truth be told, he could not regard that villa as his home, for it lacked any semblance of emotional attachment, be it familial love, romantic affection, or friendship. Ironically, he found himself feeling a profound sense of familiarity with the rooftop and the lounge chair that lay upon it. Having spent nearly 10 days in the Marvel Universe, reclining on the chair brought him a calming solace. As he lay back, Heisenberg cast a sidelong glance at the unconscious Jessica, who was smeared with filth, her body a grotesque canvas of crimson viscera and yellow substances. A revolting sight indeed. Ding. Heisenberg pressed the service bell. Have 2 individuals escort your security chief back to her quarters. Upon finishing his command, Heisenberg closed his eyes and appeared to drift into slumber. When the 2 attendants arrived, the gruesome scene nearly induced their retching. Yet, they were only prepared to transport Jessica and had not brought any cleaning supplies. Thus, they quietly proceeded to carry her away, simultaneously contacting more staff, as they dared not leave such a mess atop their boss's rooftop. However, before they could gather the necessary tools, Erica and Crossbones had already arrived. Upon reaching the rooftop, they inevitably encountered the remnants left by the purple-skinned figure, even seasoned killers. Their expressions turned slightly pallid. They exchanged a knowing glance, nodded gravely, and then continued toward Heisenberg. Let us discuss matters by the bar. It's rather unsightly here, he remarked, leading them to the dining area situated over 40 meters away. After inviting them to sit, Heisenberg opened the liquor cabinet and inquired, "What would you like to drink?" "Champagne," Erica replied. "Gin," exclaimed Rumlow. Upon hearing Rumlow's preference, Heisenberg chuckled to himself. His choice of beverage spoke volumes. It indicated he was a seasoned operative, capable of commanding a team of spies with aplomb, certainly surpassing Nick Fury in prowess. Hence, Heisenberg retrieved his beloved bourbon whiskey along with the drinks favored by his guests, returning to the drinks table to sit down. Erica effortlessly opened the bourbon with a small fork she had tucked at her waist, while Rumlow raised his whiskey glass, waiting for Erica to fill it before presenting it to Heisenberg. Once both had their drinks prepared, Heisenberg lifted his glass in a toast. "To my extraordinarily beautiful and capable Erica, and to our new comrade, my future best commander, Crossbones, cheers." "Cheers," they echoed, and after setting their glasses down, Heisenberg began to recount his tale. "Although Langlo has only just joined us, you are not so different. Erica has pledged her allegiance to me for less than a day." As he spoke, Heisenberg turned his gaze toward Erica. "Do not worry. I eliminated Kingpin merely 10 days ago, and Target I joined me just a week prior." As he spoke, Erica refilled his glass. "I have designated Target I as a leader of the underworld, familiar with the streets and the underground network. Yet he can lead no more than my gang members. I may not have shared my plans with you. So allow me to elucidate. The gang is far from being the most crucial aspect of my strategy." He pointed to Langlo, who appeared deep in thought. "Just as I inherited Kingpin's legacy, I shall thoroughly absorb the entirety of Hydra's power. However, your numbers are insufficient, and the 2 of you alone are not nearly enough." Indeed, Langlo nodded in agreement, and Heisenberg reciprocated the gesture. "Precisely. Thus, I require your insight into Hydra to select all the exceptional talents capable of management from within, to discover, rely upon, and utilize them. Can you accomplish this?" Listening to Heisenberg's inquiry and gazing into his profound eyes, Langlo suddenly found himself intoxicated. It is never the wine that inebriates a man but rather the friends at the table, the woman opposite him, and the fervent ambitions that stir the soul. Langlo believed in Heisenberg's ability to achieve everything he claimed. After all, anyone with Heisenberg's power could accomplish such feats. Could he truly become the head of all Hydra? He nodded vigorously. Indeed, as the words fell from his lips, he raised his glass, allowing droplets of wine to splatter upon his attire. Observing this, Heisenberg nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Immediately compile a list of everyone you are familiar with, have heard of, or can conceive of, and strive to bring them all under my command." "Yes," Langlo responded earnestly. Heisenberg then turned his attention back to Erica. Go find Target I and acquire the contact information of all factions Gene Bin left scattered across the globe. Operate them and ensure that every individual Langlo identifies is secured, with utmost effort. Yes, Erica replied with a respectful nod. Thus, Heisenberg lightly rapped the table. This will suffice. I now entrust you with over 30,000 subordinates across New York. Provide me with a satisfactory outcome. Suddenly, without warning, something catastrophic erupted beneath Heisenberg's favorite recliner. In the next moment, a slender figure leaped through the gaping hole created by the explosion. The unfortunate recliner was instantly obliterated, and Heisenberg's chest swelled with indignation. Hill, what the hell have you done? He recognized her immediately. It was Hill, yet she should have been dealing with the affairs of S.H.I.E.L.D. How could she possibly be here? Hill swiftly dashed towards Heisenberg, explaining as she sprinted. Kryptonian Heisenberg, I am a refugee from the Skrull Empire, and I implore you to grant asylum to me and another of my kind in exchange for a spacecraft. As she spoke, her form transformed rapidly, and in an instant, the striking Agent Hill morphed into a wrinkled green visage. Heisenberg, taken aback, spluttered, expelling the drink he had just consumed. Have the Skrulls replaced her so soon? I was planning to court her. Heisenberg slumped in his chair, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, despairing at the prospect of pursuing such a creature. Chapter 30. He has arrived. Beside Heisenberg, Lamlo and Elika were equally astonished by the alien Erida. However, amidst their shock, they quickly regained their composure. After all, with an alien like Heisenberg as a precedent, what was this unattractive and feeble creature before them? They turned their gaze to Heisenberg, awaiting his decision. They beheld Heisenberg in his current state, languishing in his chair like a despondent fish. Lamlo pondered, astonished at the transformation of his newly acknowledged leader. Do Kryptonians not only fear kryptonite, but also the color green? If Heisenberg could hear Lamlo's thoughts, he would surely nod in agreement. In these times, irrespective of gender, who does not dread an additional green glow above their head? Lamlo softly called to Heisenberg, who finally emerged from his reverie. He gazed at the alien before him with a look of resignation and inquired, You appear to be a Skrull. How long have you been on Earth? I have just arrived on Earth for 2 days. Nick Fury perceives you as a threat and has forged a temporary agreement with our Skrull refugee leader, Talos. Oh. Heisenberg nodded in understanding and continued. Since he has an agreement with you, why do you seek my protection? I must confess, sir, our alliance is with Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., but S.H.I.E.L.D. no longer exists. As Erida spoke, she elaborated on the current state of S.H.I.E.L.D. After her explanation, Heisenberg nodded in comprehension. He turned to Lamlo and quietly remarked, Did you hear? The situation aligns with my suspicions. The war between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra has commenced in earnest. Indeed, this war may linger for several days. I believe it is imperative that I hasten to fulfill our plans. With that, Lamlo decisively departed with Elika. Once they had left, Heisenberg regarded Erida. Establishing relations with your Skrull people is feasible, but I must make it clear that I will not involve myself in the war between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. Upon hearing this, Erida knelt in resignation. She knelt before Heisenberg, silent and composed. Observing Eridar, Heisenberg pondered briefly. Indeed, his knowledge of the cosmic intricacies within the Marvel universe was limited, and the Skrulls could indeed assist him in his endeavors. However, he hesitated to act. Having just conveyed to Coulson his refusal to aid S.H.I.E.L.D., he was resolute in his integrity. Thus, he resolved to dispatch a sufficiently powerful subordinate to partake in this matter. Eridar, Heisenberg suddenly pronounced, I can save your kin, but I require confirmation of Nick Fury's demise. Can you procure that? As the words left his lips, Eridar instantly grasped the implications of his request. She nodded vigorously, affirming, Rest assured. Nick Fury will perish in plain sight, and we shall survive. Very well, but this is merely the beginning. I need the genuine Nick Fury before me. Do you comprehend? Indeed, devoid of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s might, even with a few clandestine bases, Nick Fury cannot collaborate with the Skrull Empire. We will present him to you. Excellent. Heisenberg replied, satisfaction evident in his demeanor. Recognizing the Skrull's eagerness, he was generous in return. Where are you Skrull refugees currently situated? For the time being, we have established a small base on the moon. That desolate, uninhabited orb. Let's disregard it. Return to Tauros and convey that as long as you fulfill your end of the bargain, I shall grant you a planet of remarkable ecological value. You may select any planet, even one within Thanos' domain, and I will assist you in conquering it, providing you with sanctuary. Eridar was elated. But before she could express her joy, she observed Heisenberg rise from his seat. At that moment, an invisible aura emanated from him, enveloping Eridar within its grasp. The sensation struck her like a bolt from the heavens, causing her to collapse to the ground, struggling to regain her composure. She adjusted her posture to maintain her gaze upon Heisenberg, who spoke with a voice that resonated like a dark deity. I possess the power that Thanos wields. I embody the same qualities he possesses. Yet, we differ fundamentally. I do not treat traitors as he does. At this, Heisenberg let out a derisive scoff. Eliminating half the life of a species can be remedied in just a few generations. In contrast to his feudal sense of order, I prefer to refine. I will retain all that pleases me and eradicate all that does not. Once those races are utterly extinguished, the universe will naturally accommodate a greater population. Do you agree? Indeed. Eridar trembled as she nodded. Then, bearing the immense weight of his presence, she prostrated herself before Heisenberg in a gesture of submission. Heisenberg, setting aside his biological stance, simply waved his hand towards Eridar. He instructed her to descend to the nightclub below and seek out a woman named Jessica, informing her that it was his command to escort her kin back. As you wish. Eridar felt a flicker of joy return, yet even so, she no longer dared to face Heisenberg directly. In a fluster, she rose and dashed towards the hole made by her gunfire, leaping back into the nightclub. At that moment, Heisenberg finally found a moment of respite. He took a few sips of his drink, yearning to recline comfortably in his favorite armchair. However, it struck him then that his beloved chair was gone. With a dejected sigh, he settled into another chair. What to do without his favorite? Perhaps he could cultivate a new fondness. Such a professional blunder. Not long after he lay down, his subordinates rushed in to clean up, first eliminating the bloodstains, then adjusting the ceiling. This new cadre of Hydra was far more decisive than their cinematic counterparts. What was Alexander Pierce thinking? As the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and now the head of Hydra's American branch, Pierce had a particular interest in the purple character. Heisenberg's emergence not only sounded alarms for S.H.I.E.L.D., but also instilled profound trepidation within Hydra. Thus, when Pierce heard the agents in the video proclaim their allegiance to Hydra, his mindset was no better than Nick Fury's. Then came John Gatler's declaration of war, nearly cornering him into a final dilemma. What should he do? How should he choose? Should he immediately rally for an all-out assault on S.H.I.E.L.D., or should he once again align with S.H.I.E.L.D. to suppress Gatler before seizing the opportunity? No, that was not a choice. It was merely a consequence. He could no longer afford to bide his time. John Gatler, one of his most significant subordinates, had worked alongside him for over 30 years. When Pierce was still the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he had already taken Gatler under his wing, entrusting him with much of his elite operational power. He had nowhere left to retreat, for losing Gatler's support would leave him incapable of launching a comprehensive counterattack against S.H.I.E.L.D. Time was of the essence. He had to act. Dr. Zola. He immediately contacted Zola, who had transformed into an artificial intelligence. Seal off all S.H.I.E.L.D. networks, revoke all privileges, particularly those related to Nick Fury, and declare to all Hydra members that war has arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, the call was abruptly ended by Zola. Shortly thereafter, Pierce received a text message on his phone, containing only a brief line. Hail Hydra. Closing the message, Pierce made a second call. S.H.I.E.L.D. He spoke into the phone. Release that beast by any means necessary. We need chaos more than S.H.I.E.L.D. Understood, but what about Tony Stark? He is already engaged in battle, right in Hell's Kitchen. Eliminate them, including Captain America, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and everyone who follows Nick Fury's orders. With that, he forcefully slammed the phone down. As the busy signal echoed, S.H.I.E.L.D. leapt anxiously from his seat, his demeanor mirroring that of over 300 others in the office. They all received the text announcing the commencement of war and immediately sprang into action. Hail Hydra! It is unclear who shouted first, but soon the cry resonated throughout the room, spilling into the corridors, cascading up and down the floors, and enveloping the entire Triskelion. The sound of Hail Hydra was deafening. Why did Heisenberg favor organizations like Hydra as his subordinates? It was because of their unity and fervor. Excitement surged. Gunfire erupted incessantly, and countless S.H.I.E.L.D. agents fell in confusion within the Triskelion. Meanwhile, the bald S.H.I.E.L.D., leading 2 action teams, rushed towards the lair of the creature. Within 5 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Faced with what appeared to be an ordinary door, S.H.I.E.L.D. felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, causing beads of sweat to trickle down his brow. After opening the door, initiate a feigned attack with flashbangs, then lure him to the command center and onto the streets. Subsequently, the remaining personnel must mobilize every available aerial unit to assault the White House. The leader desires absolute chaos in this nation. What could be more chaotic than the complete obliteration of the highest echelons of government? With a wave of his hand, the action team sprang into motion. In another part of the building, Bruce Banner was engrossed in his reading, finding solace in the quietude that allowed him to indulge in literature, his greatest pursuit. His room resembled a cage, isolated from the outside world, devoid of any sights or sounds from beyond the door. Yet, he was not fearful of succumbing to psychological distress. For the room was remarkably spacious, adorned with a ceiling that reflected a starlit sky, while the window adjusted to showcase the beauty of spring, summer, autumn, and winter in harmony with Banner's heartbeat. But in the next moment, the beautiful imagery vanished. Puzzled, he glanced around, suspecting a malfunction in his projection equipment. Just then, the sound of the door creaking open reached his ears. As the door swung wide, he was immediately met with the cacophony of gunfire, causing his heart to race. Following that, over a dozen grenade-like objects landed beside him. Suddenly, the giant was unleashed. Chapter 31. You have no right to represent Earth roar. Accompanied by the Hulk's thunderous roar, the narrow door was instantly torn apart. The metallic walls, exceeding half a meter in thickness, and the metal door, emitted a sound upon being torn that was particularly distressing to the Hydra agents. Westville, struggling to shield his ears, hastily sought refuge in a safe location before the green giant could fully emerge. Meanwhile, the other Hydra agents lined up in formation, beginning to lure the Hulk. At last, the colossal figure of the Hulk squeezed through the doorway, only to be met with a sonic bomb crashing against his head. The S.H.I.E.L.D. had conducted countless simulated attacks on the Hulk, understanding precisely how various weapons would affect him. While the Hulk was nearly immune to most forms of harm, he did respond to sound. Physical and elemental attacks proved ineffective. However, the use of sonic weaponry, though it might not slay the Hulk, would undoubtedly evoke his wrath and anguish. Boom! The cacophony erupted around the Hulk's ears, causing his already bloodshot eyes to blaze with an even deeper crimson. Roaring in fury, the Hulk slammed his massive frame against the hallway wall, shattering it to pieces. He disregarded the path the Hydra agents had intended for him, instead demolishing walls as he barreled into an unknown area. This caused quite the predicament. Observing the green giant venting his destructive urges along the walls, the Hydra agents simultaneously thanked their fortunate stars and sighed in relief. They exchanged glances, and finally, a courageous voice broke the silence. Let it be. The monster is out now. Indeed, there was no need for further action. Each time the Hulk appeared, he wreaked havoc for no less than 10 hours. Let's go see our dear colleagues off. They have endured so much over the years as S.H.I.E.L.D. agents among us. They all chuckled exactly. Let us go. Thus, the Hydra agents responsible for managing the Hulk celebrated their survival with exuberance. Meanwhile, in Tony Stark's laboratory, he was diligently developing his armor. This time, he aimed to ensure that the armor was not only convenient to wear, but also fortified in material and combat capability. The discovery of a new element had significantly enhanced his energy resources, allowing him to increase the weight of the armor to a certain extent, which sparked a wave of inspiration. He envisioned a suit that could automatically fly from a distance and don itself upon his approach. Although the challenge of autonomous combat would require more time to conquer, the concept of automatic flight lingered in his mind. Pondering the complexity of automatic flight, he ultimately shook his head. That may prove too challenging. I need a spark of creativity. What if I design the armor in the shape of a missile? Setting aside the need for a flight posture for now? With this thought, a surge of excitement coursed through him, as if inspiration had struck. He swiftly summoned the control panel and began to rewrite the parameters of the new armor. As work commenced, Tony felt an inexhaustible surge of inspiration, as if each flick of his fingers birthed an array of innovative ideas. How to fold the armor plates, how to configure the infrared systems, how to rectify the autonomous flight mechanism, how to extend the armor itself. His thoughts flowed like a comet across the night sky, and at that moment, Tony was more exhilarated than ever. Yet, this bliss lasted scarcely 3 minutes. The comet transformed instantly into a meteor, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Trust me, it was not the speed that disrupted him. Rather, he was truly interrupted. He distinctly heard the sound of an explosion. Boom, bang, pop. Though the noise was subtle, it was unmistakably unique. Tony immediately summoned Jarvis to display the location of the explosion. In mere moments, he dashed into his suit, neglecting even to wipe the grease from his hands. In an instant, Iron Man was airborne. The red and gold armor soared through the sky, and Tony clearly saw flames erupting from the Triskelion. What on earth was happening? He couldn't fathom it. The Triskelion was one of S.H.I.E.L.D's most crucial bases. Had it truly been invaded? Wasn't Captain America and the team supposed to confront the Purple Man tonight? Was the Purple Man that formidable? Had he not only withstood defeat but also counterattacked S.H.I.E.L.D? As Tony speculated, he flew towards the Triskelion. En route, he instructed Jarvis to hack into S.H.I.E.L.D's internal communications. Moments later, the voice of Captain Rogers reached his ears. He had to admit that, no matter how harshly he might speak, his utmost respect was reserved for Captain Rogers. This was evident as he connected to Rogers' earpiece. Through the earpiece, Tony heard the chaotic yet continuous sound of gunfire, the thud of fists striking flesh, and the muffled grunts of a group of men and a few women. This feeling cough. Steve, what is going on? Why is there an explosion at the Triskelion? Damn. Rogers was startled by the sudden voice in his ear, but quickly regained his composure. Is that you, Tony? Damn it. Hydra is hidden right in the heart of S.H.I.E.L.D. We need backup. Huh. Did you just swear? Does Captain Rogers swear too? Now is not the time for that, Tony. Captain America's tone was filled with exasperation as he shouted while using his shield to slam a Hydra agent to the ground. After delivering a couple of punishing blows, he managed to shout back at Tony. You have the advantage of visibility from the sky. Why not support the area that needs it most? No problem. But are you sure I shouldn't support you first, Captain? I can still manage the situation, but I'm unclear about the current state of the Triskelion. Perhaps. Wait, I know where I'm needed most. Damn it. Hulk has appeared. Tony abruptly interrupted Captain Rogers, and the communication was instantly severed. It is not that Tony cannot maintain communication during the battle. Rather, he surmises that he will undoubtedly be severely beaten by the Hulk. Upon learning of the Hulk's appearance, Captain America's anxiety is beyond description. He swiftly hurls his shield, which, upon impact with the enemy, ricochets with remarkable speed, toppling 3 adversaries. Barton, Melinda, this is entrusted to you. I must hasten downstairs to assess the situation. Moreover, resolve the conflict swiftly. The Triquel wing requires support. Rest assured, Captain. Barton acknowledges with a wave, simultaneously dispatching an enemy agent with his arrow. Captain America, feeling a tinge of unease, rushes to the window, raising his shield before leaping out. Thud. The 4-story drop poses little challenge for him. However, upon witnessing the devastation outside the apartment, he laments his decision to bring so many individuals on this mission. Had there not been hundreds of agents on site, surely the battle would not have dragged on for so long. More critically, as a newcomer to S.H.I.E.L.D. affairs for less than a week, he struggles to differentiate the 2 factions below, uncertain of which side belongs to Hydra. Fortunately, he soon spots Coulson, a familiar figure. Amidst the barrage of bullets, when Coulson sees Captain America, it is as if he glimpses love in the Captain's eyes. Coulson grips Captain America's hand firmly. Captain Rogers, I deeply regret the enormity of the troubles S.H.I.E.L.D. faces. 70 years ago, I fought against Hydra, and I never anticipated that 70 years later, I would still be battling them. What has S.H.I.E.L.D. accomplished in these 70 years? Where's Nick Fury? Why have no orders been issued? Could it be that he is a part of Hydra? Does he not realize that we must unify all forces not affiliated with Hydra to have any chance of overcoming this calamity? Captain America's words resonate powerfully, yet they leave Coulson perplexed. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he inquires, indeed, where is the director? What could he possibly be doing that has left us to fight alone? On the moon, at the Skrull refugee camp, Nick Fury gazes somberly at Talos. Just 5 minutes prior, he had been effectively placed under house arrest by this infuriating old friend. At this very moment, Talos continues to explain himself to Nick Fury. Nick, I apologize for the horrific predicament your department has encountered. Who could have foreseen that Hydra was lurking among you? As he speaks, Talos fills Nick Fury's glass. Nick takes the glass and drinks it down in one gulp, then coldly addresses Talos. Indeed, I have failed in my duties as director. But there remains an opportunity for me to make amends. The S.H.I.E.L.D. still boasts countless agents devoted to their duties, and they shall serve as my greatest allies, provided I can promptly convey my commands to them. At this juncture, Nick forcefully struck the table, crafted from an unknown metal. Tarlos, connect me to the satellite signal. You are well aware that I require it. But I truly cannot, Nick. We are on the moon, and no signals can penetrate this place. I apologize. How then did you receive my previous messages, and what of the videos we are currently viewing from your people's perspective? That is a different method, applicable solely to fixed signal receivers. You comprehend the meaning of fixed, do you not? It necessitates prior arrangement and preparation. Hearing Tarlos's evasion, Nick was nearly beside himself with rage. Yet, he dared not draw his weapon against this scoundrel, for he still needed Tarlos's assistance. In resignation, he pondered for a moment, reaching for the drinks to refill both his and Tarlos's glasses. Subsequently, he raised his cup to clink with Tarlos's. We have been friends for over 30 years, Tarlos. I truly cherish this friendship. I value it as well, which is why I worry for your safety even more than you do. Rest assured, Nick, no one can harm you while you remain on the moon. Trust me, but you know that is not what I damn well want. Nick Fury finally lost control, feeling betrayed by what he considered his closest friend, one of only two he had. Tarlos, for the sake of our 30-year acquaintance, send me back to Earth. Nick Fury implored Tarlos with his last ounce of resolve. Think of Carol, think of that orange cat, the Devourer. Consider the days we fought together, Tarlos, truly think about it. At this, Tarlos's expression darkened slightly. Indeed, Carol, Captain Marvel, the Supreme Nova. Such a significant dilemma. Faced with the choice between the marvelous and the super, which shall I ultimately choose? Click. The door swung open, and both men turned to the entrance. A Skrull escorted a bound Agent Hill, his face shrouded in gloom as he entered. Chief, this human attempted to steal our spacecraft. With a sudden resolve, Tarlos made a decision. He had come to a conclusion. He gestured to his kin. Separate them and confine them in our storage. After issuing the command, Tarlos disregarded Nick Fury's terrifyingly dark countenance and uttered one final remark. Nick, we are indeed friends, but they are my kin. Earthlings would not permit them to return alive, and I shall not allow them to perish in this manner. So you would forsake the friendship of an entire planet for the sake of these two kinfolk, Tarlos. Nick's roar could nearly shatter the ceiling, yet Tarlos's expression remained unchanged. He continued to smile as he spoke. Among the 133 members of my clan, those two stand as the most exceptional. Moreover, you and your fractured S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot truly represent Earth. Chapter 32. Hulk detests tiny creatures on this night. The streets of New York no longer thrummed with the usual hustle and bustle. Gunshots, explosions, and gang skirmishes erupted as factions competed for territory, while agents clashed in chaotic combat, and the military rushed in, akin to ants on a hot skillet. Countless forces had transformed what was once an economic hub into a battlefield. Amid this desolate yet perilous landscape, a battered Jeep Grand Cherokee sped through, its body riddled with scars and bullet holes. Inside, Jessica furiously wrestled with the steering wheel. As the vehicle made a turn, her curses finally erupted. Damn S.H.I.E.L.D. Damn Nick Fury. Damn that backstabbing jerk. I truly despise this city. With that, she drove through a hail of gunfire, charging towards the vicinity of the Tri-Point Tower. As they approached within 40 meters of the entrance, 6 turrets suddenly materialized at the doorway. Upon sighting those turrets spitting blue fire, Jessica felt another wave of invective rising within her. You better watch your back. We're abandoning the vehicle. After issuing this warning to the alien Erida, she slammed her left hand against the car door, sending it flying off its hinges. Simultaneously, she seized Erida with her right hand, pulling the unfortunate extraterrestrial from the car. With her formidable physique, Jessica effortlessly steadied herself without the need to roll upon landing. At that moment, the turrets at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s entrance opened fire. The Grand Cherokee erupted into flames, and additional rounds rained down upon Jessica. Swiftly, she hurled Erida to safety while bracing herself against the incoming projectiles. Observing her tattered clothing, she grimaced in displeasure. I truly need an outfit that can conceal these 2 lumps and withstand explosions. No sooner had she spoken than she dashed to Erida's side, snatching his coat and donning it. I'm going in. Follow closely and guide me. As she zipped up the jacket, she pivoted and sprinted, leaping to a turret's side. With bare hands, she wrenched the turret from its mount and hurled it onto another turret. She repeated this process, systematically dismantling the turrets at the entrance. With the threat neutralized, Jessica and Erida surged forward, wreaking havoc until they reached S.H.I.E.L.D.'s command center. Upon their arrival, they found over 40 agents encircling the room, launching relentless assaults. This onslaught indicated that the false Nick Fury inside was still alive, which brought a flicker of hope to Erida's expression. Are you certain your kin is within? Jessica inquired, to which Erida eagerly nodded. Her response left Jessica feeling quite displeased. As she pursed her lips, the throng of people outside was overwhelming. It was a considerable nuisance. Was she really to resort to extreme measures? She had already crossed that line long ago. With a swift step forward, she lacked the imposing presence of Heisenberg. However, as a significantly weakened version of a female superhero with a bench press strength exceeding 80 tons, Jessica possessed her own unique aura. Just a single collision sent over 4 agents crashing against the corridor walls. It was fortunate she had never trained in martial arts. Otherwise, she might have left behind a spectacle akin to a painting of destruction. With agile movements, she charged into the crowd of agents, embodying the greatest fear that her extraordinary prowess instilled in mere mortals. Despite the presence of over 40 professional agents, they had managed to inflict merely a tear on Jessica's attire. As was her custom, she stripped a comatose agent of their clothing and donned it. Then, she rapped lightly on the slightly cracked, but still intact sealed door before her. Assessing the situation, Jessica shook her head. Her current strength paled in comparison to that of the Hulk, rendering her incapable of tearing through the S.H.I.E.L.D. custom security door. I am summoned by Hydra. Is that Skrull alien inside? As her words echoed, the door swung open, revealing a battered and tattered Nick Fury emerging from within. Hydra. The dark-skinned man paid Jessica no mind, instead calling out Hydra's name and rushing towards her. The two enveloped each other amidst a crimson scene, creating an atmosphere that could only be described as romantic. Yet, for reasons she could not fathom, Jessica felt a wave of nausea. After all, it was quite an absurd sight to behold, a dark-skinned fellow embracing a green-haired one. Ugh, pardon me, but I think I've had too much to drink. Perhaps it was the excess of liquor consumed that evening, as Jessica leaned against the wall and began to vomit. 2 Skrulls glanced at her momentarily before resuming their embrace. Unfazed, just as humans found them unattractive, they regarded humans as equally unappealing, lacking any wrinkles and devoid of a green hue. Humans simply could not compare to the enigmatic allure of their own countenances. As they embraced, Hydra recounted to Nick Fury the terms of her agreement with Heisenberg. You must die once in the guise of Nick Fury, in a public setting, while the real Nick Fury and Hill must subsequently surrender to Heisenberg. After hearing this, Nick Fury nodded decisively. Rest assured, I have yet to reveal my identity. Soon, I shall find a suitable place to meet my end. By the way, Hydra, who is that female human over there? She is one of Heisenberg's subordinates, possessing formidable strength that likely surpasses the typical Skrull's conventional form. Earth truly conceals hidden talents. Let us hasten my demise, and then we shall return home. Indeed, home. The 2 extraterrestrials swiftly aligned their thoughts and set off with Jessica towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. At that moment, the most densely populated area of S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel resided within the confines of the New York S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. Here, more than 3,000 exceptional reserve agents stand, with 99% having yet to succumb to the insidious influence of Hydra. Consequently, this place has become the primary target for Hydra's operatives. Simmons, where are you, Simmons? Leo Fitz, a level 3 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and a distinguished graduate possessing dual doctorates, incessantly called out for his friend. The well-meaning individuals within S.H.I.E.L.D. found themselves utterly incapable of mounting an effective resistance. Thus, within a mere 10 minutes, the defensive line spontaneously organized by the students of S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy was severely compromised. Hydra stormed into the academy, brazenly abducting a multitude of talented individuals. Fitz's continued existence was solely a consequence of Hydra's respect for and need for talent. As Fitz searched fervently, he held his degree aloft, maneuvering through the peripheries of various skirmishes. His mind was singularly focused, yearning to find the one person he had longed for, to ascertain that she was still alive in this world. However, he was utterly unprepared for what awaited him. Boom. Upon reaching the 3rd-tier classroom, a violent tremor emanated from the depths below. The vibrations were profoundly intense, causing the ground to heave and form a mound exceeding 3 meters in height and 25 meters in diameter. What on earth is that? Fitz swiftly retreated, understanding that something was about to burst forth from beneath the surface. But what manner of beast could possess such immense power? This was not the first time such terrifying tremors had echoed from beneath S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. What secrets lay hidden within? Even amidst this urgent crisis, Fitz found himself pondering, as if maintaining curiosity was an inherent trait among scholars of his ilk. Fortunately, while grappling with these thoughts, he continued to flee. After covering more than 80 meters, the ground trembled once more. This time, a colossal green creature, towering over 6 meters, erupted from the mound. Its leap reached nearly 80 meters, a height achieved post-eruption from the earth. In a single bound, a stunned Fitz concluded that this green giant could undoubtedly lift objects exceeding 10,000 tons, perhaps even more. Simultaneously, Nick Fury reached the center of the Academy's courtyard, firing his weapon while bellowing at the student group still resisting. "I am Nick Fury, everyone." Bang! Just as both Hydra and the S.H.I.E.L.D. students were captivated by Fury's name, a shocking event unfolded. Accompanied by the sound of a fatal gunshot, a massive spray of blood erupted from Fury's chest. In the next instant, a gaping wound appeared where his heart once beat, and he collapsed helplessly to the ground. The immediate sorrow and fury of the S.H.I.E.L.D. students, as well as the sudden exhilaration of the Hydra agents, were palpable. The Hulk, who had just leaped into the air, caught sight of Nick Fury's fallen form. The Hulk was enraged. The Hulk despises deceivers, roaring in fury. He charged towards the lifeless body of Nick Fury, seemingly intent on reducing it to a mere pulp. This sight rendered Jessica, who had thought her task was complete, utterly dumbfounded, nearly causing her to cough up blood in despair. What manner of beast is this? Damn it, I must fight with all my might. Without hesitation, she too lunged at Nick Fury, narrowly evading the Hulk's massive foot as it descended upon Fury's remains. Jessica's delicate, pale foot struck fiercely against the Hulk's side. Boom. The Hulk was sent sprawling 20 meters away, yet he quickly regained his footing. Jessica's strength was insufficient to inflict any real harm. It would only serve to enrage him further. The Hulk was furious, and so was she. "Damn it, Heisenberg, I have truly honored your debt." To everyone's astonishment, Jessica boldly charged at the Hulk, narrowly dodging one of his powerful punches while rolling twice to close the distance. Rising swiftly, she unleashed 2 fierce blows upon the Hulk's calves. It was not that Jessica relished striking low, rather, it was the only target accessible to her without leaping. But to leap before the Hulk? That was an unthinkable risk. Few could emerge unscathed from such a predicament. After delivering her punches, Jessica darted away, narrowly evading over 10 of the Hulk's furious assaults. It was only after this that she found a second opportunity to strike him again. Thus, she managed to engage the Hulk for over 3 minutes until he finally seized the moment, delivering a mighty slap that sent her crashing into the library of S.H.I.E.L.D. With just that single blow, Jessica, with her diminished strength, nearly lost the will to resist. After a struggle, she barely managed to rise, only to find the Hulk blocking her path. The Hulk detests little ones. As his roar echoed, his green fist loomed larger before Jessica's eyes, her pupils dilating in fear. She believed she could not evade this punch, convinced that she was about to meet her end. Yet, in the next moment, a flippant voice rang in her ears. "Isn't this Superman's little bedmate? Why must she face him alone, abandoned by that scoundrel Heisenberg?" The voice came from above, and as Tony teased her, he unleashed 2/3 of the missiles stored in the shoulder of his armor upon the Hulk's head.